Welcome to Audiera. I keep these narrations high quality and completely ad-free so you can just enjoy the ride. If you appreciate that, subscribing is the best way to support the channel. Alright, let's dive in.
Chapter 851. Cypress looked up at the sky and brushed his rough, stubbled jaw with his palm. This is unfair. He was displeased with the situation. Treat. A monster's shriek stretched from the heavens down to the earth. The wind that blew made his red cloak and his light brown hair, already shot through with gray, ripple. He had thought he could finally breathe a little easier once Ingis became a knight, but then the South sent out something absurd. They called them griffin riders. Men mounted on griffins flew at heights arrows couldn't reach, dropping modified scrolls and throwing rocks. It wasn't a weapon that threatened individual knights. Even at the squire level, no idiot's skull was going to pop from a little hail. But for the southern garrison, it was fatal. To stop that, the entire order cut sleep to hurl spears and loose arrows. A composite bow that won't snap under a knight's strength, and at least 3 months. Those were the conditions to intercept those monstrosities overhead. The things with an eagle's upper body and a lion's lower body, and the bastards riding them. Cypress coolly assessed the present state. Without the conditions he'd just considered, the southern front would be pushed back. Holes had already opened everywhere, and some of the monster packs had crossed the border. The South had intentionally opened a road to send those monsters through. We don't have the spare strength to block even that. As sometimes happened before, those would have to be handled by the people in each domain. Even so, it looked like they were about to lose. Griffin riders, truly a card no one had foreseen. Ingis, yes, master. If the recently knighted Ingis and that other knight, the one whose second name was, the knight who fights, the one who usually held this battlefield, had not been here, we'd have been pushed already. The South's underlying strength was greater than Hyde thought. But should they retreat for that? If they were going to do that, they wouldn't have fought this long in the first place. We'll have to devise a way to get up into the sky. Yes. Ingis's answer was a touch late. Cypress was a hero who turned the impossible into the possible. His epithet was, the knight who gets anything done. That didn't mean he literally intended to fly. But they needed a measure of that scale. If we can't do it, we lose. Ingis could see the southern commander's intent. In truth, most commanders want similar things, so reading that intent wasn't hard. To win easily while minimizing friendly losses. To uphold that premise, a commander drafts all manner of strategies. Simple to say, hard to keep. The South sent out griffin riders without pause. Dawn, morning, noon, afternoon, evening and night, constant. To stop them, they needed the order. They had to intercept bundles of scrolls in midair and threaten the griffins by casting javelins upward. At that height, ordinary soldiers couldn't even reach. Thanks to that, the order had no proper time to rest. At this rate, in a mere fortnight we'll have to face the South's knights while sleep-deprived. Coldly speaking, that meant going into the fight with one arm tied before it even began. And just those griffin riders alone have driven our army's morale into the ground. The order could not rest. If they faced the South's guardian like this, the guardian was the epithet of a knight belonging to southern Reinstetten. He called himself the one who protected the nation. He was also a madman who believed everything would always go his way. The Griffin Riders were something truly no one had expected. They said the South had monster tamers, but who could have predicted they would break a high-tier monster like a griffin, and then put men on them to drop fireballs from above? Are we to pull it off somehow, no matter what? His master was, by nature, the kind of knight who had lived that way. Whatever the case, the greatest crisis on the southern front that lived in Ingis' memory was now. No need to take me along. Just bring the ones rutting like horny beasts, because they haven't fought in a few days. Only Jackson said that as he stepped out. Naturally, the moment he said it, a brawl broke out. Who are you calling beasts? The only beastman here is the bear. Oh ho, brother. Are you talking about me? Using beastman as an insult? You looking for a fight? Audin and Dunbakel bristled at Jackson's words. If we're setting out, I'll take point. Ragnar spouted nonsense. No, we're going on horseback. I'd put you in a carriage, Sir Ragnar, but that would be too conspicuous, so please take the most docile horse. Rofod reined Ragnar in. War with the South, is it? Good. It's about time I showed off the skills I've been polishing at leisure. Indefatigable Pell could only show his anticipation no matter what anyone said. The dragonkin, the frock, and the fairy were, from the start, the kind who didn't react to talk like that. The three simply stuck close to Enkrid. And when Teresa's humming laced through, this is what a madman's order looks like. Just as Chris said, this was a band of madmen. At their center, only Enkrid was composed. When one after another said they'd follow, he merely nodded and let them. The matter grew this big. Move out. Enkrid took the lead. With Odd Eye joining as well, it was not a small party. Everyone set out except Esther and Jackson. That was how they left. Remidley played a reed pipe and patted his horse's head, and Ragnar dozed in the saddle, nodding off. Enkrid, seeing the lumps and bruising mottling Odd Eye's back, stroked it and asked, I don't see you getting beaten anywhere. The horse, who could understand human speech, shook his head. Eing. The wicker meant, of course not. Then why are you like this here? Even with a gentle stroke, the back muscles twitched as if it hurt. Eing. This time it felt like, I don't know. You converse with horses? Do you have a gift like mine? The dragonkin asked. Being able to read minds didn't mean he could see through another's abilities. No. Yet you're communicating. They spoke across Shinar. She answered the dragonkin's remark. It's the same as speaking with eyes alone, dragonkin, as when my betrothed and I pledged our engagement with our eyes. The dragonkin blinked his vertical pupils once and opened his mouth. I heard fairies don't know falsehood. The world has changed a lot. Shinar's eyebrow trembled so slightly you'd miss it if you weren't looking closely. An expression of displeasure. That was how Enkrid read it. What part of that is false? Fairies do not speak lies. They merely distort the truth. For Shinar, the betrothal was not yet truth, but it was something that would happen, and so was betrothed. Betrothal and betrothed. The dragonkin flatly denied it. No, you devil. At last the fairy let her displeasure spill from her lips. For her, if there was an insult worse than sprouted potato eyes, it was calling someone a devil. I am dragonkin. It's a figure of speech, not a lie. Luagarn gave up on trying to understand the two. Enkrid from the start had little interest in their exchange. All of them were mounted. Finding a horse that could carry Odin had been quite difficult, but the stable master of the city of Greenpearl had long tended horses out on the wide plain and prepared a mount that could easily bear him. It had hair on its fetlocks, and its brown and grey coat mixed together. An excellent breed. Naturally, Teresa received a horse of the same breed. Your name is Peob. Odin named his horse thus. Peob was a name from the scripture, a man who endured suffering, carried stones, and raised the walls of a fortress. That horse is a mare, said the man who'd handed over the reins, but Odin didn't change the name. Gender is not what matters. The meaning in the name matters, brother. This horse's name is Peob. When you saw Odin's bulk and fists, and the smile that harmonized with them, you agreed with him without thinking. So did the man who handed over the reins. Right, Piob. From today you're Piob. The man who'd been fitting the shoe nodded at once. Once Odin named his horse, everyone else named theirs. Pathfinder. That was Ragnar. Black Eye. Rem named his after the horse's pitch-black eyes. The frock, because of her slick skin, had the saddle raised front and back, so she sat wedged between them. She called her mount Carriage. It was a name without deeper meaning. Tamers read the horse's mind and said this friend's name was Father Seventh, Do Dragonkinlai. When Rem asked whether the horse really thought that, Tamers nodded. If necessary. It hasn't been necessary yet. Arrogant in one light, but also perfectly suiting the epithet, the one who walks alone. And Father Seventh meant the horse's self-perceived ego. Rem cackled that it was real. Rofod, Pell, and Teresa named theirs Cream, Speckles, and Pania, respectively. Cream and Speckles were for coat color. Pania was the name of a pilgrim in the scripture. Dunbakel just called hers horse. The madmen's order numbered 13 in all, or rather 13 plus Odd-Eye made 14. For a journey headed to the southern battlefield, the atmosphere felt oddly like a picnic. There were few clouds in the sky, the sunlight was warm, and a cool breeze blew now and then. A fine day. Enkrid savored the weather. Leaving the border guard and riding north along the safe road, they received military salutes at several checkpoints. Odd-Eye's back bulged in front, but if he rode toward the rear, there was no great issue. On the flats, they went at a trot and a brisk pace. When a horse looked tired, he slowed to a walk. No matter how sturdy the mounts carrying Odin and Teresa were, they were not war horses, and on top of that, they bore various camp gear and equipment. From the start, pushing past a trot was unreasonable. They'd also selected not fast horses, but ones with good endurance and stamina. After passing 2 or 3 forests and coming out into open fields, the air was so clear the view opened wide. Edin Mosen. Enkrid wasn't contemplating swordsmanship, he was thinking of the person he'd left behind. On the battlefield, Edin is a burden. His true value comes from the city and administration. Is Edin the only one like that? Farmers, craftsmen, artists, poets, musicians, painters, artisans, until now, the places for such people had been terribly narrow. The continent is ruled by force. Knights, few in number and elite, were the very symbol of that force. Why had that little country beyond the western lands Edin spoke of survived until now? Thanks to a single old knight who devoted his life to defending it. Even if knighthood extended one's prime, it was rare to act into one's 80s or 90s. Even so, thanks to him, that nation endured. Trade cities survived by cleverly using mutual checks and balances, but at root they were held up by mercenary bands at the quasi-knight level. Even if they sold their faith for gold, they did not change their contracts just because someone offered more coin, so none took their fidelity lightly. A world where those without force still realize their will. Not just ending war, this was a conviction to be planted firmly. Guarding the rear meant protecting such people. Then were there none like that in the south. They were now riding to fight. The thought struck him suddenly. Odd-Eye halted mid-stride. Enkrid's gaze lifted forward. His pupils narrowed as he snatched a distant object into focus. A knight's eyes see far beyond what ordinary people can. Enkrid saw a dot approaching from far away. The dot closed the distance quickly. It was an open plain, so broad the horizon showed. If they kept on this course, they would reach Vicarison's domain. The plan was to rest there before moving on. The approaching dot came from the south near the Viscounty. A speck running across the open plain drew nearer. Even at a distance where visual observation should have been difficult, it was fast. Up close, wouldn't it flash past their flank in the blink of an eye? Once the distance narrowed enough, arrows traced parabolas in. They were bow and arrows, discolored gray. Without anyone needing to shout, everyone moved to cover their own mount and swung their weapons. Odd Eye dodged on his own. Shoosh! Whoosh! Tot, tot, tot. Only a jumble of noise rang out. Deflected arrows scattered across the ground here and there. Sour. Battering the arrows aside, Enkrid caught a strange scent. Sour and fishy. Poison. Rem spoke. Ragnar, jolted awake, swung down from the saddle. In a short sprint, a knight is faster than a horse. His judgment was quick, his actions quicker. That was Ragnar's edge. But the enemy's reaction was quicker still. Look at these bastards, Pell muttered. Shoot and run, at a speed that killed any thought of daring to give chase, just as before. Those things pounding the ground from afar, bolted as they were. Disagreeable creatures. Rofod voiced the ill omen tugging at his sixth sense. He didn't feel his life was threatened, but it grated. Eeing. A few startled horses tossed their heads, but didn't break into a bigger commotion. Odd Eye was already the leader among them. Just by walking once through their midst, he calmed the other mounts. It was a knock that broke the calm. Centaurs. Enkrid said it. He had once faced them at colony-class growth. Only this time, their nature was a little different. After 3 days, what the things were doing became clear. They're waiting until we wear out these things. Rem, a born hunter, said it. Chapter 852 Centaurs. Half man, half horse. Lower body like that of a horse. Upper body resembling a human. Because they're monsters, their eyeballs are black, and their skin texture, if not quite ironclad, is fairly hard. He'd fought them before. Had they taken the plain before the southern forest of the border guard? His memory was hazy. Hadn't all sorts of things happened in the meantime? No matter how good your memory is, some things are forgettable. That didn't mean he'd forgotten everything. Enkrid searched his memory. A general-type colony. He recalled the motions of the one that swung a glaive. At the same time, he remembered it leading the pack and employing tactics. It was what they called the three-wave formation. Draw the eye with the first wave, strike with the second, and break with the third. Simple. But if you had a clear advantage in strength, it was a good tactic to use. He also overcame the killing intent the monster gave off back then. He blocked the monster's killing will. So like a knight's pressure, with refusal. As he gathered the scattered bits, memories surfaced one by one. Some were clear, some were vague. For instance, he might have forgotten the names of the people he'd seen then. But he hadn't forgotten the battle situation or what I'd learned and practiced at the time. This is different from before. Enkrid spoke. There was no killing intent and no ferocity in them. If the general-type colony he'd faced before was a chariot that came on stolidly, this opponent was like nimble light infantry with a touch of craft. Every time I see those bastards, they make my skin crawl. Dunbakel muttered as well. Back when they fought the general-type colony, hadn't Dunbakel played the decoy for the centaur pack and fled into the forest? Time to pay them back for that. Oh, guardian of the stale stink. Ram, teased Dunbakel. They came charging and loosed bow and arrows, but no one panicked. There was no one here important enough to be done in by an attack like that. Ragnar climbed back into the saddle with half-lidded eyes. Annoying, thought Pooh. That was the end of it. Chasing them would be a headache. In truth, they'd already turned into dots and fled so far even a knight's eyes couldn't track them. A few mounts snorted nervously and pawed the ground, But when Odd-Eye whinnied, heeing a few times, they all quieted down. "Shall we pursue?" Rofod asked. It would be hard on his mount to chase, but if he could narrow the distance a bit, he could leap down and close on 2 feet. Of course he spoke knowing they wouldn't really send him. Call it what it was, words born of Rofod's position in the order. He always took on the grubby jobs. Not feasible. Enkrid spoke as he gauged the centaur pack's speed. A knight's strength overwhelms a horse in a short sprint, but even with that in mind, the monsters he'd just seen were fast. Could the horses they were riding now chase them? Not a chance. That's true. Rofod nodded, agreeing. He'd said it knowing it wouldn't work. He'd said it to make sure everyone had it in mind. Hence, grubby work. This bastard always has something useless to say. Everyone knows without your mouth flapping, you softy. Pell sneered. How many times have I told you conversations like this are necessary to keep a group's judgment from fragmenting? Too many to count. That's why no soldiers gather under you. Your busted face is only the second reason. Click, Dossakion. Pell released his sword catch. Was it time to carve a few lines in that bastard's face? Rofod's eyes narrowed as well. Would the Southern Front really suffer if they were short one guy who picked fights at all hours? At this point, taking a slice off somewhere and dropping him from the column wouldn't be so bad. Brats, we're busy. If you're going to fight, go fight there. Rem broke them up. Different method than Enkrid's, but either way the two stayed their hands. When a big, ignorant barbarian glares like he's about to split your skull with an axe, the will to brawl drains away. The party started moving again. They went forward. The centaur pack hid and ran, and they judged that was all. Only Enkrid and a few others wondered if it was all right to leave them be, but he agreed with what Lua Garn said at his side. Packs like that are easiest to take by numbers. You send out a portion of the standing army and chase them, as if encircling. They were a pain to chase with a small elite. If they really set their minds to it, they could still take them on, but it would waste time. From the arrows the monsters had loosed, Enkrid glimpsed an intent. Poison, distance, arrows. Put those 3 factors together, and he could vaguely guess their aim. But as they finished preparations and moved on, the centaur pack appeared again. Would you look at that? Rem's lip curled. The situation was irritating. Oh, looks like the Lord wishes to play at war. If they sent the centaur unit up to the heavens, the Lord would split them in 2 and toy with them with amusement. Whether a god truly wished that, Auden did not know. But by nature he believed all things were within the Lord's will. To him, those were the Lord's toys. Sister Teresa, let's prepare. Yes. The Bear Beastman's siblings took their reins and halted. Everyone did the same. They stopped and waited for the monster pack's assault. If they closed the distance this time, they would crush them at once. The madmen's order was of one mind. Sheesh. Bone arrows came flying. Arrows shot from afar. If they came a touch closer than this, they'd chase. So thought Enkrid. The centaur pack accelerated as if to sneer, loosing arrows as they ran, then wheeled and bolted away. They were up against mounts that already had speed. This was, no matter what, hard to pursue. Can't chase. Fast, dight. 3 or 4 times faster than a warhorse running flat out. A mount you'd call a fine steed. If only the distance would close, more than half the knights would meet the monsters within their weapons' reach. They're not going to give us the distance. That was how Enkrid saw it. Thus it went for 3 days. Rem said they were simply waiting for the party to wear down, and Luagan rolled her eyes as she sank into thought. They loosed arrows like clockwork morning, noon, and evening, then ran. The party's traveling speed turned pitifully slow. to monsters that survived within demon lands, singularities come. He'd already learned this in Thousand Brick, now renamed the city of Oara. The ghoul Jerix was a monster that observed and learned human techniques. Humans learned pressure by watching monsters' killing intent. The start of pressure was an imitation of a monster's killing will, and the start of will came from watching a monster's massive body exert absurd force. He'd gotten that knowledge in his talk with the Imperial Knight Valfir. Valfir also said this: just as humans steal and learn monsters' techniques, I think it's time monsters learned human systems. Each learned what they could. Then had those monsters loosing arrows from a far learned strategy and tactics shown by sapient beings. That's correct. He spoke to Luagarn, and she nodded. If we leave this be, not only will the southern fighting all be over, we won't arrive for 25 years. I'll go handle it. Rem was a born hunter. He pursued the centaur pack. He left at night and returned in the morning. No results. These bastards post sentries from way out. In many ways, the conditions were poor. If this were a forest, closing in would be easy. But here, it was an open plain. With dozens of monsters watching left and right, stealthy approach was impossible. Should V brought that wildcat brat for him to say something like that? In my stead, you have Dunbakel. In the east, hunting is a way of life. Especially tag with monsters, happens all the more often. I'll go. No one stopped her. Dunbakel returned in less than half a day. They loose before I get close and bolt. Chief, how is it he seems even dumber after coming back from the east? Rem shook his head. Dunbakel's nose was superb. Extraordinary even among beastmen. Only, on an open field where everyone could see everyone, there was no use for her nose. It was good for chasing something hiding or fleeing, but stealthy approach was not her specialty. The enemy wasn't hiding. They kept their legs moving, kept distance, and shot. Of course, Dunbakel had thoughts of her own. If I go beast form and charge, her beast form had developed and changed in the east. If she ran in the second of those changes, I can catch them. Only the bastards never offered even that sort of distance. And then they came back and fired again. Shh. Got it. Tat, tat, tat. Well, Ram tied cords to his throwing axes and whirled them. They became a roof over the whole party's heads, batting away the incoming arrows. A few slipped through the gaps, but Luagarn lashed them aside with her whip. Threat? Not at all. Only their feet were tied. There was no one who would take a stray arrow by mistake, but the arrows were poisoned. If one so much as grazed a horse, it became a burden. The gear slung on the saddles would have to be taken up by men, and their speed would drop. The south was far. It wasn't that they couldn't go on 2 feet, but a late arrival would be a foregone conclusion. Should they leave all the camp gear behind? Enkrid pondered briefly. In your place, I'd split the party. Luagarn offered a realistic suggestion. What to call it? This was a pack they'd strangle and have all their throats opened the moment they closed and grappled. Yet there was nothing to be done. Just as Luagarn said, if they deliberately split, chased, and got off the plane, they could catch them. Feels like we'll need 3. Should they? What the enemy wanted was plain to see. If monsters had learned strategy and what they wanted was to tie their feet, wouldn't that be playing right into their hands? What about ignoring them and moving? If they abandoned the horses and moved on, it was possible. While he debated, Odd Eye pushed Enkrid's back with his head. When he looked back, the light in Odd Eye's eyes was savage. Call it killing will and pressure. While Enkrid had been repeating today and cutting down Balrog, what had this wild horse been doing? He didn't know. But This horse hadn't been idly cropping grass either. That was the sort of friend Odd-Eye was. "All right, indomitable. You have something to say?" For the first time in a while, Enkrid called him by the name he'd given him. Though a horse, Odd-Eye frowned. His expressions were as alive as a human's. His face said, "What sudden nonsense is that?" Enkrid pretended not to notice, and asked again. This kind of brazen front he'd learned ago in his mercenary band days. What was the mercenary captain who'd taught him this called? Tom. Something like that. Maybe longer. Too long ago. Blurred memory. All right, what? In got home. Enkrid and Odd-Eye could communicate, but holding fine-grained discussions and talking strategy was impossible. No matter how nimble Odd-Eye was, he didn't use language. But here was a race that read the minds of humans, giants, fairies, witches, and beasts alike. For the Dragonkin, language was an accessory. "He's telling you to get on his back, He says he'll catch them." The Dragonkin had, just now, taken an interest in the wild horse that followed Enkrid. Will and zeal surged from that horse like madness. What filled that interior? The Dragonkin read Odd-Eye's mind in detail. Faster than me? A wild horse that ran the rough plains and ranges, stony paths, bogs, and crags would not tolerate anything faster than itself. Bark. Own. Odd-Eye snorted. The will within was vivid. Enkrid at least accurately grasped that much. There was no baggage on Odd-Eye's back. He hadn't intended it in the first place, but Odd-Eye would not allow anyone to dare load burden on his back. Instead, Enkrid slung on his own pack and left the rest of the gear to the party. He unshouldered the pack and tossed it to Pell. "Hold this." Then he mounted Odd-Eye. Heat welled up the moment he was in the saddle. The dark red bruises on Odd-Eye's back had grown deeper, and heat filled his whole frame. "You're saying there isn't a horse faster than you?" Enkrid asked. Odd-Eye reared, lifting his forelegs high in answer. "That's correct." The Dragonkin added an explanation. Just then, from afar, the centaur pack sent arrows flying. Poisoned bone arrows. A monster pack that had learned human systems and tactics. At them, a wild horse who had overcome the blood of monsters, with mismatched eyes, set the Balrog Slayer on his back and ran. Chapter 853. When anxiety surged, some people hid under their blankets and suffered on their beds, but Cress was the opposite. When he felt uneasy, he moved more. He woke up hours early and laid hands on more tasks. The water and sewage works are almost finished. The wells inside the city have increased to 6. Nurat, already armed, said so at his side. It was dawn before first light. At an hour when half the citizens were still asleep, Cress was fully dressed and seated at his desk. "Right? Tell Eden no, tell his younger sister to handle the final wrap-up on that." What was the sister's name again? Rosalind. Rosalind was a name from the continent's history, a female scholar who studied the ecology of the demon realm. Did her father dote on his daughter? He wouldn't have chosen the name himself. There had once been a trend of blessing a child's life by naming them after a great figure. Who knows? It was idle talk. Talent to shoulder administration was always a good thing. Thinking so, Cress leafed through his books. Some say books are dead knowledge, while others say everything is in books. Cress stood squarely in the middle. There are things you need, and things that are useless. What matters is not the book itself, but the reader's attitude. Like taking the attitude of attentive listening, like the captain, and learning what you need. Learn boldly what must be learned, and discard coldly what should be discarded. That was Cress's approach to books. Crace had changed much of his approach to life after watching Enkrid. He began to dream bigger and adjusted his direction a little, not merely making a salon to enjoy culture while playing with noble ladies. For that, doesn't war have to disappear? Crace asked inwardly and turned the pages. It was a book about the demon realm's ecological studies. By coincidence, it was a book written by the late Rosalind. And together with it was another book, by the living Rosalind, daughter of the rebel province, compiling what she had seen, felt, and learned up to now. A gift for accepting my brother. She was unlike the high-nosed noble ladies and unlike the energetic women bustling in the marketplace. She had poise, and yet she wasn't intoxicated by being a noble. She simply did her work and carefully reached toward what she wanted. Her manner was cautious, but her actions were bold. Her thoughts were deep, and she knew what her task was. She was an attractive woman, wasn't she? Nurat asked. Intoxicated by anxiety, Cress slipped. Ah, very. He'd seen more than a few men steal glances at her. Both her looks and the air she gave off were far from ordinary. It was strange she hadn't been married off for politics long ago. Was she too young? In noble society, age wouldn't serve as an excuse. At a lover's words, Nurat lifted a hand toward the waist. The sword's grip caught in that hand. Her skin was white, too. It was. Chris spoke while recalling Rosalind Molson. She'd suffered quite a bit, yet her skin was fine. Compared to Nurat, it was Wait. Chris reined in his thoughts. Ting. His ear caught the sound of the scabbard latch being loosed. Pretty, wasn't she? Nurat asked again. If he slipped here, he'd die. Not by the blade of monster, beastman, demon, or enemy knight, but by his lovers. Christ's keen mind spun taut. He did not let his guard down at the last moment. Not more than you. Late, but by a hair, he saved his neck. The nape of his neck felt cold. Nurat let the raised hand fall from the waist. The sword latch shut again with a click. I live. It wasn't something to die over in truth. This was a lover's tease. This small joke loosened, just a little, the taut string of his anxiety. With gratitude, Grace answered. That was the right answer, wasn't it? If it were wrong, you'd already be dead. Listening to the same old joke, Grace examined his books and piled up the knowledge he needed. Monsters within the demon realm often deviate from what we know as common sense. Even if you grasp their ecology and check every few years, monsters never before seen within the demon realm appear. It's hard to pin anything down. To the sapient beings living on the continent, the demon realm is, that much, a zone of the unknown. There is no help to be had from digging up past knowledge. Chris pressed his temple lightly with his thumb. Doing so made the head that felt heavy seem a little lighter. By now, Eden would have met the market head of the trade city, and Abnire would be revising the standing army's organization. Nothing will go wrong, right? The road to the south has been well laid. The civil works the border guard had been pouring the most effort into lately were precisely paving the road. That work takes a lot of time. On rainy days it's hard to proceed, and it requires a fair number of hands. If we complete not only the name, but a real stone road, it would be an innovation in trade and the movement of goods. For now, it merely connected 4 cities: Lockfried, Martai, Greenpearl, and the Border Guard. When the war with the South ends, Chris now knew how not to be eaten by his anxiety. He drew the future. A hopeful future. Let's connect to the South as well. Viscount Harrison's domain produced a lot of good grain, and his lands had many masters of brewing. Good wine is a good trade, good. The next task was a road connecting the capital, the South, everything. For all of this, you have to win and come back, Captain. Chris voiced what lay within. They had to knock down the likes of the South with a snap and return. Nurat set a hand on the lover's shoulder. Don't dodge the point. That's not what I meant. Some monsters that live in the demon realm thing. It was an honor bestowed because they went beyond surrendering to instinct. So it was with the centaur that now led the colony. Fighting humans often on the demon realm's border, he awakened to the way of thinking. The demon realm is harsh. Monsters also keep each other in check and kill, and it is divided into places whose borders are clear and places where they are faint. The leader of the monsters driving this current pack was a being who had lived crossing such borders. He crossed the demon realm's boundaries and went in and out several times of the territory of those things called demons. He could do that because he combined swift legs with the capacity to think. The monster leader had lived that way. Then beings who had recently established domains in the demon realm pressed him. As if all along, they had not only let him be out of magnanimity, those with ability superior to his aimed for him. Awakening to reason did not mean ignoring instinct. By instinct he perceived danger, and by reason he decided on where to flee. Knowing there was land beyond the demon realm better than the place he was born and raised, he set his feet toward it. In truth, cunning manipulation was at work, but such a thing was not something a mere monster could know. Land where hunting is easier. Only that filled the colony leader's head, and also that he had to subdue the prey before his eyes. Dangerous enemy. The leader entered human lands, and looking for other prey instead of those behind walls, he found Enkrid's party. What most set the centaur leader apart from other monsters was that he had hunted foes stronger than himself. Slow prey is easy. No matter how strong you are, it means nothing if you can't reach. Monsters know that. Therefore, if they do not give the distance, they win. Having done so until now, the monster did so again. Monsters that formed colonies inside the demon realm were of a different grade than those on the continent. Was it someone's design that such a pack of monsters met Enkrid's party here? There was no such thing. It was coincidence. A little of a demon's meddling was mixed in, but that was due to circumstances inside the demon realm, not because these specific people were targeted. Everything was chance, but to one prepared, some chance becomes necessity. A trigger and a spur. He thought of the day that made him a knight, the tower he had stacked until just before he became a knight, the day that made him one. He had seen the sunset, grown drunk, and all manner of thoughts had arisen in his head. Enkrid knew Odd-Eye had not been idling while he was away. His will is solid, and his resolve is high. Even without the Dragonkin's help, Odd-Eye's heart could be heard. Not literally heard, only his will was conveyed. Odd-Eye ran with Enkrid on his back, and Enkrid pressed his body down tight, clinging to Odd-Eye's back. It was the posture that interfered the least. Naturally, he knew how to do it. Fuck! The instant Odd-Eye set his first step, the air surged rough enough to flay his cheeks. 2 steps, free, pushing forward, felt like bracing into a gale. Whoo! Something like the sound of surf reached his ears. Then even that sound vanished. Odd-Eye ran in earnest. The speed shook even a knight's senses. What on earth did you do and where? I wasn't here. Thinking so inwardly, Enkrid pressed lower. Odd-Eye's mane pricked his head like thorns. Without a helmet, it felt like they were jabbing into his scalp. What would happen if they charged like this in a lance charge? They'd break even a fair wall. His intuition told him so. Only the charger wouldn't come out unscathed either. Wearing full plate, would he have to sheathe himself in iron armor, one of the arts of will, to be all right? He felt it was something he'd only know by trying. A knight's blood and flesh do not become steel or molten iron. Through training they only appear similar. Such was Odd-Eye's gallop. The centaur pack that had posted sentries like an army was soon right up in front. Dots resolved into shapes and entered his sight. The forms wavered blur-like. Even with a knight's dynamic vision, he could almost see after images. The centaur pack slammed hooves into earth at once. No, by nature they were always moving. The moment they recognized Odd Eye, they only increased their speed. Enkrid stoked his will and concentrated on his sight. He accelerated his thoughts. Even with accelerated thought, his mind did not flow easily. Such was the speed of the gallop. The monster pack struck the ground and moved. In a space without sound, dynamic movement hard to see filled his view. Enkrid's gaze naturally examined their forms. The legs are thick. At the same time, their muscles split and corded, their upper bodies were relatively thin, and their hooves looked hard enough to be called lumps of iron. It was a body specialized, through and through, for running. That body was doubtless why they moved several times faster than ordinary monsters. They must have evolved that way. With his body lowered and only his head peeking up, he saw that when the monster pack began to run using those characteristic muscles, the gap did not close easily. On top of that, they loosed bone arrows as they ran. Judging by such tricks alone, monsters doing feats was exactly right. Their armor, too. They were monsters that clearly had learned something human. They braided and carved bone to cover their man-like torsos. And with bow-staves of bone, bowstrings of beastmen or monster sinew, and bone arrows, a fully armed colony. Enkrid took Dawn Tempering's grip. It was not easy to swing a sword while keeping his body pressed low. But if necessary, he had. Wasn't Odd Eye running? The enemy pack turned their upper bodies with bone bows in hand. Half man, half horse. The legs ran while the upper body shot. Perfect division of labor. Odd Eye is special. So Enkrid thought. Horses are by nature timid, and yet he did not buck and bolt from the arrows in panic. The horses the party rode were pack-trip mounts for travel, not war horses trained for battle or army, but they stayed calm. All of that was thanks to Odd Eye. And he tramples and bites to pieces the likes of ordinary monsters. Was that innate or learned? The centaur bastards loosed their strings. Arrows shot while running now flew for Odd Eye. Enkrid perceived them all. Keeping his posture pressed low, he drew his sword, clamped Odd Eye's torso with both legs and braced, took Dawn Tempering in his right hand, caught the middle of the blade with his left, and swung it like a short club. If you reach far or try a wide sweep, you take the wind's drag. With minimal movement, batting down the oncoming arrows was right. Their hit rate wasn't that high either. They were arrows loosed while being chased. What made them threatening was their number, and the poison smeared on them. Dawn Tempering's blade flicked every arrow aside. Run, Odd Eye. I'll block the sky. You run. Run the way you want. Speaking while galloping, he nearly bit his tongue, but spoke anyway. Nor was it a situation where speaking would be conveyed as words. But he spoke anyway. By speaking, he conveyed his will. That was what Enkrid did. Those words might have become a spur or a trigger to Odd Eye. Enkrid did not see it, but light spilled from Odd Eye's two eyes. Will swelled to the brim. With a wet rip, blood burst from Odd Eye's back. Through the bright red blood, something thrust out with a thwack. In the greenish vapor of young steam, rising from evaporating sweat, something red was mixed. They were wings. A pair of wings ran along Odd Eye's back and flanks and spread side by side. Blood spray flew backward. The wings, like blades laid on their sides, split the air's resistance. She got it. From somewhere, he heard the auditory illusion of something being cut. At the same time, Odd Eye accelerated further. For an instant, Enkrid felt his innards shoved straight back. A knight's body is not the same as an ordinary person's. Even for him, it had been a long time since he'd felt this. The end of the sensation of leaving his guts behind as he went forward. A centaur with jet-black eyes wide open was right in front of his nose. He was within reach if he swung. Instinct and intuition, training and tempering. As all was brought to a point, Enkrid's arm moved. The blade, joined to Odd-Eye's tearing sprint, flew crosswise. Bang! The sound came late. Before it, Enkrid's dawn had burst the centaur's body. Though the true silver blade had cut precisely, the body burst. The speed of the charge had been transmuted into destructive power. The monsters had their rumps caught. Enkrid felt ecstasy in the sense of speed, and the centaur pack felt terror and dread. Chapter 854. Ecstasy surged from the speed of the gallop. His brain felt electrified. For a moment he forgot everything and sank into it. Fun. After cutting down the first one and passing through, Odd-Eye executed a maneuver no ordinary rider would even dare attempt, and did it as if nothing. He met the wind with his left wing, used that force to cant his body and twist right. At the Tunoveloit, don't copy, read here, same time, he struck the ground with his left hind hoof. Every motion was as deft as Rem throwing an axe. Enkrid shifted his center of gravity to match Odd-Eye's movements. Their hands and feet fit snugly as one. Isn't a mount only complete when the rider helps? Thus the two became of one mind and changed direction. If the first strike was a blade that sliced the tail end, this time it was a spearhead cleaving the enemy's center. Dawn in his right hand, penna in his left. It had been a while since he'd gripped twin blades. The monster pack gaped their maws. Were they shouting something? He couldn't hear it. Enkrid charged. The muscles of both forearms twitched and swelled. Odd-Eye's pace was fast, even for a knight. If he relaxed even a little, both arms would snap like rotten branches. That's part of why it's delightful. With stretched high-speed thought he gathered the surrounding information. He slipped straight into the monsters. The swords in both hands cut, slashed, ripped, and burst everything that caught on them. Fuyit dark. Rem whistled. Fights like that were hard to come by, even to witness. Wings sprouted. Rofad, seeing Odd-Eye, exclaimed. The others were similarly surprised, but the surprise was brief. After that came the scene of Enkrid fighting as one with his mount. Ragnar opened his sleepy eyes. Odin, as always, wore a faint smile and called upon the Lord. Bless and bless again, Teresa murmured with a lilt. She recalled the night of God spoken of in the Holy War. When the army of demons barred the way, there was a knight who rode the horse given by God and charged. Bang! Boom! Each time a report burst, black blood and centaur pieces flew into the sky. With every stride Enkrid took, wherever Odd-Eye tore through, air split and circular shock waves popped. Though they stood a fair distance away, the rip-rip of sundered air thumped in their ears in succession. He's exhilarated, Tamer said. The distance was too great to read his mind, but at this level you could tell just by looking. Looks head-spinning to me, Pell muttered. He put himself in Enkrid's place. Could you move properly at that speed? To swing, thrust, and break through like that? What would you need? Your instantaneous judgment has to be fast, and the body must be sturdy. On top of that, you'd have to mobilize all 5 senses to receive and recognize the surrounding information in real time. High-speed cognition. Bell had that too. He was a knight as well. Only if told to do it like Enkrid, only effort is the answer. Pell muttered. Without realizing it, his honest insides popped out. Rofud too found the same scene striking. His view differed from Pell's. He didn't put himself in Enkrid's place. Instead, he drew the situation as if looking down from above. You don't need to strike a weak point, you just split the place that forms the core. If you have enough force, that works. From a strategic standpoint, yes. No, without being that extreme, you can still burrow into the proper spot. Enkrid broke through the very center of the centaur pack and struck the head of the largest centaur at the front. The thing resisted. It drew out something long and swung it. Too far to see clearly, but the result was visible. Enkrid brushed past, and another monster burst. If that weren't an engraved weapon, the sword wouldn't have endured. So Rofod judged. You'd feel that much rebound when you swung. It's natural if you swing a sword while sprinting like that. Even with a lance charge, if the point of impact wavers, it's common for the attacker's arm to break or ribs to crack. Of course, for a knight whose strength has left humanity behind, the situation differs. As expected, because he's kept his body trained, Audin murmured. Would Audin fail to see what Rofod saw? He felt satisfied at having passed on what he had to Enkrid. From Heart of Beast to now, it's been long. At that, Rem folded his arms and added words. He, too, felt a pride akin to that of the Bear Beastmen, and at the same time judged that he, more than anyone, had contributed most to the captain's skill. If he couldn't keep his focus, he would have been unhorsed. Ragnar put in a word as well. He toyed with his sword's grip as he spoke. Their eyes didn't meet, but the momentum of the three changed. Their fighting spirits traded back and forth. All three insist their own claim is right. Each plans to smack the other two if they get cheeky. The three are of one mind. The Dragonkin added commentary. Those words only made the three's momentum more ferocious. What's of one mind, Comparing you two and me is ill-mannered. Learn manners too, Dragonkin. Lizard brother, the Lord wishes to converse with you. The Dragonkin nodded. He only said, indeed. He had no belligerence, no jealousy. His race rarely showed emotion. Thus he simply accepted, matter-of-factly, the killing intent the three sent his way. There were no words from Lua Gon, who had been restraining him. She only rolled her eyes again and again. Whether they fought or not, now was the time to take Enkrid's performance into her eyes. For her, nothing else mattered now. Indeed, Shinar added only a small murmur of admiration. Without Enkrid, she rarely tossed jokes. Naturally, whether the three fought or not, she had no interest. Same with what the Dragonkin said. Wasn't now the time to take it in? So it was that one Frock and one Fairy became spectators. Dunbakel was among those most astonished by the wings. She had been driven from the village where she lived, but spent her childhood in the world of the beastmen. When a monster's blood is mixed, it becomes a beastman, and if the hand of God touches it, it becomes a divine beast. Child of Creamhalt. Creamhalt is the god of the beastmen, symbol of struggle and of propagation, who helps all things to revive. Thus some human or other race scholars call Creamhalt a god of spring, but to beastmen he is the only god, so such words are meaningless. He watches the four seasons, the sky and the earth, the rising sun and the moon that lights the night. These are all other faces of Creamhalt. A divine beast is a child that inherits the divinity Creamhalt scattered. That was beastman common sense as she knew it, and a divine beast is legend. So this was her first time seeing one with her own eyes. A horse that flies the sky. You've inherited Pegasus's blood. The Dragonkin, looking at the three who in the end did not draw their weapons, spoke. Having lived cut off from the present, it was no different from having leapt straight over from the past. A being that appears on the continent only in legend was not so unfamiliar to the Dragonkin. He'd even kept company with one once. Of course, seeing wings sprout all of a sudden was a first even for him. A normal Pegasus would have borne wings since youth. With bang-bang-like reports, the centaur pack was all shredded and blown apart, and it didn't take that long before the fight was over. In the middle, one peeled out of the pack to flee, but Odd-Eye, in mid-run, sprang and half flew through the sky. Catching the wind on his wings in midair, he showed something like a glide. He flashed up and then dove from above to below. Enkrid, from the air, drove down and cut the last remaining centaur's head on the diagonal. Left alone, they were ones that would have rampaged across this stretch of land like a festering wound. In a way, though not quite natural enemies, they were a tricky foe for the party to take here and now, but a single horse and a single night cleared them. Odd-Eye folded his wings and, with Enkrid riding him, returned. Pinkish steam rose from Odd-Eye's back when he got back. From the heat pouring off his body, sweat and blood evaporated. Enkrid was similar. He too sent up steam from his body and said, "Too fast," and then added, "That's how fun it was." It was a sense of speed hard to experience in a human body. Frankly, even with the body of a decent knight, it would be a strain. He'd somehow managed to swing his swords. Enkrid repeated to himself inside, "How did I pull that off?" Half drunk on it, he just did it. Naturally, it was the time of experience and training stacked before that made it possible. He knew that well enough. Perk. Odd-Eye shook himself left and right. It sounded like, "Get down." Enkrid tapped Odd-Eye's head with his left hand, set his hand on his back, and slid off to the side as if rolling. His thighs quivered. He'd braced too hard to keep from slipping. He'd endured because he'd kept his body trained till now. Otherwise I would have fallen long ago. Fur off. Odd-Eye's excitement had not subsided. He had, because of the hump that had formed on his back, endured pain all this time. A wild horse who overcame the blood of monsters felt release. The world seemed entirely his, and he brimmed with enough strength to do anything. A clogged channel burst open. A snarled knot came loose. "Run more?" Before the dragonkin even spoke, Enkrid read that heart. Their communion had been deep before, but now it felt as if their hearts simply connected. Odd-Eye looked at Enkrid. Their eyes met, one red, one blue. "Do as you please. I won't stop you." Enkrid did not treat Odd-Eye as a beast. This horse was a friend and a member of the Order. Odd-Eye slammed the ground as if delighted. With popping reports, he tore off to one side. Building speed as he ran, he became a single line and cut the horizon. Buoyed by the speed of the winged horse running beneath the sunlit sky, he took to the air. Flap! The sound seemed to reach them. In truth, he had already opened a distance where they could no longer hear. Odd-Eye flew up into the sky. Enkrid, too, riding up there earlier, had for a moment experienced hovering in the air, and it was a wondrous sight indeed. Odd-Eye had already become a dot and vanished from view. Amusing. Ram ended the situation in a single word. Tamers and Dunbakel yammered at Enkrid about how he was Creamhalt's child, how he was blessed, how that was Pegasus. Enkrid answered plainly, "Odd-Eye is Odd-Eye." The dragonkin found this man even more interesting. "Is it all right to let him disappear like that? I think he'll come back, but if that's what Odd-Eye wants, he wouldn't stop him." This applied to everyone, an answer just as striking as ever. An ordinary human would not act with that sincerity. The dragonkin knew that too. "You're saying now that even if I bugger off to the west, you won't come looking again," Ragnar said. "And you go on back to Zon, bury your face in your mommy's chest and have a cry." Naturally, Ram didn't back down and shot back. "You might as well return to the Red Cloak Order, no? Since we're headed south anyway." He must have learned by watching those two. Pell picked a fight with Rofod. Rofod stroked his mount's mane and answered, Words of a yokel who herds sheep on the wilds. I can barely hear you. Yokel. Who, me? Once Pell had bested Rofod with words. Now Rofod held the edge. Situations change at any time. The air among them quietly heated up. If you wanted a reason, showed me something fun, Enki. Luagarn's murmur was the answer. The fight Enkrid had shown had heated their blood. The only ones still calm were the dragonkin, the fairy, and the frog. The party moved on. Though they hurled savage words, they did not trade blows. Let's go. The brief happening was over. Monsters and the like, if you travel this land, running into them easily is only natural. It was only in this area that such things felt rare, thanks to the border guard's safe road. A day passed, and dark clouds began to gather overhead. Odd-Eye did not return, and whether because of something Enkrid had shown, or because it was simply their nature, everyone's blood had yet to cool. As if to speak for that still-hot blood, Dunbakel said, if only monsters would come pouring out from somewhere. Compared to the east, the continent was peaceful. All the more so, the border guard's influence had reduced both monsters and bandits. Whether a god had granted her wish, in the west they say words take root. Rem, who'd been trading barbs with Ragna since morning and felt his energy deflate, picked up her words. He too was bored. Why do words take root? Dunbakel asked back. It's a saying, you stupid beastman. Ram drew his axe. Ahead, a pack of monsters came barreling toward them. What formed the core? Human-faced dogs. Between them he saw a pack of wolf beastmen. No, these were not ordinary beastmen. They're big. Ragna dismounted as he spoke. He toyed for a moment with the thought of sending his mount in like Odd-Eye in a charge. But that was a death sentence for the horse. So he wouldn't. Not beastmen, but monsters. Dire wolves, Luagarn said. She had much experience facing monsters and beastmen alike. The dragonkin did not step into the fight, became a spectator, and stopped. For whatever reason, Enkrid stopped beside him. Fiancé, Got. You look deep in thought. Thanks to Odd-Eye's sudden flight, he and Shinar were sharing a single mount with Shinar in front. Seated before him, Shinar felt Enkrid's deliberation. She was a fairy, in sensitivity, likely the keenest of her race. That sword. As the onrushing monsters were mere background, she spared them no thought. Those with heated blood would of their own accord go racing out to greet them. Enkrid, looking at Shinar's right hip, said, How long have you used it? Shinar stroked her scabbard. To her, a sword was a close friend. It had never once betrayed her, and never would. Over 400 years. Shinar, recalling the day she first received the sword, realized she'd misspoken. Not 400, 40 years. Saying it had been over 40 years was no lie. She'd said it was over 40. 440 or 50. There was no lie in saying it was over 40. Enkrid let Shinar's slip go in one ear and out the other. Communion. He sank into a single thought. Communion with Odd-Eye had given him a puzzle. Enkrid set his hand on Dawn's grip. An engraved weapon is part of a knight. And so, though it is lifeless metal, they commune. It has been over 40 years, fiancé. I correct my words. Forget what I said before. His side, Shinar asserted again. Chapter 855. No matter what Shinar said, Enkrid was already sunk deep into his own thoughts. About half. He felt his communion with Dawn tempering was lacking. As if only half of it connected. What about with Penna? That one had felt like a guest from the very start. That was what his trained senses told him. Saying it was exactly half felt awkward, but what was certain was that he felt a lack. Is there a reason? Was it that the sword refused to open its heart? Or was his own attitude the problem? Was it lack of skill? Lack of talent? His thinking dove straight to the core, down to the depths, and he searched his past for an answer. Whether it's the right answer or the wrong one, humans are always wandering in search of the right one. Enkrid was human. Naturally, he too wanted an answer. He kept gripping and releasing the hilt of dawn, tempering. Kikyo! Up ahead, Rem, thrilled, was swinging his axe. His shout cut Enkrid's ruminations for a moment. Enkrid lifted his head and sent his gaze forward. A dire wolf is a monster that can bite a grown man in half. The head of such a house-sized wolf flew up into the air. The monster from the west lopped the wolf's head clean off. His axing was so fast and fierce that the decapitated wolf, not knowing it was dead, struck with its forepaw at the spot where Rem had been. Boom! The ground blew open. Dirt spattered and vomited pain. If the earth had senses, that's how it would have felt. With a single kick, the wolf's body listed sideways and collapsed. With a thud, the ground rang. A hefty carcass. Black blood poured everywhere like rain and soaked the ground. Before they knew it, the sunlight had faded and the day was choked with a dingy air. The sky was packed with black clouds and pitch dark. It was a day when you'd be hard-pressed to find any trace of the noonday sun. Rem bared his front teeth in a grin at the monster he'd killed. Come more, yeah? Come on, more. He was reveling in the fight, rampaging. Was Rem the only one rampaging? Of course not. Pell, who had slipped into the pack of human-faced dogs, drew his idle slayer, planted a foot on the forepaw of the wolf that targeted him, and sprang upward. In that same motion, the black blade chopped down as if splitting along the crown of the wolf's head. The marriage of the blade's sharpness and his power split the monster's head into two. The blade moved like living lightning. It cut and split and came back out. Balancing in the air, Pell kicked one half of the severed wolf's head and dropped back to the ground. One per strike. An attack worthy of Pell, who swings a kill-for-certain blade, a sure-kill sword, every time. A technique that fit him and his sword too well. The blades gotten blacker. Even as he watched, Enkrid contemplated. An answer didn't come easily. No. It felt like pondering a question that had no answer to begin with. Why is God harsh to humans? Why can this land not escape the influence of monsters and the demon lands? It was no different from throwing out such questions and chasing answers. So should he just stand here and brood? No, there was no need. Enkrid shook off the brooding. He didn't gnaw on problems that couldn't be solved immediately. He went past suppressing the instinct to demand an answer and simply released it. He would remember, but not let it lodge deep in his heart. Enkrid could do that. What he lacked right now, he could take time and find a way, just as he always had. Dawn tempering is a sword Eitri forged. It was also a sword that held his will. There was an answer. Not knowing it now didn't mean there was a problem. If my talent is the problem, then he'd seek out the lack and fill it, as, again, he always had. Enkrid turned his gaze to his unit's fight. It was truly exhilarating to see. And impressive. And there was much to learn. And a string of moments to admire besides. The sky looked as if soot had come down. Through that, Ragnar's sunrise drew a line across the earth. Looks like Odd-Eye's charge left an impression. Enkrid said it with a sparkle in his eyes as he watched. He's shaken off his brooding. The dragonkin said it as if savoring a sight. You don't have to say it. Dragonkin. I can read my fiancée's heart too. Shina said from beside him. Enkrid let the two's words in one ear and out the other, and fixed his gaze. This was a moment that demanded focus. Lose it for a moment and you'd lose him from your sight. Ragnar slipped between three giant wolf monsters. It was a slash wholly focused on speed. The base was Oara's linking sword, with severing mixed in. He accelerated the will coursing through his body and hammered both feet into the ground. Bending knees and ankles, then straightening them, he sprang forward as if being launched. He looked half airborne, about to fly. Should one call him a genius, after all? He took what had struck him deeply and embodied it exactly with his body. In place of mounted charge, he showed a divine skill with his own 2 legs. More precisely, did he even mix in the torque of twisting his torso? Into a slash thrown on the run, he stuffed the gallop of a mounted charge. Ragnar flaunted his talent. Sunrise drew an orange line, and everything caught on that line burst. Of course he couldn't keep running endlessly like Odd Eye. He only spiked his speed for an instant. Good. Enkrid admired it. There were more amusing sights after that. This time, it was Odin. He too, after watching Odd Eye, crafted a new technique. They were the sort who, once deeply impressed, showed it immediately in their bodies and faces. You could tell that much without even climbing inside their heads. Even without being dragonkin, it wasn't hard to infer their intent and hearts. They were ones he had shared a great many things with. One of those people moved now. Odin. Rotation. Enkrid had taken the basics of his technique called vortex from the principles of Valaf-style martial art. Odin knew that too. He spun his body like a top, then thrust himself out to one side. It was a way of condensing rotational force and sending it in one direction. Different from vortex, but similar in principle. If Ragnar drew a line of speed with Sunrise, Odin used his body in place of a blade. Frankly, it wasn't even a blade. Brutish, but efficient. Odin became a boulder of iron. Boom! Air burst and tore along the path he passed. The boulder punched straight through 8 monsters. 5 had their bodies run through. 3 were caught in the vortices born of Odin's instant acceleration and were ripped apart and killed. Kayak. Gang. Monsters with a height greater than a giant's quailed in terror. So then, who's the monster now? Was that what they wanted to say? Would Rem be any different? He too paused his axing, and taking what he'd felt from watching Odd Eye, digested it in his own way and showed it. The barbarian from the west drew a hand axe bound with cords twisted from beast hide and sinew. He didn't make long bounds like Ragnar and Odin. He regulated his breath, made a short dash, then gathered that force and threw the axe. A residual image lingered where he moved. The curious thing was that the motion broke into parts so that the afterimages looked like a continuous sequence. It all happened from barely 5 paces away, like a mirage. He stamped the ground with his left foot, drew his right hand back, then shot it forward. At the end of the motion, his body curled forward, as if he'd wrung every muscle in it. In that way Rem hurled the throwing axe he held in his right hand. All the muscles of his body swelled as if exploding, then released. His sorcerous power surged in step with it. Bang! The axe turned into a disc and detonated the air. Before that report reached them, the axe edge had already punched through a wolf's skull. Enkrid's eyes sparkled. The sun, hidden by the black clouds, nested in his 2 eyes. He loaded the hand axe with the force he'd stored from pounding the ground. Rem threw the axe in his right hand by wringing every muscle in his body. He did that dynamic sequence while running. With a running start, he could have jumped farther. Rem loaded that power into the axe he threw. Hence, the result. Well, a sling is better. Rem straightened his posture and muttered. If you're going to throw something to begin with, you use centrifugal force. So throwing a hand axe like this is something you'll rarely resort to unless it's absolutely necessary. For those 3, that was play. Watching them, Enkrid felt his blood boil anew. They're pushing and pulling each other, spurring one another on. The dragonkin said, "That's that man's greatest trait." Luagarn added, "No objection that he's a stimulating man." Shinar said it at Enkrid's side for him to hear. Rofod and Teresa and even Dunbakel had joined the fight. The battle was one-sided. It was close to a massacre. Before coming here, Dunbakel had received a sword forged by a dwarf. Her sword was a curved scimitar, longer than before, and a clear wave pattern ran along the blade. The dwarf, handing the sword over, had been confident it wouldn't break under most circumstances. Recently, a metal called Muyang steel, literally formless steel, came in from Demsan. In terms of hardness alone, it's not inferior to true iron. One of its features, they said, was that even without blackening it separately at night, it blended with its surroundings so the blade was hard to see. The dark ash blade had the property of absorbing light. Dunbakel didn't know or care about the rest. That the sword was sturdy, that delighted her greatly. Good. I like it. On the way, hadn't she drawn her sword again and again, stroking the blade and showing how taken she was? Her feet were quick to begin with. Dunbakel, like a lightning bolt, zigzagged across the field. That speed couldn't be compared to Odd-Eye's gallop, but it was very fast. Even a knight, if the least bit careless, would lose her movement from sight. Few monsters could react to Dunbakel's movement. Running, Dunbakel swung, using the elasticity of her whole body. A blade carrying full power drew a half circle. It was packed with force and speed. The killing power was sufficient. Splorch. In her wake, a human-faced dog split vertically and sprayed vile entrails and black blood. Whirling and whirling, her blade rampaged on, cutting a dozen more monsters in succession. "Ha ha ha! I am Saint Dunbakel!" Dunbakel shouted in glee. "You've lost it." Rem tossed a jab. The battle was short, thick, and hot. A day when the dingy sky hid the sun. Only black blood and a fishy reek hung in the air. With Odd-Eye absent from the ranks, the mount snorted and stamped as if uneasy. "It's fine, it's fine." In Odd-Eye's stead, Shinar patted the mount. She was a fairy. Outwardly trained not to show emotion, she could seem numb, but no race was more sensitive to others' feelings. A horse's skittishness is something fairies are familiar with. Because of that sensitivity, hadn't she trained to kill her emotions since childhood? Shh, shh. It's fine. No one will get this far. While she soothed the mount, and they moved on, a pack like this popped up 2 more times. A considerable number. Still, Viscount Harrison's domain should be fine. Rem's assault unit should be garrisoned there. Rofod said it while wiping a blade soaked in black blood, muttering that he was glad he'd brought several cloths for wiping blades. He enjoys analyzing force composition, so it's a habit and a hobby. By his lights, Rem's assault unit wouldn't be beaten by a monster unit like the one that just charged. If luck turned, a few might die, but they weren't the sort to retreat because men die. There just aren't any who'd get beaten at all. Within the border guard standing Army's order of battle, there was no unit that would be beaten by monsters of this level. Rofod broadly oversaw standing army training. In this group, few knew the state of the standing army's training as well as Rofod did. "You mean we don't have to stop by?" Maybe it was the black clouds, but an ominous feeling came over them. He felt it would be better to revise the plan to visit the Viscounty and press straight on. If the Viscounty were even a little in danger, they couldn't, of course. Rofod's judgment can be trusted. This was different from Ragnar guiding the way. Ragnar was always curious about everything around him. That was both his strength and his flaw. If you're at the level of a knight, you should sublimate flaws into strengths. There's a reason he's called a calamity for nothing. Enkrid thought well of Viscount Harrison. More than an ally, he respected the man's intent and will. Therefore, if he were in danger, Chris would step in. The Viscounty puts out a good wine. Chris had put care into protecting him. All of that had led to the stationing of standing troops, and Rofod was speaking with that in mind, with a standing army behind them as they set out. If trouble arose, Chris would act. If they got done in by this level, all the effort I put in would have been for nothing. Rem twisted his mouth as he said it. If the men of the Ream assault unit heard, they'd foam at the mouth, but viewed coolly. Rem had invested an extraordinary amount into cultivating his unit. If Odin was the best at building up the soldiers' stamina and bodies, then Rem was unsurpassed in tempering their mental strength. Ragnar and Jackson, from the start, weren't used to teaching large numbers. The party moved on. Enkrid seated Shinar in front. Even after 2 days, Odd Eye did not return. Instead, monsters flocked to them in droves. The sky packed with black clouds went on into a second day, and then the rain came. Even though it was midday, the sky was pitch black. At first the drops fell in a drizzle, but they grew steadily thicker. The rain went on for a while. The party drew on oil-treated hoods and the like. The road toward the south was strange. It was filled with an ominous, unsettling, gloomy air. Not that that meant Enkrid's party got entangled with that ill omen. "How is it, fiancé? Splendid, isn't it?" Beside him, Shinar, uncharacteristically for a fairy, spoke with shining eyes. The cloak gifted by the city Kirhays shed rainwater on its own. "What's there to say?" Enkrid affirmed her, and the dragonkin opened his mouth again beside them. "That fairy, as expected, says she is his only mate." At this point, Luagarn could only suspect that this dragonkin bastard simply enjoyed reading others' insides and saying them out loud. Rem snickered. Ragnar gave a quiet snort. All the cloaks of the Mad Order of Knights came from the fairy city. More than half the order wore cloaks that sloughed off rain as if ignoring all this unrest and ill omen. Chapter 856. It's raining. Ingus was the one who said it first, and Cyprus answered him. Yes, it is. Was that a good thing? Judging by the current situation, it was correct to see it as something good. At least the griffins wouldn't be flying. Cyprus looked not at griffin riders, but at the masses of drowned corpses rising from the earth. On the southern front, a rainy day was always the worst. Many soldiers cursed as soon as they saw the rain falling in the morning. Fatigue piles up. Not just himself, all soldiers stationed at the front would be feeling the same. Instead of fireballs, ice spears, or boulders thrown down by griffin riders, it was now raindrops falling from the sky that met the ground and conceived and birthed the drought. At this point, the griffins weren't the problem. The evil spirits and drowned that appeared inside the camp, the ghouls prowling outside, the gnolls hiding their presence, those were the problems now. Too many monsters. For Cyprus or the Night Order, they weren't a threat, but to the ordinary soldiers they were real danger. Nothing was easy. The southern front, if compared to a human body, was like one covered in wounds and disease. Should I ask the goddess of fate? Really, is this how it would be? Is this serious? Cyprus did not argue with the heavens. Instead, he carved a new oath upon his heart. There's a foreboding air filling this place. Ingus spoke again. The soldiers will feel it too. They are veterans who have survived countless battles. There is no way they won't sense such ominous air, so don't force the morale up. Ingus blinked. Shouldn't they be encouraging the soldiers at times like this? If he was being told not to do something so natural, there had to be a reason. What should one do? if one doesn't know the answer? One should ask. Ingus opened his mouth. What should we do in times like this? He had recently become a knight. In terms of leading a unit, he was still inexperienced, whatever his individual skill. That was how it looked in Cypress' eyes. Ingus knew that too, and whenever he didn't know something, he asked his master, just like now. Asking was a good attitude. It proved he wasn't intoxicated by omnipotence, wasn't consumed by arrogance, and hadn't lost curiosity. Wait for the opportunity. Master Cypress stroked his beard, now damp from the rain. Wait, Ingus echoed him, and Cypress raised the hand that had been stroking his beard and made a gesture as if thrusting forward. If no opening shows itself, then make one. There was no need to encourage anyone by force. What was needed was a feat like stepping forward and cutting off the enemy commander's head. The commander of Rehinstetten wouldn't come fight them directly. He only sent monsters from the demon realm above and released griffin riders. If they had engaged in open battle, they wouldn't be suffering like this now. What the Southern Front needed now was combat. If Cypress or Inges, or the third knight among them, were to cut off the enemy commander's head, the mood of the army would naturally recover. Or showing something equivalent to that might work as well. As the power of the holy relic grew faint, the ominous air within the camp was about to take shape as monsters. If, on top of that, morale sank completely, a battle lost before it even begins, they'd taken a hit. He wanted to see the face of the bastard in the south who'd come up with this trick. Before taking it, he hadn't known. But now that he'd been hit, he understood. It's a plan built stone by stone. He'd experienced similar situations before. And each time, what had he done? You push through with might. If you lack wit, solve it with strength. Cypress organized his thoughts and went over the new oath he'd carved. Among the knights, the first to die will be me. An oath is the foundation of a knight's will. He was the guardian deity who built oaths and protected the front line, at least in the eyes of the soldiers and Inges. Yes, master. Inges bowed his head and answered. Once again he carved his master's teaching into his heart. Cypress' teachings were short, but he'd long since grown used to reading the depth behind them. It was Cypress who had guided him to become a knight in the first place. The ominous air still hung over the front. The only piece of better news, perhaps, was that last night the king himself had come out with the royal army. They would meet the drowned corpses born from the raindrops in the place of the weary southern troops. The mad knights wore cloaks embroidered with tears shaped like fortress walls. Before long, those dark green cloaks had become their emblem. Nearly all members of the order wore them. Enkrid's was a little more special, but the others' cloaks were also enough to repel rain. Except for Timer's and Luagarn, even the cloaks gifted by fairies were enough to keep them dry. The cloaks repelled rain and didn't soak easily. As long as they pulled up their hoods, made of oiled, double-stitched leather, they'd keep their heads dry as well. The dragonkin had no cloak at all, and let the rain soak his entire body without a care. The dragonkin were a race untouched by disease. Rain could not harm them. It was the dignity of a species born already able to wield will, though in his case, that dignity was nowhere to be found. "Why can't that mouth of yours stop talking?" Luagarn muttered. The dragonkin didn't even look back and answered, "Because it doesn't have to." Truly the words of an arrogant race. The dragonkin had just read her mind earlier, and had spoken out loud the thought she'd kept to herself, that her partner was hers alone. Shinar had nodded indifferently and acknowledged it. "Of course I'm the only one." Whatever a dragonkin said, Shinar too was long past the bounds of normalcy. Even by fairy standards, she was, and everyone here knew it. So when she said that with a straight face, none of them were surprised. Shinar accepted the dragonkind's words. There was no reason to hide her thoughts. "You said it wasn't easy to weave the thread," Enkrid muttered, letting her words pass casually. The cloak adjusted itself to fit his body, blocked most attacks, and shook off rain. He remembered what one of the dryads, her light green eyes shining, had told him. "This fabric carries the essence of our clan." The clan she spoke of meant the dryads. Even among the fairies, there were several distinct clans, each with its own special skills. There are plenty of odd fairies, like that wood guard who burns tobacco. Thinking of the blacksmith who had repaired Penna, it struck him that such people were simply passionate about their craft. Enkrid touched and released the grip of Penna, sheathed diagonally at his right hip. Idle thoughts. A gap born of leisure. Even with the rain pouring, Enkrid felt neither stifled nor gloomy. If rain alone could shake his heart, he would have long since been stuck living in some today. If not that, he'd have died before repeating another. He wasn't perfectly serene, but keeping his composure was one of his specialties. His dry way of provoking others came from that same temperament. "I'm only grateful for being given a cloak that fits my body," Auden murmured, his face openly showing joy. The fairy's gift had been heartfelt. They'd even tailored a cloak to fit his size. It was the first clothing gift he'd ever received. Back when he was a monk, he'd had to patch together 3 robes himself just to get one that fit. "Yeah, surprising how well it fits," Rem muttered. Auden found it strange wearing a cloak instead of a blanket, but satisfying nonetheless. Teresa rubbed the cloak's fabric between her thumb and forefinger. The texture was truly unique. Even in weather like this, it wasn't damp. Not only did it keep the wearer dry, but the air inside remained cool and fresh. It was a feat of fairy weaving and magic alike. "If you want to light a fire, just tell me. I am a fairy who commands flame, after all." Shinar lifted her chin slightly. That much pride rivaled the dragonkind's arrogance. "Nay." A horse whinnied, spooked by the ominous air mixed into the rain. Shinar patted the horse's head. By no means a pleasant or joyful journey. It was gloomy, ominous, dreary, and stifling. But somehow they seemed a step removed from it all. They joked and traded nonsense. No one complained of headaches, nor did their bodies feel heavy. Even while talking and laughing, their pace never slowed. They kept walking steadily. The road wasn't difficult to find. With a few mountain peaks to their left, all they had to do was go straight ahead, and as long as it wasn't Ragna navigating by the sunrise, they'd be fine. "If you think we're lost, wake me up." Ragna said something pointless, then began to doze. "All right," Enkrid answered without much thought. Once the plains ended, they had to cross rolling hills. The ground was covered in short shrubs, and to the left stretched a forest. If they veered far east from here, they would reach the Harrison barony. It was said that the farther south one went, the more drowned corpses appeared. When it rains, drowned ones rise from everywhere. Especially on days like this. When the rain lasted long, it was the best time for them to act. That was the conclusion of countless scholars who had observed, tested, and studied it. The drowned are born from water. The demon realm had spread its forcibly sown seeds across the continent. Those seeds, watered by rain, conceived and birthed bastards. The drowned. The air and rain scattered by the demon realm did that. Some scholars even called them the vanguard of the demon realm's assault on the continent. "Damn, they're coming out so many, it's annoying," Ram said, looking at the oncoming horde of drowned. Fighting them wasn't even real fighting. They were just filth blocking the road. At least, that was how it was for these people. The miasma, the monsters, the gloom. Rem was used to all of it. The West was no place pleasant for humans to live. Sudden shifts in climate were common. To him, this weather was nothing unusual. Better than near the silence. He'd grown up right next to the demon realm called silence. If he were weak enough to be shaken by this kind of foulness, he wouldn't have been able to handle magic at all. He was as solid and sturdy as when he'd left the border guard. Rem narrowed his eyes and let his axe hand drop. Rainwater ran down his forearm and along the axe blade. Rain alone would never rust his weapon. The axe he held was a descending weapon, imbued with sorcery that throbbed like a living heart, the blade quivering. "Eh? Don't you think so?" Rem smirked and asked, but it wasn't a question that sought an answer. He tensed his arm muscles, watching distorted figures rise within the rain. Even with rain and mist blurring his vision, Enkrid counted the number of monsters blocking the way ahead. It wasn't difficult. A knight's sight wasn't hindered by this much. As for gauging head count, he'd done that countless times as a scout, risking half his life. He drew an imaginary circle, counted the drowned inside it, then expanded the circle to estimate the total. Over 200? A lot? Yes. A lot. Enough that a normal merchant caravan would call it disaster, or turn and flee on sight. But not for them. Well, I'd like to stretch my body too, but until Odd Eye returns, I can't leave my post. Shinar spoke. Only a fairy could calm the uneasy horses. She still went around, patting their heads, soothing the pack animals carrying their supplies. "Then I will." Luagarn stepped forward. The southern rain was heavy, cold, and hard, but Frock enjoyed any rain. That's why only she and the dragonkin wore no cloaks. Even so, rain from near the demon realm was never pleasant. But did that matter? She tapped the dragonkin's elbow and said, "Ever heard of friendship fees, Timares?" "What's that?" "Some new concept. It means getting paid gold for keeping someone company." "I won't be taking gold from you, so you'll have to give me something else." At her words, Timares thought briefly, then said, "You wish me to transform into a woman and become that man's partner?" "What kind of thought process leads to that conclusion?" Shinar, who had been watching, snapped. She abandoned her usual emotionless fairy mask and raised her brows. Such an expression wasn't rare for her anymore, but the anger was clear. Of course, compared to humans, it was only a faint twitch and lift of her eyebrows. Luagarn puffed her cheeks and chuckled. "Fight. Clear what blocks the path of the one you follow. Timares, time to pay for the fun." The dragonkin nodded without hesitation. "So be it. A trade meant give and take." The dragonkin understood the concept. To be a friend or comrade, one must pay the price. Enkrid drew his sword. He forgot all about the lack of communion. The monsters ahead would receive his blade. What kind of power did this rain carry? Unknown to him. Perhaps the demon realm's nearness was the reason. At the center of the drowned horde, the current gathered, and a translucent spirit appeared. A water wraith. Somewhere between drowned corpse and spectre, it was regarded among common soldiers and mercenaries as a harbinger of death itself. "Shall we move a bit faster?" Enkrid saw no reason to slow down for rain. "That one's mine," Dunbakel shouted and leapt forward. Her steps were so light that the rain exploded and scattered wherever she passed, like dandelion seeds. "That brat," Rem pouted, having lost the first move. Several drowned noticed Dunbakel and swung their hands. Purple-stained claws tore through the air. Dunbakel crouched, sprang up, and crushed one drowned's head underfoot. Splat! The head burst, mixing black blood with the rainwater. Dunbakel soared as if flying, and came face to face with the water wraith. Then, with her will-infused scimitar, she split the spirit that held the center. It happened within a couple of breaths. Swift, sharp, and bold strikes. As the spirit died, it sent blades of water slashing in all directions, but the beast woman, nimble as she was, deflected them mid-air with her scimitar, landed, and rolled to evade the rest. When the drowned lunged between, she alternated blade, foot, and fist, cutting and smashing heads and torsos alike. "Ha! I am the fairest beauty of the East, Dunbakel," she spun on the spot, shouting. With that spin, water sprayed outward in a whirl. Her cloak clung to her body, moving with her. Maybe she meant to give herself a new nickname every time she fought. "Noisy," Ragnar muttered, stepping forward. "She sure lies boldly when it can't be verified." Rem chuckled. This time, it was almost cute. The East, was it even a place for people? Few would call her a beauty after catching her stench. It didn't take long to clean up the 200 drowned. The group broke through the horde and continued without resting even through the night. Though the rain thinned, it never stopped. It was a dreary day with no chance of clear skies, almost as if God was favoring the demon realm. The farther south they went, the thicker the ominous air grew, and the monster attacks never ceased. Naturally, neither did their march. Chapter 857 monsters really did keep bursting out without end. This what? An ambush? That was Riem, who sensed the enemy from the vibrations through his soles. It was a pack of scalers lying in wait with the ground dug out. They were the ones who charged astride the giant worms people called worms. Because of the rainwater, their ambush was meaningless. Of course, even if it hadn't been raining, they would have been noticed. They shot up from the earth trying to encircle the party, but it was useless. Rem stepped up, hewed, sliced, killed, and passed on through. Hordes of ghouls and drowned came surging as a matter of course. Every so often, variants appeared, several ghouls clumped into one, as big as a dire wolf. A giant made of flesh, you might say. "Hey, churchman, your friend." Rem's mouth ran as tirelessly as ever. "The Lord wonders after my brother's well-being. Oh, Father, do we send up one poor child of the West?" Teresa picked up that line. Right now, one had to wonder what on earth she and Odin talked about normally. What was supposed to happen now exactly? You two planning my assassination behind my back or what? Look at these bastards. Leaving the bickering pair, Pell and Rofod moved out. "Shall we bet on who kills more?" Pell said as he stepped forward. "Count Sir Odin's cousin over there as 10? Accepted." Naturally, their conversation reached Odin as well. Rem snickered, and Odin, watching the two depart in silence, said, "Please do be sure to return alive, you two." Chilling words. To Pell and Rofod, Odin's words were far scarier than the seditious air of this land. "Return to the Lord's arms! Return to the Lord's arms!" Teresa repeated part of a refrain from a hymn she knew. Dunbakel snickered. Somehow that beast woman's laugh was starting to resemble Rem's. "The rain isn't stopping." Ragnar said it. There was no tension, just dissatisfaction. With the rain falling without let-up, there was no chance to boil anything and eat it. They were down to chewing damp jerky. Ragnar wanted a quality meal. It will fall for quite a while yet. A fine pathfinder reads the sky and weighs the weather. Enkrid had once worked as a pathfinder. He judged the rain wouldn't let up for at least 3 days. Naturally, Ragnar knew nothing of that. He thought a true pathfinder simply walked on whether it rained or not. There was no such thing as losing the way. He'd wander until the destination showed it so. Pell and Rofod's bet ended in a tie. Pell killed Odin's cousin, and Rofod, sweeping the entire field, killed more ghouls and drowned than Pell. Even afterward, monsters kept popping out from somewhere. Of those, the one most impressive to this company was a single gnoll. Even though it didn't come with a pack and attacked alone, it was so. a monster with uncommon craft. A quasi-knight. No, a little short of that? Enkrid saw it that way. It could not naturally wield will, but the monster's unique physicality, motion far beyond a human and inborn muscle, stood in for the will it lacked. It shadowed the party's rear with great stealth. Before that, a few owlbears had used darkness as a bulwark and rushed them, but no one had been surprised then. This knoll was different. It concealed its presence to a degree that called Jackson to mind, even accounting for the wind and coming with the wind at its back. It didn't rush in. It approached calmly, and seeing that it secured a hand's reach distance, it has patience too. That was Enkrid's red, not a common monster. It even had the means to fully exploit the abilities it possessed. A monster that uses its head. A monster that had learned something from humans or some intelligent race. The words of the empires, Night Valfir Valmung, came to mind again. In any case, the knoll that resembled Jackson went for Ragnar in the very rear. An ambush stinking of hunter's stink. The instant Ragnar felt killing intent from behind, he reacted at once. Turning his body back, he loosed a cut that split up time. Accelerated cognition, concentration that entered the world of soundlessness in an instant, and on top of that, the ever-present readiness to cut that bastard Rem the moment he mouthed off. Everything combined in a single strike. As Ragnar's waist turned back, the mount's legs collapsed. It was because he'd made a violent movement in the saddle. Crack-hying! With the sound of a leg breaking came the horse's cry. Even as his posture crumpled, Ragnar's sunrise moved as it was, and split the ambusher who'd come in from behind into two. His center of gravity had slipped, but he put strength into waist and forearms to make up for the lack. It was a movement and swordwork so complete, it was hard to believe it was a slash thrown in a single instant. He wasn't called a genius for nothing. There's all sorts out here. Ragnar said it in the very posture of his extended sword. A greeting as if to say the South was a rough land. Truly curious, that one. Not a tomcat in disguise? Rem joked. That was how stealthy the approach had been. Even the most sensitive fairy in Enkrid had missed it coming. The rain making everything dank around them had played its part. They'd experienced it before, hadn't they? Merely going near the demon realm affected the senses of intelligent beings. The South abutted the demon realm. And though they didn't know it, lately, monsters had been appearing several times more than before. The demon realm's air was spreading this way, and in the South, the demon realm's air was as thick as inside the Thorn Castle walls. Seems the South has a lot of fun things. Pell added a word. Enkrid examined the dead knoll. He moved along a similar track to the ghoul Jerix. A monster that handles will. By now one had to call it familiar. They were on their way to fight the South, yet somehow it felt like monsters were the ones blocking the road. In any case, the destination was now just ahead. Won't the southern front be bursting with monsters once we arrive? Rem had a knack for turning ill omens into words. Everyone thinks that's rotten luck. The dragonkin interpreted everyone's hearts and spoke for them. Luagarn thought this kind of foul rain was truly rare. Rain of the demon realm, is it? This rain carried the demon realm's force. Be that as it may, the company walked diligently and reached the southern border. This front has endured for decades. Rofod spoke, feeling his heart thump. What was this emotion? He didn't know all of it. But one thing he knew for certain. Pride. He had once belonged to the Red Cloak Order. Cyprus was the name of a hero, and the Red Cloak Order that held the South was itself a wall and a bulwark. A knightly order that had been wall and bulwark through long years. One could fairly call it legend. The party saw dozens of tents. Their eyes were drawn to a tall banner between them, bearing a sun and 3 swords. It was the crest of the royal house of Narilia. Shh! Sheets of rain. Who goes there? A soldier with one arm severed barred the party. He was guarding the entrance in the wooden palisade set around the tents. Enkrid saw that gloom no less bleak than the dingy rain ran through the whole unit. For an army that had held out this long, morale was abysmal. It wasn't hard to know why. Here and there lay monster corpses, and the traces of black blood were stark. The spirit the army gave off was ash-gray thick with soot and blackening. Enkrid of the Border Guard. A plain introduction. The soldier blinked. "Who's that?" He stared with those eyes and kept his mouth shut. "Reinforcements." Another soldier beside him said it. At those words, no joy was felt. Still, the ash-gray was all that filled the place. If reinforcements had come, it should have been cause for joy. But there was no sign of it. While Enkrid spoke with the sentries, Audin checked several holy relics that had been set on poles between the palings. Faint. A holy relic by nature meant an object imbued with sanctity. If the relics had done their work, they would seldom have had to fight monsters inside the lines. But they had not. There were many traces of battle. What did the present situation mean? The force the demon realm is scattering shook the relics. The seditious air had rapidly consumed the sanctity layered on the relics. He inferred the process by the result. It was possible because his understanding of sanctity was deep. Maintenance will be needed. A thought to himself. Leave wet iron, and it rusts. In the same way, if maintained, the relics would regain their original strength. Provided there is a priest who first raised that force. If not, then one could raise new relics. The two sentries looked at one another and sent word inside. One of the officers watching from behind the soldiers moved with a limp. It wasn't a quick step. One sentry had no arm, the officer conveying the word limped on a leg. Of the two soldiers, one kept his brows knit the whole time. If he opened his mouth like that, a torrent of curses would likely pour out. A face full of resentment or discomfort. The atmosphere inside the unit was the worst. As they waited to see who had come out, someone wholly unexpected appeared. "We meet again. Ingis." The Red Cloak Order had come out in person. His rain-soaked, faded blonde hair spoke for his current state. One might call it the look of a drowned rat. Even so, the light in his eyes hadn't died. Enkrid watched him closely. "Have you improved?" He said it, judging by various elements, stance, eyes, and so on. "I was fortunate. As for you, Sir Enkrid, I hear you've improved to the point of being unrecognizable." Ingis took the line. The two sentries only rolled their eyes and watched from the side. "What? Why is the knightly order coming out? And Sir Ingis himself?" Soldiers penned up in the south were dull to news of the continent. They were people too busy fighting. Even so, they had heard the name Mad Order of Knights. But only when they saw Ingis come out in person did they grow surprised. On the southern front, the Red Cloak Order's renown stood on par with the god of war. "The situation is quite bad." Ingis extended a hand to guide the way and spoke. "So it seems." "Following after," Enkrid answered. Ingis' gaze swept not only Enkrid, but the entire order. His epithet was the Iron Mask. It was because he seldom showed emotion on his face, and his feelings rarely surged. Even for such an Ingis, his pupils trembled minutely. Frock and a fairy. Those two were unusual, but known already. He also knew Ragna and the Bear Beastman. They were the very ones he'd looked forward to the moment he heard the Mad Order of Knights was coming as reinforcements. And what is that one? Even to a knight's eyes, one person among them was no ordinary sight. His pupils were split vertically. No matter who saw him, he didn't look human, and he walked unbothered though the falling rain soaked him head to toe. His lemon-blonde hair shone faintly, even wet with the demon realm's rain. As expected, uncanny, the Mad Order of Knights' renown was high. The order with such renown bore the name Mad. It wasn't within the bounds of normal. Ingis shook off idle thoughts and at once returned to his original self. Wavering was no good. One must always set a pillar in the heart. That was Ingis' talent. It's not my place to question. Right now, the Southern Front needed even a child's hands. Among those, the Order's reinforcement would be a considerable strength, mad or otherwise. These alone won't change things greatly, though. If this were a battlefield that could be changed by a knight's force, the Master would have done it. What was the greatest problem on the Southern Front now? The enemy flew in the sky, and all this side had in answer were javelins. And that isn't the only problem. If all of this was the South's stratagem, it had struck with splendid precision. The rain still had not stopped. The pattering drops wetted their shoulders. Instead of griffin riders, the rain fell and drowned appeared. The power of the relics raised in the lines grew faint. The wounded increased, and something like a plague was spreading. Nothing was easy. On the Southern Front, enduring was all there was, and even that clearly has its limits. Rehenstetten had not waged open war. They sent agents into Narilia to sow division, and to the front they sent nothing but monster inflation and griffin riders. Based on what he'd heard from the king and what he'd experienced on the front, Ingis pierced the South's aim. Wear them to death, or wait until all the royal houses in Narilia's strength gathered here. Here, on the Southern Front, what was to be done, and what had Cyprus, the Master, carved upon his heart, just as Ingis' thoughts deepened. Chapter 858. Sister, we should step away for a while. Odin said it as he scanned the surroundings. There were many places that stank foul. Meeting the king and facing those who were holding this position, that was for their captain to handle as he saw fit. He had found something more urgent. Odin was a cleric who did not forget his duty. Do not turn away from the sick and the suffering. He was also one who followed the words of his master and father. Yes, Teresa nodded. She too followed the teachings of Scripture. Many commonly called the apostles of war battle-crazed fanatics, but at their root they too believed in God and followed his word. Brother, a moment here, Odin called Enkrid. Ingis's gaze also followed the man who resembled a bear. Enkrid nodded. In his eyes as well, the mood around them was no trifling matter. The disquiet he had felt along the way had all gathered and pooled here. The falling rain ran off along the drainage, but the ill omen that the rain had brought filled the lines and made a lake of it. A lake filled with ill omen, disquiet, ash-gray. Do as you will. Enkrid knew the sanctity the two of them bore. He smelled it too. Dunbakel had long since been pinching her nose. Ishul num marshmell at this rate. Because she spoke while pinching her nose, the meaning didn't quite carry. She said, "At this rate my sense of smell is going to go numb." The dragonkin interpreted it. We all understood at least that much. Luagarn said, "I see?" The dragonkin answered. He asked if this counted as paying a friendship fee too, and Luagarn answered that it did not. Ingis glanced back for a moment and once more steadied his wavering heart. If the body's center wavers, how can one hope the arm will not? It was the basics of swordsmanship. So he had learned. If the heart is straight, the sword is straight. Without wavering, one can swing the sword true. The mind that had briefly wavered at trifling chatter settled once more into upright place. Ingis observed the mad order of knights. Different. It almost gave the illusion that only around them the bleak air did not linger. To put it even more simply, the atmosphere is different. Light, night. Even if one did not know what had just happened, a knight at least should be able to tell from the atmosphere how grave the situation was. But Enkrid was unbothered. Not only he, everyone was the same. "Why can't you smell your own stink?" Enkrid scolded the beast woman. His tone wasn't serious. "Beasts by nature don't notice their own smell. It's why we smear an animal's secretions on our bodies when we hunt him." It was Reem, a seasoned hunter in his past. "You saying you'll smear me with my own droppings?" Dunbakel released her pinched nose as she spoke. She was a knight, too. She knew how to adjust her senses. It was just that a beast woman's sense of smell was so keen she needed time. "No, I'm saying I'll split your skull and smear your blood." Rem snapped savagely at Dunbakel's nonsense. "Ah, for real. Every little thing and you pull that crap. Seriously?" Dunbakel shot back. "Shut it, noisy lot. When Ragnar cut in, fine, let's all drop dead then." Rem twisted his mouth in a grin as he answered, and as usual it turned into a shit show. "A tie on ghoul count, huh? Let's settle it here. Loser stays with the Red Cloak Order." Next to them, Pell started flapping his lips. "Staying with this order is honor enough, you country bumpkin." Rofud took the line. "Then you stay." "You dim-wit." "Good. Let's make it so only one of you two goes back alive today." Ingis' pupils trembled finely again. Is staying with the Red Cloak Order a punishment? A curse he'd used not even 3 times in his life almost leapt out. He didn't know it, but to Enkrid this didn't even qualify as a crisis. And the knightly order influenced by such a captain didn't waver in the least. Enkrid's crisis did not take this form. Disquieting air, an army filled with ash gray. It was bleak, dingy, stifling, and it felt like fighting a battle whose end was already in sight. It felt like a giant maw would open and bite down on his head at once. Even so, in their hands were weapons, and they had the strength to resist. Was he to stand by and watch a child die for lack of strength? No, moo. Was he to stand there and watch those standing at his back die because he could not even properly kill a single monster for lack of ability? That neither. Days of failing to protect had piled up and led to now. Even if communion was lacking, at his waist hung an engraved weapon called dawn tempering, and the madmen were with him. If there was something he could do, and the strength to do it, if there remained room to go on without giving up, this much would not break his heart. "You must not fight here." Ingis stopped the order. "Chang." The clear sound of drawn steel rang through the air. Whether the rain lowered the ambient temperature or not, the mad order of knights were always hot. No one listened to Ingis. A commotion broke out inside the southern lines. Because there was talk that, as he was the vice commander, they should pool their strength and kill them all. A few nearby soldiers mistook them for people who'd been taken by an evil spirit, and the commotion grew a little larger. When taken by an evil spirit, one often spouted things that didn't add up. For example, a soldier who suddenly declared himself the savior who would defend this land, told everyone to follow him, then drew a sword and tried to commit suicide. That sort of thing. Very occasionally, people like this who were taken by an evil spirit did appear. Still noisy, I see. It wasn't the largest tent, but it was the cleanest. In front of the tent entrance, tilted obliquely to block the rain, a blonde friend looked at Enkrid and spoke. A long pole propped the bottom of the tent entrance, and the rain that ran down the tilted canvas trickled below. "Wouldn't it be strange if it were quiet?" Enkrid half-heartedly held his order back and answered. Krang laughed and said, "Welcome, Enki." Audin looked at the scale set atop a pole, the symbol of the goddess who cradled the balance. "Is there no priest on this front?" Audin asked a passing soldier. It was a soldier with a dented helmet stuck under his arm. He turned back with a fierce look, then answered meekly. However angry one might be, at the sight of Odin's bulk and fists one became meek. Unless one was taken by an evil spirit, there was nothing to be done about it. Who are you? The soldier did his duty. They were within the lines, so allies, surely, but faces he hadn't seen before. Odin did not declare himself by the tiered emblem sewn on his cloak. Even if he said Mad Order of Knights, this wasn't a face who'd understand. A servant who serves the god of war. Ah, a martial priest. Anyone could see he had the size for it. Same for Teresa standing behind him. The soldier took the two to be reinforcements sent by the kingdom. Only, with that came a question. At this point, was a martial priest what they needed? Wouldn't a holy priest who handled sanctity be needed more? Thinking that, the soldier answered. If you're looking for priests who handle sanctity, they're all laid up sick. Odin and the soldier were talking in front of a holy relic set on a pole. And the soldier smacked his lips a few times. He was choosing his words. Odin quietly waited for him to open his mouth. It reminded him of the time he heard confessions. Those who had actually sinned, those who believed they had, those whose hearts were burdened, those with stones set on their chests, those whose hands trembled after throwing a stone at someone. He had seen so many people. One of those he'd seen then came to mind. To be exact, a servant of the Lord hiding his earnestness. At most, they have a month to live. His words sounded cynical, but his face was twisted. Is there something you wish to say? No, there isn't, but Teresa quietly watched what Odin did. Send them back. They're not people who should die here. The soldier turned away. The soldier with the dented helmet in his hand plodded off. His name was Lapild. The soldier Lapild now thought of the priests lying sick. If our hands are needed here, then we should stay here. It was a nameless priest band. Of those who had awakened sanctity, there were 5, and the other 5 were just ordinary people. They had been the ones who cared for the wounded and the sick. Is your younger sibling ill? Fortunately, I know an herbalist over that way. Give my name and take some medicine. Lapild had left behind a sick younger sibling in his hometown. Those one could call family had long since died, the sole remaining blood relation. He volunteered for the Southern Front and sent half his pay to his younger sibling. He wished only one thing, that his younger sibling live on. Even if the body did not recover, even if groans of pain slipped out, that in the end they live. Don't you have anything to eat? His younger sibling had often asked. The place where Lapild had lived was a poor city. The slums were broad, and the Lord wasn't much of a good person. A small city just before the forest to the south of the Jaltenbach domain, a forest where monsters popped out all the time. A dead monster made for good material. Most of those gathered in the city were hunters. To be exact, they were those called monster hunters. It was Lapild's hometown. There, he had cared for his younger sibling. It was an environment where hoping for the help of others was hard. Therefore he had grown hard. Deep furrows had set between his brows. He could not easily trust others, and he was clumsy at prayers for someone else. Lord! He raised the hand holding the helmet and folded it before his chest. Lapild stood in a dim spot beside a tent and prayed. Take me instead, O goddess of the balance. Please, set my life on the other side of the scale. Instead of the priest who saved my younger sibling, please, take me. He was one of the men who had come here from the priest band without any sanctity. He had paid his younger sibling's medicine bill. Was that priest wealthy? The hole riddled habit and the ragged boots spoke for what he had. Lapild smelled something like his own childhood, the scent of poverty. What day was it? When he remembered the priest's smile after stepping on a sharp stone, and getting a hole in his soul, because the soles of his boots had worn thin. He knew no herbalist. He had only emptied what he had gathered by wandering the battlefields, serving and living. "Why do you do it?" Lapilde asked. The priest smiled and answered, "It is God's providence, the Lord's care. It is thanks to the blessing the goddess of the balance set upon the other side of the scale. Everything was coincidence. That the priest met Lapilde, that Lapilde happened to bring up his younger sibling. Also by coincidence, the priest knew the herbs that would cure the younger sibling's illness, and happened to have the wherewithal to help. So he did so. That was all. Must there be a reason for a person to help a person? Lapilde felt something hot surge from his chest. He knelt and wept. He sobbed and shed hot tears. "The Lord will watch over you." The younger sibling lived. The illness healed. As time passed from when the priest fell sick until now, Lapilde deliberately volunteered for the scouts and hunted everywhere for herbs. "You mad bastard, stop it. There are more monsters around. If you go too far, you'll run into monsters. Doing that alone is madness." It was a comrade's words. But he could not just stand by and watch. Just now he had also scoured the grasses around the demon realm. The reinforcements from the capital were not enough. In truth, even if one found herbs, they might not help. This was only thrashing. He only did it because he could not do nothing and leave his hands hanging. "When I wake up, go out again." He would not let his benefactor die. If need be, he would even throw his life away to do so. The demon realm's reign awakened human malice. Everyone grew irritable, and the whole world turned into bleak ash-gray. The demon realm's reign beat in, and drowned were born inside the lines. It was the ash-gray's influence. But even in such a moment, not all the flames humans possessed went out. The flame the nameless priest band had kindled still remained. How many days has it been? Rain fell without end. Count the days. The soldier, feeling a headache like his skull was splitting, counted. A week. It had been only a week of constant pelting rain. Feels like we've held out for years like this. It was like someone set a chisel to his head and hammered. If he could, he wanted to split his skull and cut out the aching part. There were many who complained of headaches. Another soldier had nightmares every day. It wasn't a succubus trick. If it were, the nightly order would have noticed. Headaches and nightmares. There were many who felt all of it was meaningless. They had fallen into lethargy, nodding off even on sentry duty, or standing there with their pupils unfocused. Even so, the unit endured. Sir Cypress. Some of the soldiers repeated the name of the one who held this place. A wall and bulwark that, though rusted and worn, did not collapse. Protect the priest band. Another soldier recalled the favor he had received. Because those who had received grace did not forget it, they still held out so far. If one desires battle, one should fight. If you are a soldier and warrior, of course you should. But before that, what of the people who live in that country? Enkrid had never met the king of Reinstetten. Even so, if he met him now, he wanted to plant one straight on that bastard's face. In all sincerity. In the far future, when time had passed and they had shaken off the scars left by war, when they looked back on now, they would not make a decision they would regret then. Enkrid listened to Krang's speech. What a tremendous human being. His vessel was so large, it had split and grown wider. Measuring it was meaningless. That was why he served this man as his dear friend and king. Those who stepped onto the battlefield fought with their lives on the line. They died and killed. It was natural. Krang did not accept that naturalness as natural. He did not simply paint a future after the war. He spoke the reason they had to end the fight as quickly as possible, with the least harm. Right. Why, let's do that. Enkrid was a knight, the king's sword. He could well become Krang's sword. That's all I have to say. Krang knew he was no strategist. What he had to do was set direction and set his will. The king did so. Out there, as drowned were born one after another, the royal guard Krang had brought stepped out. They thrust spears, swung swords, raised shields. Sir Cyprus had said he'd rather go out and cut down even one more drowned than rest idly. Some of the order said rest was urgent, so they were resting. Because of the Griffin Riders, they had stayed up all night for a straight week. Say it. Take Dunbakel, clean up around the lines. There had been no few monsters on the way in. Once they came up to the lines, they understood why. There were more monsters here. It was time for Dunbakel's sense of smell and Rem's experience as a hunter. Got it? Rem rose lightly. If Sir Cyprus and the Order needed rest, then first solve that. Right now, even if they wanted to rest, they couldn't, because of the threat of monsters nearby. And then as Enkrid sent Rem out and went to look around the surroundings, he ran into someone he hadn't expected. Enkrid. The other recognized him first. A face like Enkrid's, once you saw it, was not easily forgotten. Naturally so. A handsome man with black hair and blue eyes was rare. The man who opened his mouth knit his brows and went on. I thought it couldn't be. A tie from the past. Chapter 859. It was a day when rain poured down. The cold rain cooled the body, and a stench stabbed the nose. There were dozens of people shivering with anxiety. A place where grain was stored was built of stone, and a place where people stayed was built of planks. That was the reality of the farms that fed the city. If you put it another way, fertile soil meant something else. Bloody wheat, grain soaked in blood. Inside the city, because of the walls, sunlight did not reach well. One could not put fields in the center. So they built farms a little way outside the city and raised stone grain storehouses to defend against monsters and beasts. The farmers risked their lives to go out and till the land. The grain was protected by stone walls, and the people died defending their own ground. That was how the city worked. Since there was a limit to the number of people a city could sustain, was it something to just accept and move on? Enkrid of the past could not. He had been on his way to take on the escort of a noblewoman. Then his ankle was caught. This is all we have. Because he had spent his life farming, the old man's fingertips were black. His bent back could not straighten. His bowed head would not lift. The wooden fence set around the farm, the raindrops falling over it, and the people who lived there. The key to the stone storehouse was held by a soldier, and the lord who was supposed to protect the city protected only the city. The farmers who had been driven out could not give up their land, for if they gave up this year's harvest, it was clear they would become paupers. They gathered the property they had and hired mercenaries. It was the kind of story one could hear anywhere. Lacking wealth, grain soaked in blood, people struggling to live, and rulers who turned away. The trinkets the old man with the bent back brought were nothing more than a copper ring and a few crude glass ornaments. Enkrid had a keen eye, and, having worked as a noble's guard, he knew the value of things. Not even worth a single gold coin. It was an amount far too small to hire a mercenary band. That was one of the reasons they had clung to him. Please help us. The old man said it. Enkrid took only one copper ring. I'm alone, so this is enough. One of the young men watching opened narrow eyes. His rain-soaked hair stuck to his cheek. The rain fell endlessly. If it's just us, we can block them. Idiot. You can't do it without a bladesman. It was an argument between the old man and a young man 20 years younger. This land had been lucky. There had been a few beastmen invasions, but they had managed to fight them off. There had been deaths, but they had never tasted despair. "Tong, you bastard, I'll get your revenge." 2. Spitting phlegm on the ground, one man muttered. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Enkrid glanced over the gathered people and said nothing. Having a commander would change nothing for this group. To be honest, they were barely keeping themselves alive. There was an option to turn away from the farm, but he did not take it. Through the curtain of rain falling at the end of summer, a pack of beasts poked their heads out. Wolves and foxes formed the main force. The beastmen were not after the stone grain storehouses. What they hunted were humans. Poorly armed humans were easy prey. "There are too many," one young man muttered, and Enkrid quietly nodded inside. There were more than 20 starving beasts. But were they just supposed to die? Leaving aside the women and children, everyone who could fight had gathered. They shouted for everyone to fight back to back, and even as their legs were bitten, they smashed a fox skull with a mace. Even then, he never neglected his daily training, so his strength was unusual. But this was not a crisis one could overcome just for being a little stronger than others. They were right on the verge of becoming beast-stung along with the farm. Limping from bites, stabbing with his sword and swinging his mace, he held out. "This one's a crazy bastard." It was a mercenary band. That was what the one at the front said. "Damn, the rain's coming down like hell." That was the mercenary captain. He said it again as he swung his sword. In Enkrid's eyes at the time, he was a considerable expert. With a single slash, the fox beast that had been lunging at them yelped and fell back. Others followed in behind. 15 warriors, armed and skilled, far above Enkrid. So what? Did someone here promise to hand over a daughter or something? One of the mercenaries said cheerfully. It was the same as asking why they were making such a fuss here. The crisis had passed and life went on. "No, your skill's not even that great." "What did you trust in?" the mercenary captain asked again. "I just couldn't leave it and go. A refreshingly insane bastard." With this event, Enkrid joined the mercenary band and learned much. He wouldn't call the man a first teacher, but still, he was the one who took him in and looked after him. "Put down the sword, that's what suits you. If you really can't let go of it, then loiter around a noblewoman's side." Was that advice he had given too? The memory of that day in the rain overlapped with the present. Enkrid looked at the man in his memory. "Tam, shit, who's that? My name's Bunyan?" "All right." Enkrid nodded. "Bunyan. Dachu." That was the name. If you don't know, you could just say nothing, so why throw out another name? Rofod muttered. "He's always been like that. Why ask when you already know?" Pell picked up the words. Since coming here, Rofod had been more on edge than usual. It was a result of that mood. Maybe somewhere on this front was his proper place. Life is a chain of coincidences. You never know how things will change. The choices between birth and death change much. Weren't they similar? Enkrid heard Rofod's murmur and tilted his head. Bunyan looked straight ahead and smiled. He ignored that nonsense. He had a knack for it too. "I half suspected. But you're the Mad Knight, Captain. Well, you were always going to be something big." Bunyan wrinkled his nose as he spoke. It was a habit when he smiled. The dark under his eyes and the fatigue weighing on him were clear, but he smiled anyway. "And didn't you once tell me to give up the sword?" "May? When?" Bunyan shrugged as if wrongly accused. Enkrid gave a small laugh and held out his hand. That kind of shamelessness had Bunyan for its originator. The two clasped hands. "Pa's glad. I almost feel like crying. Your face doesn't show it. Yeah, my pride won't allow me to cry over a man." It was an easy, unceremonious tone. Bunyan was a squad leader commanding 10 soldiers. The southern front rotated units in defense, but some stayed fixed. Bunyan was in such a unit. Naturally, Bunyan guided them around the camp. He spoke of tent positions and the current situation, and after hearing, Enkrid asked, "How did you end up staying here?" "Because someone has to, and I'm the one doing it." It was window dressing. There was more hidden behind it, but now wasn't the time to say it. He had been like that from the start. Soft for a man who made his living eating steel on this continent. That was why he had taken in and looked after Enkrid back then. "You came to help us, didn't you, Enkrid? If so, then help us. Lend your hand to defending this land. Kindness, grace." They were tied by that sort of thing. The mercenary Captain Bunyan had saved Enkrid's life and taught him much. Cracking jokes with a brazen face was something Enkrid had learned from Bunyan. "Don't worry. Kindness goes around. The one who gives will someday receive." Bunyan had heard the name of the mad knight captain and been surprised, and now he saw him. Will things change just because one knightly order joined? If they crossed the southern front and charged forward like this? Should they fight a full-scale battle? It was difficult. Truly difficult. One of Southern Rehnstetten's secret weapons was an anti-personnel ballista. A modified weapon, its bolts were thicker than a wooden spear. Even for knights, breaking through that is hard. The drawback was that it could only be used from a fixed position, but between here and the Southern Army, there were many narrow passages and hills. If they wanted to break through head-on, climbing those hills and passing those narrow paths, they would have to withstand volleys from ballistae thicker than javelins and faster than arrows. It would not be easy. If they went around. A few knights could break through somehow and come back around, but in the meantime, would the Southern knights just sit idle? It was grim. Bunyan knew it. He knew, too, that even with a knightly order joining, not much would change. What could they do about the monsters, the griffin riders, right now? "It'll work out somehow." Enkrid said it. He had heard the situation. There was no immediate answer. "Even so," he said it. The funny thing was, at that one line, Bunyan's cheek, the corner of his eye, and his fingers trembled. "Have you met Sir Cyprus?" Bunyan asked. "No, not yet." Enkrid shook his head lightly. What was the commander of the Southern Front thinking? He didn't know. Why he didn't even show his face wasn't his concern. He had met Krang and said what he had to do. For Enkrid, that was enough. "Yeah, that's strange," Bunyan said. Enkrid didn't know, but the words, "It'll work out somehow," were Cyprus' habit. One who did not know how to give up. One who shone even in despair. The knight who protected this land was such a man. Most of the soldiers defending the South were like Bunyan. This was a land where, without an unusual sense of duty, one could hardly remain. When it rained, there were mass drownings, and monsters swarmed in at any time. And in the middle of that, the army of Rehnstetten came attacking as well. Recently, the Griffin Riders and the weakening of the holy relics had overlapped, creating the worst days imaginable. Even so, there were no deserters. The men who remained on this battlefield did not turn away from their duties, even in such circumstances. They went out on watch even while limping, and fought wrapped head to toe in bandages. If the holy relics were failing to do their work, then they simply opened their eyes wider and fought all the harder. If something was thrown from out of reach, then they crouched down and endured until the chance came. And so, they even protected those who had joined the Southern defense and fought alongside them. These were people who did not know how to give up on a single thing. May we look inside? Odin and Teresa had found the tent where the priest band was staying. Around the tent, the smell of death was thick. Between the fishy stench carried by the demon realm's rain came the distinct smell of people dying. As a monk, Odin had met many like that before. That damp ammonia smell, the odor that came from those on the verge of death, It was heavy in the air of this tent. At the question from the giant-like man, a soldier braced his abdomen and answered. "Who are you?" The soldier's head was fogged. Because of the headache and the rain from the demon realm, it was as if dust had settled inside his skull. His cognition and thinking ability were barely half of what they should have been. He focused only on his duty. In truth, if he didn't, he would have easily fallen to the temptation of an evil spirit. A servant who serves the god of war. The soldier hesitated. Those in the tent were dying anyway. Letting someone in wouldn't make a difference. And the one standing before him was a priest. Still, his duty was to guard them. Auden could have pushed through with force, but he didn't. He respected them. This is the middle of the encampment. If I were to act wrongly, pointing your spear at me then would be more than enough. If they were not allies, they wouldn't have even reached this far. Besides, the priests lying in the tent behind him had no hope left. So it should have been fine to move aside, but the soldier could not easily yield his post. "Let them through." The voice came from behind Auden. It was Lapild. He held seniority over the soldier on watch. He had gone out while trying to catch a short rest. He had been searching for the servant of the god of war. It wasn't hard to find him. His build was massive to begin with. Besides, the two of them were standing right in front of the tent where his benefactor lay. "Senior Lapild, step aside." He spoke and gently pushed the soldier aside. The soldier guarding the tent blinked his clouded eyes and stepped back. "You're going in? If you go in recklessly, you might catch the sickness," Lapild said. From the beginning until now, his wish had been only one. Those suffering in that tent were too righteous to die here. Even if the rain stopped, this land still gnawed at people's lives. So all he wanted was for them to be taken back to the city, to safety. "Yes, it's fine, brother," with a sorrowful face. When Auden said that, Lapild frowned slightly, then relaxed. "That's a strange way to call someone." The soldier stepped back, and Lapild pulled aside the entrance flap of the tent. Auden bowed his head in greeting and went inside. There were people lying between the stench of urine and rot. 10 in total. The small tent was full of priests. Beside them were water bowls and scraps of dry cloth. Even in this situation, there were traces of effort to care for them. "If left as they are, they'll die." Lapild's voice came from behind. To speak more truthfully, they could die at any moment. Even so, if it was at all possible, if even one could be saved. But what came out of his mouth was more realistic than hopeful. "If you can't save them, at least recite the prayer of rest." Lapild's voice trembled. The helplessness of being unable to do anything for his benefactor pressed down on him so hard that all he could do was seek God inside himself. "Lord, if you will grant my wish, please, save them. If you save them, I will worship and serve you for the rest of my life." It was a prayer that risked his faith, his life, his tomorrow, his everything. His prayer was desperate. "You came a little late," Auden said it, and Lapild felt an even deeper despair. Even if he already knew, hearing the confirmation still hurt. At least a month of recovery will be needed. At those next words, he was speechless. "Sister, sing, yes," and then, at the song that followed, and at what unfolded before his eyes, he fell to his knees. Teresa poured sanctity into her song. It was not at her funeral hymn. Her chant replaced the holy relic. The 10 priests had been stricken by the plague spread by the demon realm. Of course, they were not the only ones. The plague had spread across the entire battlefield. Lapild witnessed a miracle. Light flowed through the lyrics, and that light saved the 10 priests. As they gasped for breath, the glowing lines brushed over their skin, covered in black spots, and the priest who had saved Lapild's younger sibling opened his eyes. "What happened?" He had not opened his eyes for 3 days, and Lapild had been turning his body to keep him from getting sores on his back. Now the man opened his eyes, turned his head, and spoke. Lapild. To the priest who turned his head, Audin and Teresa were invisible. All he saw was Lapild, praying non-stop in gratitude. You've lived, priest. Lapild crawled on his knees, sobbing loudly. Humans cry in sorrow, but also when the joy is too great to bear. Chapter 860. They're all going to die anyway. Accept me before that happens. That's enough. Turn away from the pain. Be the one who devours, not the one devoured. The soldier knew it was the whisper of an evil spirit, but it was so sweet, like a lover's whisper tickling his ear. Hard to ignore. No matter how much one clung to duty, there were always those whose resolve broke. Even if the knightly order stepped forward to slay the drowned and hunt down the monsters rampaging outside, gaps would still appear. From those gaps, the hands of evil spirits reached out to clutch the soldier's throat. He was on the verge of possession. Corruption. Bang! The black soot, hovering above the head of the soldier, who had just collapsed in exhaustion, burst apart and ripped open. It was because a bear-like man's fist had brushed over it. The soldier jolted awake in shock. What? What? Startled, he couldn't string a sentence together. Do not be afraid. If you're devoured by an evil spirit, I'll personally crush your skull and send you to God. What the hell was that supposed to mean? Was he saying he'd save him or kill him? The soldier blinked. His mind was hazy. His drifting consciousness was returning to its place, the effect of the sacred light brushing over his head. The man who had swung the white glowing fist laughed heartily and straightened his body. Because he stood in front of the torch pole set before the tent, his shadow completely covered the soldier's body. If you're back to normal, get up. Then a familiar face appeared from behind that large frame, a head popping out suddenly. Lapild? It was a face the soldier knew. Lapild spoke with eyes clearer than ever before. We're going to restore the holy relic. No, rather, to raise a new one. When the apostle called Audin had said he was a little late, it was because the priests who had been ill would need months of recovery before their sanctity returned. Restoring the holy relic will be difficult. After saving them, he had said so again. Instead, it would be good to establish a new symbol, anything. Lapild bowed his head in respect and followed them. Audin and Teresa crossed through the encampment. Wherever something could be seen or felt to be impure, they stopped by, and if a soldier seemed to be slipping into peril, they took action before heading toward the relic. The holy relic, marked with the symbol of the balance, faint as it was, still protected this camp. If not for that relic standing before Audin's eyes now, hundreds of drowned would have erupted from the middle of the encampment. Instead, all the creatures that smelled human had gathered around the perimeter. Thanks to that, Sir Cyprus and part of the Red Cloak Order had gone outside to cut, crush, and shred through the drowned hordes. Crack, got on. Audin broke the pole. He carefully set the symbol down into the rain-soaked mud. The holy relic that had stood tall among the tents was gone now. The ominous rain seemed to pour down even harder. Some of the soldiers hastily clasped their hands together in prayer, murmuring for forgiveness of their irreverence. What are you doing? One young soldier's eyes widened. His tone was cautious, but this was something that should never be done, especially since the presence of the relic was what protected this part of the camp. Be still. Lapild stopped him. His eyes were clearer than ever. The rain still fell, heavy with ill omen, and the camp was filled with ash gray. Dozens of eyes, dulled with disbelief and anxiety, stared out. No matter how much courage they clung to, no matter how much they used duty as a shield, they were reaching their limit. Audin saw this as the perfect place to preach his God's teaching. Among those ravaged by plague and stripped of hope, his voice rang out. Will you hear the words of the Lord who rebukes the battlefield? With those words, Teresa began to sing. The hymn spread, and sanctity rippled outward from the camp's center. Auden, too, poured out his sanctity without restraint. The drowned that had begun to emerge, their heads poking up from the ground, had their skulls crushed and were forced back down by the blessing of the god of war. From between the tent shadows came the screams of evil spirits lying in wait. Teresa's song reached every ear. When you walk through wind and storm, when you try to tread a dark road with not a speck of light, know this, I will never let you walk alone. The hymn's title was Never Let You Walk Alone. As the song echoed, serenity settled over the soldiers' hearts. But it wasn't only peace that filled them. The god of war's teaching was not so gentle. By raising this holy symbol, all servants of the Lord shall convert and receive his strength. O God of war! Lepild cried out with veins bulging in his neck, shouting with fervent faith. The soldiers who had been saved along the way, those who had witnessed the miracle, followed his voice. Soon a group of soldiers upheld the power of fanatic devotion. Now, are you ready to crush the skulls of the ones charging in and send them to the Lord's side? War! What is our task? To send them to the Lord's side. Who passes judgment? The Lord. Watching from one side, Enkrid briefly doubted Auden. Has the number of believers dropped lately? Was that why he was seizing the opportunity and stirring things up like this? Teresa kept singing from the other side. The sanctity of the two of them spread through the entire camp in an instant. Well, whatever the reason, the demonic air that had stagnated within the camp dissipated. For a short time this land had become one watched over by the god of war. The damp, sticky rain now felt almost like a crisp autumn drizzle. Hey, if you fall behind, I'm leaving you. Do I look like an idiot who can even find his way? If you ditch me, I'll make my own way back. That's true. Rem and Dunbakel chatted idly, as if they were out on a casual stroll. It was an ease that didn't suit the situation. Outside the perimeter fence, it was hell. To ordinary soldiers' eyes, that was what it looked like. Everywhere monsters. Many of them beasts that had drunk monster blood. Overhead, a vulture flew by, a pair of eyeballs dangling from its beak. Then a harpy swooped down, speared its head, and chewed it apart with wet crunches. The harpy itself was flying with half-rotted entrails hanging from its claws. Reminds me of the old days. Once, when the Western demon realm's silence stirred, they had seen the same sight. The day all 8 generals stepped forward to defend the West. All we have to do is cut down whatever we see, right? Dunbakel was used to such environments too. Deep in the East it was always like this, a place where monsters and beasts slaughtered each other day after day, in endless frenzy. Kiak! 4 wailing spirits suddenly dropped onto Rem's back. Dunbakel kicked off the ground with a heavy stomp to dodge aside, and Rem swung his axe with a weary sigh. In a half-twisting motion, his axe caught all 4 of them. Shh! The sound of the blade slicing through air was chilling. The rainwater gathered on the axe edge and splattered off in one direction. The shrieking spirits, banshees, dissolved and vanished. Their cries could shake human minds, and the older ones could even summon Draugr, but these 4 had no such chance. The Western warrior's axe stroke killed them outright, leaving no trace of their existence anywhere on this land. Feels good to cut like that, Rem muttered with one corner of his mouth lifted. He handled spells, which was why he could feel the satisfaction, even when cleaving shapeless monsters instead of solid bodies. Yeah, felt good? Then let's keep cutting to our heart's content. Rem brushed the back of his axe with his free hand and turned his body. Dunbakel wasn't idling either. She stepped lightly, slicing the heads of drowned crawling near her one by one, as if tapping them apart. Was this the real battle? No. It was just a light warm-up. "Hey, found it yet?" Fighting with about 10 paces between them, Rem asked. Beast folk had keen senses of smell, and Dunbakel was born with an especially rare nose even among them. "Yeah." The white-haired beast woman nodded. "Then what are you waiting for? Want me to kick your ass to get moving?" "I'm going." The two knew how monsters moved. Enkrid had said he needed Rem the hunter, not Rem the vice-captain, but Rem the hunter. For once, commanding the nightly order could wait. Monsters without a colony scatter easily. When they gathered in packs, it was called a colony. This place, at the edge of the demon realm and in the south, was no exception to that rule. The fact that monsters were all gathering here, there had to be a reason. So Cyprus must have more or less known that too. The captain probably noticed as well. That's why he sent us. He had told Rem to go find and destroy the leader of the colony. If he were alone, tracking down the main creature would have been a hassle. But he had with him a beast woman who couldn't smell her own scent, yet could track any other. Over there. They kicked aside rotten drowned heads that shot up from the ground to grab their ankles, hurled away plague ghouls that burst their bodies to spread disease, and pushed forward. There were many kinds of monsters appearing, but all of them were decayed in some way. The two found a small pool of muddy water, big enough for 3 or 4 people to fill. In the middle of it stood a monster with a pale skull. The monster's hide hung from its body like a robe, and in its hand was a crooked staff bristling with jagged thorns. "A lick." Rem said it. "A magic-using monster. First time I've seen one, me too. Only heard of them. Born between ghoul and drowned. It was a monster that raised the dead. It was what people called by name. A wizard born in the rain, never dying, known by the nickname, the bastard who dreams of immortality. Of course, humans had given it that name. This creature was one of the South's main headaches. More precisely, a thorn in the side of the Red Cloak Order. Along with the Thornwood Wall, it had been one of the unresolved problems. But this time, its opponent was not a good one. From the monster's standpoint, that is. The skeletal monster born of rainwater raised its hand. Its bones clattered and echoed. At the same time, rain gathered and shaped itself into spears that flew toward them. Rem, holding his axe on his shoulder, swung his arm once and split the spears head-on, while Dunbakel swung her scimitar from right to left, slicing through the middle of the watery spears. The spears of water dispersed in mid-air, mingled with rain, and turned into serpents lunging for their necks. From the ground, the hands of the dead burst up to seize their ankles. "Annoying," Dunbakel muttered, as she kicked away the pale hands and swung her scimitar, cutting the water serpents into 6 pieces. Meanwhile, Rem quietly invoked the name of the divine beast he carried within. Descend, Sapsel. The name of the sacred beast that proved itself by biting and tearing away all that was impure. Just as the serpents wrapped around his thick neck, just as pale hands with a bluish glow seized his ankles, Rem swung his axe imbued with Sapsel's power. Toward the serpents at his throat he struck, then withdrew. Toward the ones clutching his legs he stirred lightly, as though ladling stew with a spoon. Motion was light, but the result was not. Kiaha! With a strange sound, the water serpents shriveled dry and vanished, and so did the Draugr. "What the hell?" Dunbakel widened her eyes. "Don't talk to me. I need to focus." Sapsel, when irritated, bit anything nearby. Savage, rough, feral, it bared its fangs at anything unfamiliar, enemy or not. "And don't look at me either. My axe doesn't like you right now." "Whoa, no. No, that's not it. I said no." You can tell just by the smell that eating her would make you sick, can't you? Dunbuckle wasn't the brightest, but she understood he was mocking her. You're making fun of me, aren't you? Rem chuckled and strode toward the lich, swinging his axe. Did the dying monster feel the foreboding at the end? Who knows? Not that he cared. In the west, there were 8 generals, and among them, the one called Sapsel, the divine general whose power dwelled in Rem's axe, split the monster that dreamed of immortality in two. The lich tried to resist, layering its bony hands in a few feeble spells. But to block an axe imbued with Sapsel's power required a solid physical barrier. The axe flew without hesitation, heedless of decency, and split open the skull of the thing that had dared to show its bones. Crash! Bone fragments mixed with rainwater scattered across the ground. The vanguard of the demon realm born from the puddles of rain was dead. Ugh! With a scream, black smoke rose into the air. The soot that had been running backward through the rain tore and scattered. The cleaning was done. And following that, the ones who called themselves the cleaners of this land appeared. If Dunbuckle had found the enemy's position by scent, the ones who originally fought on this land found it through experience. A curious skill indeed. The man standing at their center spoke. He wore light armor, and the sword in his hand looked a little longer than an ordinary longsword when he extended it fully. "You're a step late," Rem answered as he looked at them. They wore red cloaks. No need to ask who they were. Well, at least Rem thought so, but Dunbuckle didn't. She bared her teeth and raised her scimitar, letting out a low growl. To her, they were powerful foes. That was how she saw it. "What? Who are you?" Her stance was one meant for dealing with unfamiliar enemies. She didn't even know why she had come here, nor did she care about the knightly order that guarded the south. "Their eyes, idiot." Rem kicked her calf as he spoke. Usually it was him starting trouble and Enkrid stopping him. Somehow the roles felt reversed now. "The Mad Knight Order, huh?" Someone on the other side asked. "That's right." "So you're Enkrid? You look a bit more worn out than I heard." The middle-aged knight in the red cloak said it. "Wow, starting off with a sharp tongue, aren't we?" Rem replied in his usual tone. "Do you know who you're talking to speak so rudely?" Then another man beside him stepped forward. Just by looking, Rem could tell this one's neck would be perfect for a clean chop. There was killing intent in the air, a tone that invited a fight. "Yeah, go ahead and stick your neck out a bit more. I'll take it and put it in my trophy case." Between the two groups, a savage tension rippled. The few surviving ghouls nearby froze. They wanted to charge, but instinct held them back. The murderous energy that filled the air crushed even the monster's primal drive. Chapter 861. Oh Lord. One of the priests who had lost consciousness from the plague, and then awakened, shed tears. It was a change that came just when he had thought everything was over. "Do not worry and take your rest, brother." At the center of it stood the Apostle of War. Judgment of the Lord. Some of the soldiers who heard his touch and his song had already converted in all but name. They set up a pole and raised a new holy relic. The fist-shaped form was a symbol honoring the god of war. "Ah, daunting. I forgive a shatter. Sanctity dwelled in that relic. To an unknowing eye, it might look as if he did it with effortless ease. On the spot, without devotional rite or prayer. The awakened priest was so shocked he was at a loss for words. Is this possible? It is. It was happening right before his eyes. His mind was not so clouded as to confuse reality with a dream. Was all this an illusion, and he merely succumbing to an evil spirit's whisper? No. Look at the woman singing at the heart of that relic. Her build was close to that of a giant, yet her voice was truly a gift from the heavens. The priest knelt and wept again. Enkrid passed the weeping priest and approached Odin, not overdoing it. The encampment was not small. It was broad and large. Counting those coming and going, there were nearly 1,000 soldiers. They say 1,000, but that many people spreading tents and living together is no small thing. Even if 10 stayed in one tent, that would be 100 such tents. And places where people stay are just that many. Space to store provisions is also necessary, which meant there were also dozens of tents for storing supplies. From time to time, the supply unit also came and went, and they too needed places to stay. For the southern front to hold out, supply could not be cut. All of this increased the share of land the encampment occupied. Odin and Teresa, the two of them, set up a new relic and covered this entire encampment with their own sanctity. They cleared away the ill omen mixed into the demon land's rain and even changed the quality of the air. It was not an easy task. It looked that way even to Enkrid. Indeed, brother. Odin readily admitted it. He nodded. All of this was possible now because Teresa had been singing without end from the center of the encampment. We cannot keep it long. He said it with a smile. Even if the time to fight comes, it will be hard for us to take the field. Luagarn spoke from the side. Having joined as a member of the knightly order, she was the pouch of wits who wove tactics and strategy. That was her role. She recognized the gap in fighting strength. Indeed, Sister Lua. Odin and Teresa poured out their own sanctity in place of a relic. It was not something to do for long. How long? The question was chopped fore and aft, but its meaning was clear. How long could they endure? At most, a fortnight. Enkrid turned his body. He had not ordered this. Odin had taken it upon himself. It's a loss of fighting strength. Luagarn was right. Granted. But I feel good about it. The kind who understand each other without words. The dragonkin read Enkrid's inner feeling. As Shinar watched in silence, Krang looked over the garrison. Even when he had brought the royal guard and the royal army and struggled, the air had not changed. My thanks, he murmured. He was a king wearing a cream-colored cloak. 5 royal guards, acting as his escort, surrounded him, yet his voice was not small. There were many soldiers around, and they too heard him. You have done the work I should have done. The king's heart was sincere. He wished as far as possible that his soldiers would not die, and that this fight would not be long. He wished that the aftershocks of the battlefield would not reach those who were simply living there today. Not only the people who lived in his land, but even the people of the south. He put them within his bowl. Is this not why one should call him a king? Why did you come in person? Enkrid asked in an offhand tone. It was a question to Krang. Among the royal guard, the captain's expression in particular was not good. He was a man Enkrid knew by face. Something like dissatisfaction showed on it. Of course, it was a faint shard of emotion, the sort one would only notice if one had long experience observing the faces of fairies. I do not want the war to be prolonged. Krang's voice grew smaller, barely audible. Naturally, Enkrid and his companions heard it. A knight could catch a sound like this even if, on one side, someone were shouting, "Lord! War!" Krang then spoke in a slightly louder voice. Everyone seemed busy as well. This time it was enough for those nearby to hear. Enkrid's and Luagarn's eyes met. It looked like several thoughts were passing between them. We'll have to hear the details later, Luagarn whispered. Enkrid also nodded. They were in a relationship to speak with Krang. I will fill the place Sir Odin leaves, Pel said abruptly. His voice carried heat. He was the person least connected to prayer, sanctity, and miracles. He was a shepherd from the wilderness. The wilderness was a land untouched by sanctity. Not even common pilgrims came there. There is a reason the names of 3 groups are exalted on the continent: the wilderness, the glacier, the Black Mountains. Those who dwell in these 3 places live in lands forsaken by the gods. Pell saw the aftermath of what Audin and Teresa had done. People change. Logs are thrown on a faint flame. He had never dreamed of something like saving people. Even now, in the deepest place of Pell's chest, only the sword for himself shone purely. But, if I can, could he not go in a better direction than now? When he watched Enkrid and learned, did he pluck and learn only a bit of sword skill and mindset? What is more important than talent and effort? Audin and Teresa burned their sanctity. With that, they poured their all into protecting these people. For something more important than sword fighting. Where does my sword reach? He asked himself. An answer did not come easily. No one turned to look. But Pell awakened alone and opened his eyes. So he stepped forward and spoke. Rofod squarely faced the change in his rival and was moved. He too stepped forward. I will make up what is lacking. It was a statement of will that Sir Audin's absence would not even come to mind. Just to see the 2 of them step forward was reassuring. The affection between the 2 was truly warm, and that too was pleasant to behold. Lacking. We are quite enough without you. Pell reacted to Rofod's words, and Rofod was cool. No, lacking. Alone it is impossible. I will not be half of Sir Audin. Moreover, Sir Teresa is missing as well. Facing reality. Hey, you prim little gentleman who cries every night looking for a red cloak. Know when to stick your nose in. A personal attack. That is why I stuck it in. So you just do as you're told. If I say cut there, cut there. If I say cut here, cut here. Do only that. I will fill the rest. Their fights were an everyday thing. Enkrid patted both their shoulders. Save your strength. He also offered counsel. It would be troublesome if they spent their strength here. The fight with the South had not even begun. If one were to pick the person most surprised by what Audin had done, it was, of course, Ingis of the Red Cloak Order. Even as rain-soaked hair clung to his face, he stood still, staring at Audin and Teresa, then at Krang, then at the mass of soldiers. If they stand in place of the relic, we suffer a loss of fighting strength. Thus we must dissuade them. What matters in the fight against the South is the elite few. That is, the knightly strength. The sacrifice of soldiers is inevitable. Therefore, stop those 2's eccentricity at once. One gives up what must be given up. Only then can one gain even a little advantage. To take 2 knights fighting strength out here, madness. Thus, this was exactly what Ingis should say. Words from the head. But what came out of his mouth were not words from his head but from his chest. Is this allowed? What should one call it? Those who garrisoned the southern front were now brothers and family. They saw each other's faces every day. They sat at the same table and rolled together. There was a hand-span-long scar on Ingis' belly. It was a soldier at his side who had stitched that wound then. Ingis could not abandon the soldiers, the unit. It was for this reason that Southern Rahinstetten used a strategy of targeting ordinary soldiers to bleed away the knight's strength. In the eyes of Southern Rahinstetten, the Red Cloak Order was soft butter. Butter brought out in the summer sun melts easily, and even a light poke mashes it. Dull and soft. If they can be saved. Ingis was prepared to throw away his life. Yet, almost as if to make that resolve seem pointless, 2 holy knights protected his unit and his soldiers and his brothers. Had every crisis passed? No. But the iron-masked Ingis felt something hot surge up in his chest. It is. An answer came to the words he muttered to himself. Black hair, blue eyes, captain of the mad order, the king's close friend. It was the answer of the man he had glimpsed in passing when the civil war ended. He answered and turned his eyes. His gaze went to the outer edge of the encampment. The man who had originally guarded this land, who had guarded it until now, was walking from there. Right. I had heard he was quite a handsome man, and thought it wasn't true. Light brown hair with strands of white mixed in, an ordinary face you could see anywhere. Introduce him as a peddler coming out of some inn and setting off to do business, and one would nod. One could also picture him hauling fruit on a cart back and forth. No extraordinariness showed. And yet this man was the first sword who had supported Norilia until now. The unit Enkrid had originally belonged to took this man's name. You? Are you Enkrid? He came forward readily and asked. Beside him, Rem smiled with only one corner of his mouth raised. What should one call it? A smile full of killing intent. Dunbakel stood with a wall of wariness raised. Sir Cyprus? Enkrid spoke the other's name. Krang acknowledged it with a greeting of the eyes. Their gazes met. Even back when Enkrid had roamed the continent, this man's name already resounded then. Naturally, Enkrid had dreamed of meeting him. He had wanted to meet and ask many things and learn. If you meet him, why don't you ask whether you have talent? A sword-bearing companion he had occasionally fallen in with had sneered. It was mockery for bringing up a needless thing. It was when he dreamed the dream of being a knight. When he said he wanted to meet someone who had already stood at the summit. That was the reply. Have you come to fight? Sir Cyprus asked. We have come to help, Enkrid answered. The two stood still and began a dialogue. There was no one in particular who tried to stop them. Onlookers increased. Not only the Red Cloak Order and the Mad Order, but even the mass of soldiers who had been crying out for war turned their eyes. Though there was not a single platform in the encampment, people filled every side. And thus, with everyone watching, if you go to the very end, do you think you will win? Cyprus asked, a question thrown out of the blue. Did he mean the fight with the South, or something that went farther still? Its meaning was unclear. I do not know, Enkrid answered. If you go to the end, and even then it does not work, and if, at that end, nothing remains, what will you do? We'll only know when we get there. Are you not afraid? Are you not anxious? Enkrid suddenly recalled his conversation with the ferryman. Those words that had urged him to give up until now, the words thrown by the knight named Cyprus, now felt like part of that. So it was not hard to answer. They were words he had repeated inwardly countless times, and the very words he had boiled down as the standard of his life. If you give up because you're afraid and anxious and it's hard, what remains? So we simply do it. We walk to gain what we desire according to what we believe. If we cannot walk, we crawl. Though he had revealed his will in simple words, it seemed as if light lingered. The rain that had been pattering stopped. Through a sky packed with dark clouds, a single shaft of sunlight fell. It was lemon-colored sunlight blending with the white radiance Odin and Teresa had poured out. Warm tinged light spread in all directions. It reflected off Tamara's hair, brushed Rem's face, expressionless now that his dissatisfaction had vanished, and lightly tapped the lips of Shinar, whose mouth corners were lifted so slightly as to be almost invisible, and lingered around the soldiers. None of the soldiers watching opened their mouths lightly. Silence passed. Even the sound of rain plopping receded. Under the lemon-colored sunlight, Cyprus held out his hand. Welcome. Enkrid clasped that hand. He had once hoped for such a day to come. It was a moment he had, on some day in the past, taken as a dream and a wish. To guard my back with Sir Cyprus at my side. Nay, Up in the sky where the rain had stopped, a winged horse flew through the air. A few of the soldiers who saw it, startled, lifted the weapons in their hands and aimed at the sky. Only then did the soldiers' tongues loosen, and a commotion arose. "A griffin? No, it's a horse. Now it's winged horses. Bring the crossbows." While Aegis was stopping such men, Enkrid spoke. "A friend. You take winged horses as friends as well." Cyprus glanced up at the sky and asked, "Yes, somehow. Well, beastfolk and the barbarians of the West were no pushovers. He had experienced enough of that on the way here. He's a comrade. All members of the Order will show him full courtesy," Cyprus said with a laugh. At those words, the junior knight of the Order, who had been glaring savagely at Rem until now, lowered his head. "My discourtesy. And schauen, ein Teilen. Bin geübt, ein Ausstrahl. Junior Knight Ferdinand, Daunting Church." His attitude changed in an instant. Narrowed his eyes. Even so, the other remained as he was. No hostility showed. In that moment, Ragnar spoke. "Do we finally get to eat something cooked? It would be nice if there were even a field cook." Hearing Ragnar's words, Rem said, "I'm Riam. That one over there is a food vacuum and a directionless fool." Naturally, it was the start of a commotion. The Red Cloak Order were the sort whose very momentum changed with a single word from Cyprus. "The Mad Order! Enough fighting later." Enkrid headed it off before a fight could break out. "So those two have become the totems here, or what?" Rem picked his ear and asked about Odin's situation. "Not totems, but holy relics, brother. If you have no need of ears, by all means take them off." Hearing that, when Odin came over and asked after his health, "He's just a chaff who only has a loud mouth from the West. If you deal with him, only you will suffer." Ragnar added, "The rain has stopped. Now it's finally become rain worth standing in. By the way, who built this encampment? When is the commander's meeting?" Lua Garn said her piece while ignoring everyone around. "Either way, they fight, even if you stop them, and fight even if you leave them. So she simply did her work. This one is my fiancé." In the midst of it, Shinar raised her voice in a way uncharacteristic of a fairy. Bewilderment, confusion. What are these? Are they monsters transformed? That is what they are thinking. Timir's read some of the soldiers' inner thoughts and reported them. "Ah, ha, 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 ha." Cyprus watched all of it and burst into laughter. There was no fluster in him. He, too, was a human of a different caliber. Chapter 862. The horse, flapping its wings above the sky, descended to the ground. A winged horse, haloed by light in the clear sky after the rain. As Odin even raised his hand in greeting toward it, the soldiers, who by now had turned into a chorus of zealots, cried out together, "Ah, a divine beast! The god's mount, the heavenly horse! It's a Pegasus." In truth, it had only gone for a joyful romp. But to those watching, it really did look like a divine creature descending from the heavens. Objectively speaking, they weren't even wrong. The moment they realized it wasn't an enemy, their attitude changed. Sacred radiance descended, the lemon-colored sunlight added to it, and the gray gloom that had hung over the encampment was torn away. Nay. Odd-Eye, who had landed, stood beside Enkrid and neatly folded both wings against its back. Somehow, once the wings were folded, they looked like a thick blanket draped over its body. Unless one looked closely, it would be hard to tell they were wings at all. The feathers were nearly the same color as its skin, and their texture was unlike that of ordinary birds, denser, tougher. Perhaps that was how feathers grown from a horse's body were meant to be. How had I come to grow wings? It had been quite some time since Enkrid first saw them. Even without particular curiosity, there had been plenty of time to think about it. First, it had been born different from the start. The fundamental reason it had overcome demonic blood was its own will. But Odd Eye carried the blood of a Pegasus, the bloodline of a mythical beast. It was hard to believe that blood had not played a part. A divine beast's body mixed with a monster's blood, then. Second reason, that strange thing it ate? Strictly speaking, it wasn't strange, but sacred spring water. It had been a gift from Viscount Harrison, who ruled south of the border guard. Odd Eye had snatched it up and drunk it all. After drinking that, a bruise had appeared on its back. Normally, Odd Eye never showed any greed for food. It had never once coveted anything while beside him. Not a comfortable stall, not room to run. Yet that time, it had dashed forward and gulped it down. Enkrid remembered both reasons, but he wasn't surprised, nor did he scold it for drinking the sacred spring. If he had meant to scold, he would have done it back then. In the end, was there a problem with wings sprouting from Odd Eye's back? None whatsoever. Even if horns suddenly grew from Rem's forehead, Enkrid wouldn't be startled. Right. I always knew he was a demon. He was fully confident he would say that and move on calmly. While Sir Cyprus, the silver-haired knight, smiled instead of showing surprise, his attendant, his squire, approached and whispered something in his ear. Enkrid, standing right in front, couldn't hear it at all. That alone showed that this squire-cum-attendant was accustomed to delivering her knight's messages in a whisper. As he listened, Sir Cyprus' eyes gleamed. His gaze shifted, not toward Enkrid, but toward Odd Eye. It was a look so bright it was almost burdensome to watch. Why was he putting will into his eyes? Nay, Odd Eye reacted to that gaze. It looked ready to bite or kick him. Wah! When Enkrid stroked its mane to calm it, Odd Eye leaned its body and gave his side a light shove. Half a nudge, half a slap. A sign of protest. Do you think I'm a child? Tamares read the horse's feelings and relayed them aloud. Sir Cyprus, realizing his gaze had been too intense, subdued the spark in his eyes and spoke again. Does your friend allow people to ride him? He does. Strictly speaking, he only allowed one person, but he did allow it. Then lend him to me. No, just for a day or two. Odd Eye understood human speech and made his will known first. He shook his head side to side, snorting a rough furuk. Even to someone unfamiliar, that motion was unmistakably a no. And understands speech. Then no need to ask twice. He understands. Sir Cyprus looked at Odd Eye, asking and answering himself. We even trade jokes sometimes. Incredible. From that, it sounds like he just refused, am I right? Yes, you're right. A confirming question and a clear answer. The squire beside Cyprus darkened in expression, and Enkrid's gaze turned her way. She was a woman with short hair and round, pretty eyes. Her natural face was gently rounded, with balanced features, eyes, nose, and lips evenly spaced. Her hair shone faintly brown like maple syrup in sunlight. Just by appearance, should I say she's on par with a fairy? What she had over Shinar was a livelier range of expression. What she lacked was nothing in particular. She was that beautiful. If she lived in the capital, she would have been as renowned a lady as Kinbezar's daughter. The scar rather enhances her beauty. A finger-length, zigzag scar crossed her forehead, yet it didn't mar her looks at all. It looked like an accessory that suited her. A tattoo would have seemed no stranger. Such was her beauty. What are you looking at? What do your eyes hold? For a fairy, reading the direction of Enkrid's gaze was simple. She was always watching him. Shinar asked, leaning close enough for her breath to touch him. It smelled of forest and grass, dampened by rain. Is it because of the griffin? Enkrid possessed the wisdom not to answer when at a disadvantage. He had been doing that long before this endless repetition of days. Even without talent for the sword, he had been born with a talent for words. And part of that talent lay in changing the subject. You couldn't divert talk by throwing it anywhere. But if you struck at the core, an answer would follow naturally. "You've heard already." Cypress nodded. He had heard it was quite a troublesome matter. But his demeanor was calm. He looked like the kind of man who could nod serenely even if told he would die tomorrow morning. Such composure was what one glimpsed in the night named Cypress. There was nothing else visible beneath it, which made it a little unsettling. "I heard on the way." Crane nodded beside him. He had said as much, and so had his old friend Bernian. Enkrid turned his gaze, and the squire, after meeting it briefly, looked away. Their eyes had met for only a moment, but Enkrid caught a mix of feelings there. Awkwardness, yet also a glimmer of hope. "My betrothed, and now you're exchanging looks?" Shinar spoke from beside him, voice laced with forced astonishment. The words were pointed, but she wasn't truly listening to the main conversation. Her focus never wavered from what she was watching. Her concentration was remarkable. Her swordsmanship had improved lately, and so had her focus. It wasn't an exchange of looks, just that the squire there seems to be the thinking type. Enkrid answered flatly. Whatever Shinar said, he had his own matters to attend to. To be honest, women didn't make his eyes spin. Her appearance hadn't stirred any emotion in him. If mere beauty could sway him, no. If it ever had, then he would already have fallen long ago to the Golden Witch or the Black Flower. No matter how comparable to a fairy, the mystery that fairies held was not something that could be imitated. The inhuman beauty of the Golden Witch was a kind of magic, drawing soldiers' gazes just by walking past them. Even here, there were still many who couldn't tear their eyes from her. Shinar knew this. She knew Enkrid was not a man who stopped for outward beauty. She simply teased him without end. Of course, this time, her line carried real wariness toward that woman. Truly, she was a fairy who twisted truth as easily as breathing. "Do not forget the child between us. Now you even make lies a habit." "Whoosh!" Shinar held out her hand, showing a lizard of flame. "Behold our child. The proof stands bright before you. Not a child, but a fire lizard. Once a fire monster that had struck terror across the continent, now a spirit settled in the fairy city." Shinar had neither conceived nor given birth, but she claimed as her child the spirit she had gained by finishing what Enkrid had begun. It was an extreme distortion of truth. She had even sworn, with the resolve and oath, to protect it like a child. So it wasn't mere falsehood. Her words were always twisted so deftly. She didn't call it a child born, but a child we have. Those long used to her jokes and distortions would understand, but those meeting such a fairy for the first time were bound to be bewildered. Enkrid, however, didn't bother to explain and clear it up. What was there to clarify? "It's not like that." He spoke firmly to everyone, then returned to the main subject. "I heard they're dropping scrolls and hurling stones from the sky." He had heard the details from Bernian. Crane, too, had come during the rainfall, but had not seen the griffin riders himself. "A child shaped by flame and a horse that flies in the sky. Are you truly human?" Cypress murmured. "It's not like that." Enkrid denied it again, looking at him. Cypress' eyes curved gently. Was he teasing him? He was. "Well, what does it matter?" Cypress smiled and turned back to the original topic. We were being taken apart without resistance. He still spoke with calm simplicity, a duet of composure and ease. Seeing him, one might even doubt that this man was really the kingdom's strongest knight. No competitive spirit stirred in Enkrid, yet he didn't feel he would lose if they fought. A curious man like a lake like the wind, something harmless. Even Ingis had glanced back twice at Shinar's face, yet Cyprus hadn't once turned his gaze there. Since they met, he had fixed his eyes on only three things. First, Enkrid. Second, Krang. Third, Odd Eye. Well, whatever happens, Sir Cyprus won't be riding him. Enkrid said it plainly. Odd Eye wasn't just a mount. Calling him a friend wasn't an exaggeration. Enkrid was not a man with two faces. What he said and what he meant were the same. He respected his friend Odd Eye's will. If Odd Eye disliked something, then so be it. Cyprus recognized that part of him. The deeds this man before him had accomplished, the fame, the titles that came with them. He had heard them all and read brief reports besides. Even if half those stories were true, he was already extraordinary, and in person he seemed even more so. No wonder they call you the Mad Knight. Cyprus smiled as he said it. Enkrid felt curiosity stir, and he had no intention of holding it back. Are you truly the kingdom's strongest? The question was sharp, piercing, challenging. To ask is it true was no different from asking if it's true. Will you prove it? In fact, it was a question Cyprus hadn't heard in nearly 20 years, but for Enkrid, it was one he couldn't help but ask. He had come this far with one expectation in mind, a duel with the kingdom's strongest knight. It was hard to imagine anything more thrilling. Yet the man he finally met showed no hint of it. Perhaps that was why Enkrid's anticipation grew all the more, and he asked because he didn't believe what he saw was all there was. He wanted to glimpse the sharpness hidden between composure and calm. Yeah, doesn't it feel a bit underwhelming? Rem cut in. They had already exchanged a bit of aura, and this Cyprus fellow hadn't shown even the pressure of a junior knight. Instead of menace, there was only curiosity and mild wonder. Is my face worse than the captain's? He practically picked a fight over looks. Rem added. Lua Garn had never thought she'd say such a thing aloud, but she felt it had to be said. You have no shame. For a frock to speak about the heart was rare indeed. Rem had achieved another great feat today. In any case, Rem broke off and fixed his gaze on Cyprus. No, glared at him. He was the sort of man you'd think would offer up his neck unresisting, even if you swung an axe. He had endured on the southern front this long. There were a few scars on his face, but his expression was gentle. For Enkrid, a knight trained in perception, to see him as gentle meant that in stance, bearing, temperament, and aura, he all radiated that same gentleness. Indeed, like a dulled blade, Enkrid replied. The atmosphere sank. In this purified air of sanctity, the urge to fight began to boil up. Kingdom's strongest? I handed that title to Sir Lean long ago. Cyprus spoke with the easy laugh of a kindly old neighbor. Guardian of the Southern Front, that was Sir Cyprus's epithet. The man before them was the one known as the knight who could accomplish anything. As steadfast as ever, sir? Krang spoke. When a man changes, he's as good as dead, your majesty. To Enkrid, watching and listening, one thing was clear. A man who knows how to steer the mood. Was that the virtue of one who led a knightly order? Watching such a Cyprus, Enkrid couldn't help but learn a thing or two. He hadn't come here to fight in earnest anyway, so there was nothing more to do now, only to reflect on what he had seen and learned. Chapter 863. When they had once sought aid during Count Mulson's rebellion, Cyprus had sent Ingis. Even then he'd known it was pushing their limits, because the Southern Front was always short-handed. It was then they'd shared those words. One of my knights has turned from a wounded finger into a rotten one. So, in a sense, this is my responsibility as well, your majesty. Do you think I swing my sword only for the sake of the royal family? The words spoken by Cyprus, the pillar supporting the kingdom, the knight who upheld it, carried weight. What comes before the royal family are those standing behind me. A knight, born with talent and strength, vows to use them for the kingdom and its people. If, in that process, the royal family should take a path different from his own convictions, then the royal family will lose his support. His tone had been gentle, yet if you looked purely at the content, it was half a threat. Cyprus had no intention to threaten, and his words had remained soft till the end. It was merely a declaration that even if he stood against the royal family, he would still uphold his conviction and oath. But Krang had not been shocked back then. Those are only natural words. He had agreed because he believed that was the right path. The South depended on the royal family for both aid and supplies. They were in a symbiotic relationship. If Cyprus resolved to defend this front to the end, it was because of that. And yet he had pushed through his own will and conviction. That was why he was called the Guardian of the South. Hey, you two. Don't be so rude. If you need someone to fight, I'll take you on. The words came from between the soldiers, but of course, they hadn't been spoken by a mere soldier. The Red Cloak Order had 3 knights. No, still 3. Once they had been 3, then they became 2. Now they were 3 again. Aura had died, leaving behind the city that bore her name, and Ingis had become a new knight in her stead. Now, the 3rd knight revealed himself. Come on, move. Don't block the way. The tone was easygoing. His iron boots clanked. Gauntlets clutched at his side as he slipped on leather gloves and walked between the soldiers. Sir Lien. Cyprus made eye contact and greeted him. So this is the so-called Mad Order of Knights? Don't be disrespectful toward the master. He was defending this land back when you were still suckling infants. Show respect. The man called Lien greeted him with a glance and spoke. So you're saying he's an old man? Rem picked his ear as he said it. As always, his tone and words were tailor-made to irritate. In their order, he ranked second only to Enkrid in that regard. The man called Lien took it smoothly. I'm saying I've wielded my sword that long to protect this land. He was a little taller than Am, his hair slightly longer, covering eyebrows and ears. Because he hadn't groomed it, the ends looked rough. Rem smiled faintly at the knight's words, a smile that meant he was seconds away from swinging his axe. Clap! A single sharp clap cut through the rising tension. Even that clap carried will. Enkrid could tell. No doubt every member of this so-called Mad Order noticed it as well. The sound had come from Cyprus. Now, instead of making a scene here, the rain stopped, so let's eat. There's no field cook. But since His Majesty's here, the royal chef must have followed, right? Cyprus clapped once and gathered every gaze. Enkrid shook his head. That meant, stop it, Rem. Damn lucky bastards. Riem grinned as he said it. They fought for others, and even though they'd once belonged to the troublemaking squad, their temperaments hadn't changed. In such a situation, he wouldn't really cut down an oil, but they were still rough, fiery, and fierce. Who was that one just now? The one who suddenly asked if I thought he was a child. Cyprus looked to Enkrid, referring to what Timaeus had said earlier, a timely change of topic. The mood, the flow. Enkrid himself often sensed things like that, but Cyprus had done it with clear intent. Everyone knew the way he guided the atmosphere, and they let him. Enkrid saw it clearly. Why they let him? First, because of his gentle manner and composure. Second, because everything he'd achieved and proven made his words worth heeding. Even if Cyprus hadn't stepped in, Enkrid would have. The rain had stopped, but drowned corpses still drifted outside. Thanks to Auden and Teresa burning their sanctity as fuel, divine blessing now covered this ground, keeping most monsters from entering the encampment. To cross this boundary, one would have to bear the blessing of a demon. It wasn't a good situation. Enkrid loved battle and sparring, but he could read the moment. A dragonkin. That was Enkrid's answer to Cyprus' question. Then his gaze turned to the savage barbarian. Ram, do I look like that whelp-pell who doesn't know front from back? Rem could think too. In quick planning and execution, he was the fastest thinker in the squad. Why me? Pell complained at being dragged into it, but no one answered. Enkrid knew why, but didn't say it. Rem kept calling him that bastard Rem, so he simply redirected the arrow. Truly, the barbarian's mind was quick. He was likely also half-testing the state of his allies. If he's already met Sir Cyprus and found him lacking in some way, they'd be fighting shoulder to shoulder on the battlefield starting tomorrow. Before learning the enemy, one had to know their own side. Rem was being a proper tactician. He stirred talk and tension to gauge others' level. His method was just a little too fierce. After processing the conclusion at accelerated speed, Enkrid pushed the thought aside. At the word dragonkin, Cyprus let out a short ho of admiration. Even knights of high caliber would be surprised. He'd said it expecting just that reaction. A fairy, a frock, a giant, a beastman, and now a dragonkin. Are you planning to gather every race under the sun? Cyprus asked evenly. Coincidence. Enkrid's reply was calm, as if it were nothing. Cyprus smiled faintly and said, You're a curious man. I agree. Tamara's joined in. Ram might act on thought, but this dragonkin didn't. He truly acted as he pleased. He ignored questions aimed at himself, yet reacted the instant someone spoke to Enkrid. Unique. Truly unique. Cyprus murmured. At this point, whoever had gathered such a group and named them, the Mad Order, deserved a medal. He had once heard that there was someone who'd brought these people together, and had since found when and why they'd done so. Thus, he knew the origin of the so-called Mad Squad, and knew a good part of Enkrid's past. He had also compiled the circumstances by which the other knights had joined, and so he thought, that man deserves land of his own. Coincidence or inevitability? In the holy texts, it was said that from a chain of coincidences arises something inevitable. God arranges fate. Man is the one who endures it. If the scales of balance tilt too far, God himself may place his hand upon your side. While things flowed on, Luagarn spoke up. Let them talk. It's not like he'll suddenly turn into a dragon and start breathing fire at the griffin riders. Dragonkin can't turn into dragons. We can change our nature, but not our form. Timaras said seriously, Do not change, I forbid it. The fairy interjected. Enkrid gave Cyprus a renewed introduction. The madman. He could skip the word order. After a brief silence, the short-haired knight, Lian, who had scattered Rem's aura earlier, now stood behind Cyprus, and beside him stood Ingius. Those three formed the core of the Red Cloak Order. There were a few other junior knights and more than 10 squires, but everyone knew that without those three, the order itself would lose meaning. At their center stood the old knight who had protected the south and led the order to this day, Sir Cyprus, who laughed heartily. Amusing. The Red Cloak Order, despite having had little rest all this time, showed no trace of fatigue. From squire upward, every member trained body and mind to the limit. They were a forged collective of elite talent. To Enkrid's eyes, the Red Cloak Order was like a solid lump of iron bound around Cyprus. After that came the real military council. Since the rain stopped, the troublesome bastards will be back soon. They gathered under one tent, spreading a military map across the central table. Inside were Enkrid, Luagarn, Shinar, and Timers. Opposite them stood Cyprus, Ingus, and two others, his strikingly beautiful adjutant and two unit commanders. Even before Cyprus knights, the commanders showed no sign of shrinking back. That was thanks to the fact that Sir Cyprus always listened to and respected their opinions. A knight who neither drowns in pride nor ignores abilities beyond brute strength. Enkrid knew that the man handling things so smoothly before him had ascended to knighthood decades before himself. Knowing that, he focused more than ever on Cyprus' words and actions. If there was something to learn, he would never stop. That was his habit, his mannerism, and his specialty. Up to today, I've been thinking about ways to reach the sky. Turns out I just need to ride a Pegasus. That was what they were hoping for. But Odd Eye would never let anyone else ride him, even if the sky split and the world ended. Perhaps if Enkrid coaxed him, he might allow one extra rider. But now that wings had grown from his back, there was no room for two anyway. He won't carry anyone else. Enkrid answered. Then fly in my stead. Sir Cyprus spoke as if he had been waiting for that, and Enkrid nodded without hesitation. Between them, Cyprus' adjutant stepped forward. Speaking bluntly isn't enough. Just because a knight rides a flying horse doesn't mean it's solved. Among the Griffin riders, there's a knight who blocked the master's throwing spear. The two commanders nodded. Even for Griffin riders, blocking a knight's thrown spear repeatedly was no easy feat. They had already placed a knight atop each Griffin. That was why the spears had been stopped. Perhaps they should be called Griffin Knights. Otherwise, there was no way that even three knights, Cyprus, Ingus, and Line, could have failed to act or been driven back. A knight's spear throw was a thunderbolt. Calling it an unfamiliar weapon was nonsense. Except for Enkrid, all the knights present were prodigies in their own right. After throwing a few spears, they'd grasp the knack. After 10 repetitions, they'd start imbuing will into it. The problem isn't that knights are riding them. It's that if we just rush in, we'll end up chasing scattered enemies until it's over. What's their goal so far? Luagarn answered that. The Froc's gaze was razor-sharp. Interestingly, though she was a Froc and an outsider, neither the two commanders nor even the cloak squires showed any discomfort. That was one reason this council functioned so smoothly. If Cyprus and Enkrid drew the big picture, then the finer lines were left to those who used their heads. One of them was the woman whose hair glowed like maple syrup in sunlight, and the other was the Froc who puffed her cheeks at every turn. Ah, my granddaughter. Then Cyprus suddenly introduced the strategist of his order. Chapter 864. My name is Aurelia. She straightened her back as she spoke. Enkrid, Doughty. Their eyes met. Enkrid casually gave his name, and beside him Shinar continued. I am his betrothed, the lord of the fairy city Kurhais, ally of the border guard. Mistress of Flame, the golden witch, Shinar Kurhais. Quite a list. I am Aurelia Everhold, Lady Kurhais. What to call her? She was a type a little different from the women Enkrid had met so far. If one had to compare, it was like Kin Bezar behaving even colder than she did now. She had less polite breeding and more the bearing of a blade user. So the atmosphere was clearly different from Kin. There wasn't even a point of resemblance. To add another comparison, she gave off something like Asia with her ki, brought to full focus. Though Asia, for all her knighthood, showed a certain softness and flexibility, the woman before him seemed stricter than that. Everhold was Cyprus de Mesne, and he was a knight of noble birth. He had his own lands and had left his kin there, his wife and children and so forth. Only his granddaughter remained at his side. She's a granddaughter of remarkable talent. As he spoke, Cyprus was like a doting fool. He was clearly delighted to boast of his blood. So it seems? Enkrid answered him. Their exchange was ordinary, but the meaning contained within was anything but ordinary. Aurelia herself flicked a brow in something like displeasure. It wasn't empty praise, she truly was a blade with outstanding talent. Her stance, bearing, and way of speaking, all of it testified to what she had built. Enkrid's eye by now matched the Frock's talent appraiser. Seen with those eyes, Aurelia was not someone here merely because she had a quick mind. She herself felt much frustration over the lack of raw force, but Enkrid could not know that much of her inner state. Temers knew, but it lay outside his interest, so he said nothing. Enkrid merely read on her face that the woman named Aurelia was nettled by the two characters for talent. They're not aiming for the knights. In other words, the target is the neutralization of the unit. She finished, and everyone refocused on the meeting. Not suitable as bait, then. Luagarn picked up the words. The main body's assaults were being held off by the order staying up all night. One of the commanders spoke. Was it a method of gnawing us down by draining stamina? When Luagarn asked again, that's how I see it, Aurelia answered without even taking a breath. Ingus had a quick mind as well, but he felt the pace of the meeting was extraordinarily fast. Bold, isn't she? He understood because issues he had perceived on the field were being named. Otherwise, he would have struggled to keep up with the give-and-take flying across the table. So they prepared a decoy unit from the start. Glorp, cheeks puffed, one line expelled, the conclusion came fast. Even among Frock, Luagarn's intellect was exceptionally keen. She used all of it solely to satisfy her curiosity. And because the subject of that curiosity was that those here would display their abilities, she set her mind to work. Her cheeks puffed and her eyes rolled left and right. A quintessential Frock expression. Enkrid was used to it. There were even 2 Frock on the southern front, and others were used to waiting on her words as well. Even if that hadn't been the case, they would have waited. Cyprus, while observing the proceedings, fostered that very atmosphere. Perhaps it should be said it was possible because he was there. All eyes fixed on Luagarn's face. Frock are a curious race. Though stronger than humans and born with a fighting sense, so much so they're called a warrior race, their use of their abilities was limited. One could say they moved only for their own interest. Their purpose and goal are always confined to curiosity and interest. For that, they live to achieve the objectives they set. Such is the Frock. A Frock who had tunneled this deeply among humans was rare. One of the Frock remaining in this unit had made planting trees their goal. The Frock who planted saplings right beside the battlefield was the unit's attraction. If you didn't touch their apple tree, they wouldn't even go out to fight. That was a Frock. If you asked why a Frock, not a fairy, was planting trees, that Frock would simply say, "My goal is to make an orchard here." They were not ones to ask understanding of others or other races. Yet if you listened closely, they moved for reasons one could accept, though of course it was only understandable by their yardstick. Send part of a fast reconnaissance team where the Griffin Riders can see them. Which means the Griffin Riders don't perfectly control the monsters they're mounted on, even if I'm the one in the saddle, correct? She struck the core again. She had taken the phenomenon and dug into the principle inside it. Frock are born with the ability, able decider, talent, appraisal. Among them, Luagarn had mastered this mode of thinking. She would see the surface and draw out the cause. That's how I see it. To be more frank, it feels like they're using us to run test operations. Aurelia met Luagarn's eyes as she spoke. That was one reason they had managed to hold out at all. The Griffin Riders had not simply charged the main body. Rather than thrust a spear straight at an opening, they chased the units sent out as bait. That stalled for time, and the knights rode out to check them, and so they endured. This, too, was one of the tactics Aurelia had deduced by watching how the Griffin packs moved. As for how they didn't appear when it rained, was it that they couldn't control the Griffin's habit of hating rainfall? Aurelia thought, and judged it a highly probable hypothesis. She kept turning her mind. By nature, she had also taken part when forming the Red Cloak's battle formations. A formation is the preparation to fight, the posture assumed right before the battle begins. You must predict the gap through which the enemy will enter. You're wrong. Someone dies. She had done her work under that pressure. Her manner had grown stiff, of course, and she had long cast aside any exchange of hearts. She devoted herself all day to predicting her opponent. If Cyprus was the core of the southern front, then she was the stone that propped up that core. In truth, there were not one or two such stones. Enkrid listened to the exchange, grasped as far as this, and kept his mouth shut. He let Luagarn and Aurelia project the path ahead. When he rose from his seat, gazes turned to him. "I don't think there's any need for me to stay longer," Enkrid said blandly. "It's fine by me. Shall I come with you?" Krang stepped out as well. The king, who had stood like a spectator between the two orders. None of the royal guard took issue with the king's attitude. They, too, had grown used to the king's quirks. The present king lived having set aside about half his majesty, beyond mere unpretentiousness. But to that degree, he was a king who did anything for his people. He acted, and he cared in earnest. His majesty arose from that. He was one who made the throne no more than a backdrop. How could it be a waste to stake one's life to protect such a man? "I think I need to spend some time with another friend," Enkrid said. His tone was so light that the two commanders, focused on the meeting, glanced over. But when no one among the royal guards spoke up, they closed their mouths. "I'll just watch for fun," Krang answered as if it were nothing. When Enkrid and Krang stepped toward the entrance, 5 of the royal guard followed. Just before going out, Enkrid sent Luagarn a glance of farewell. It meant a request. The frock answered by puffing her cheeks once. "Then we'll use the bait as is. We won't put limits on a knight's movements." The voices of Luagarn, Aurelia, and the two commanders rang within the tent. Enkrid stepped outside. Odd-Eye was waiting before him. "Charging in," Rem threw a jest. He himself could use his head well enough, but what he loved most was getting out front to fight. His nature fit that. Among the order, Rem moved faster than anyone. He was therefore the field captain. Above all, he excelled at instantaneous judgment and was born to find the best path in a short span, which was why he asked now. Enkrid found it newly interesting. He could now hear the implication in a single line without having to think it through. "No." He shook his head, turned, and searched with his eyes for the other friend. What was curious wasn't only that he didn't have to think through implications. Within his order, a being had now learned the art of flight. That was the core of this operation. So said his intuition, and so did the flow of events. Odd-Eye. "No. Indomitable, I'll need your help." "Nay?" Odd-Eye now wore an exasperated look whenever he heard the name Indomitable. "Absurd. Do not change my name. That was Timaeus." Even without a dragonkin's interpretation, Enkrid more or less understood. When Enkrid moved out, Shinar naturally followed as well. If Krang had his royal guard, this side had a fairy and a dragonkin together. 2 flyers would be better than 1. "Can you really not turn into a dragon?" Enkrid asked. "I only turn into a woman. Do not change. I like you as you are now." Shinar cut in. Enkrid mounted Odd-Eye's back. "Can you carry me and still fly all day?" "Nay, as much as needed." When Timaeus answered in his stead, Odd-Eye lashed a hind hoof at him. Bang! A kick that split the air. The dragonkin angled his sword, Baika, and let it slide off. That letting go trick amazed every time. He let go perfectly, even of force and noise. Thanks to it, even though the hoof and biker had met, there was only a light thud of sound. I'll take that to mean, stop speaking for others. Pegasus. The dragonkin answered the horse's heart. He had answered with an act, but true feeling is always conveyed. Nay. Odd Eye bobbed his head up and down. Right. Dragonkin. This time, Enkrid voiced Odd Eye's heart. Shinar snorted a laugh. It wasn't common, but it was something you sometimes saw in front of Enkrid. There was a continental saying that the one who steals a fairy's smile is the greatest thief on the continent. If so, Enkrid was a thief entire. He stole smiles not only from the fairy's face, but also from the witch. Let's fly! Enkrid recognized his role. They had to seize air superiority from those griffin waters, which meant he had to get used to it first. That was why the soldiers in the encampment spent the day watching a man riding a horse that flew through the sky. You really haven't changed. Gurnian looked up at the sky and spoke in astonishment. The war god watches over us. Lapild confessed he once more felt the god's favor. Several other soldiers felt a relief they'd never known even before the rain had stopped. A most entertaining friend, truly. Cypress murmured as he watched such an Enkrid. I only hope he doesn't topple on the first strike. Normally, Ingus would be by his side, but today Aurelia accompanied him. You can tell at a glance. He won't topple. This is truly something to look forward to. In 50 years of life, it's been ages since I felt like this. I want to see the enemy commander's face. The back of a knight rose to meet the launch of the Griffin Riders. Cypress had been surprised by Rem, then surprised again by Enkrid, and when he looked over the whole mad order of knights, he couldn't help but laugh. Where did such monsters come from? Who knew? More wondrous still was that they were allies. A king who remained on the battlefield was strange, and so was the man who was the king's friend. Master is not 50. If I recall, he is over 70. Cypress regretted his granddaughter's stiff exactitude. Was this really the time to point that out? Carry gentleness with you. That is the path you must take. Temperament affects the body, all the more so at a squire's level. Her weakness was flexibility. Knowing that, Cypress spoke as if teaching her. I'm working on it. His granddaughter's answer was still stiff. Naturally, Enkrid wasn't merely riding for fun. That was only part of his daily life. Training and tempering came first in his day. If this was the front that plugged the south, if one considered the danger and thought to sit quietly, that would not be Enkrid. He did as he always did. And the influence of those endlessly repeated acts spread through the encampment far more widely than one might have thought. Chapter 865. Cypress was old. He had met many people. Because of that, he knew that everyone of real caliber never neglected training. Every knight of rank was the same. Those who grew complacent in their talent and slacked off were weeded out and disappeared. If you watched long enough, the outcome was always the same. Those who strove survived, and the rest were cast aside. Ingus is the finest raw gem I've unearthed. Watching Ingus' growth, Cypress judged as much. He valued the knight named Ingus highly. Was it because he was born with exceptional talent? No. Because his bloodline was special? That too, no. Then what was the greatest reason for evaluating Ingus so highly? Iron Mask Ingus. Every one of his days was the same. He never complained of boredom. He was skilled at repetition. His expression did not change. His heart was firm, upright, and faithful. The way he never grew intoxicated with talent, his steadiness was his greatest strength. Diligence. That was Ingus' virtue. Of course, as Cypress had said time and again, his talent was overflowing as well. Then, what do you call that? Cyprus grinned faintly as he looked toward the center of the training ground. There were two men radiating divinity, as if in place of holy relics. Both had builds that could easily be mistaken for bare beastmen. One of them, he'd heard, was of giant blood. Then that meant the other was pure human. And even that was astonishing. Now and then, among the soldiers, quiet murmurs could be heard, wondering if perhaps they didn't have some bare beastman blood mixed in, and honestly, that was understandable. Two huge holy knights, carrying the war, God's symbol like a flag, naturally became the center, and around them a space formed. Around that space gathered the mad order of knights. Dawn had not yet broken. It was early morning, the deep blue hour before sunrise. Cyprus, wearing only a worn linen shirt, looked at the gathered men. A man with brown hair, long arms, and a well-balanced build spoke loudly enough to be heard. Effort? That's nothing but the pitiful struggle of the talentless. He was Pell, once a shepherd from the wilderness. Despite devoting himself to training more than anyone, that was what came out of his mouth. He was a madman. There was a reason the order bore its name. Words spat between heavy breaths lost their persuasiveness. Beside him someone muttered, "Cut that crazy talk already." His name was Rophod. His face too was soaked with sweat. The beads gathered at his chin and dropped to the ground. Now that the rain stopped, it's better. That came from a man from the west, swinging his axe. His opponent was a half-sleepy swordsman who rubbed his eyes, came out yawning, and at once swung his sword toward the axeman's head. "I'll cut out that tongue to make mornings quiet." That was what could be heard. The two moved back and forth around each other. Wherever they stepped, dirt fountains shot up. It was a battle for space, a struggle for advantage. Even though they weren't fighting in earnest, anyone could tell it wasn't easy to step between them. Such energy for so early in the morning. Since they'd begun taking the place of sacred relics, the bear-like human and the half-giant had given up sleep altogether. A knight could stay awake for several nights, though that didn't mean it was pleasant. Yet everyone around them kept at their own work without complaint. Why? The sight of a frock cracking her whip and training was rare, and the sight of a white-haired dragonoid swinging his sword was no less unusual. And what of Krang, a king of a nation, dragging over a chair to sit beside them and watch? The situation is dire. Reality was harsh. Cyprus knew better than anyone how unfavorable the current state of the war was. And surely the others knew too. They'd gone over it again and again in tactical councils. One winged horse. The Southern Army had over 20 airborne mounts, yet these men began their day as if nothing were wrong. At their center stood the man who woke earlier and sweated more than anyone else. His name was Enkrid. Splendid, brother. The holy knight Odin watched with a smile. Dawn light streamed in. From the sky once covered by storm clouds, the sun rose. Sunrise. You haven't changed. The king's voice could be heard. Cyprus understood what he meant. That must be Enkrid's usual state. Wherever he was, he swung a sword, moved his body, and sweated. Beyond diligence, there was severity, relentlessness. Even if a typhoon hit, he would do his work. Such a nature showed in him. It'd be a lie to say, I don't covet that. Of course, it was already too late. He was already the leader of the knights wearing dark green cloaks instead of red ones. If Cyprus inwardly admired and marveled, Bernian, watching the same scene, felt a strange emotion. Leaning on his long spear stuck into the ground like a staff, he looked on. After days of continuous battles, fatigue covered his body. Yet as he watched that man, part of that fatigue faded. It vanished. It flew off beyond the veil. And then the thought came to him. He hasn't changed. Enkrid was the same as ever. Nothing had changed. Even after becoming a knight, he still woke before anyone, and sweated more than anyone. To Bernion's eyes, the past overlapped the present. It was simply astonishing. His resolve had not faded in the least, regardless of skill. He was like that before too. Every mercenary under him had once been fired up just by looking at that man. When you watch him, somehow you just want to swing something. He remembered the comrade who'd said that. Now they were all gone. Dead. Along with the past, his comrades came to mind, and naturally his thoughts reached one conclusion. Ah, revenge? Such a sweet word, yet such a difficult one. The harder the target, the more so. For Bernion, he saw before him a man who could carry on his will even if he died. Kindness continued. Bonds were not erased. He remembered vividly the conversation they'd had while walking the line together. "What happened to your old mercenary band?" Enkrid had asked. "All dead. All. Bernion had spoken of the past, of a job gone wrong, a twisted situation, and in the end, a demon of the demon realm pulling the strings. Those who'd been brothers, family, were all dead. The krona he'd had, he sent entirely to the families waiting for the mercenaries. A few had made families of their own. Perhaps that was the only comfort. After finishing all that, Bernion had come to the southern front. Fighting until death on the battlefield closest to the demon realm was his reason to live. Enkrid had once belonged to the same mercenary band as Bernion. After hearing the whole story, the one who would succeed that Will had said, "Hold out 10 years, no 5. Why? Won't you take revenge?" He said it as if it were obvious. As if, of course, he could. "I will." Bernion hadn't cried. He had already shed all the tears he would ever shed when his mercenary band died. "I will." He repeated it, and instead of tears, felt pain tearing through his heart. "I was a member of that band, too." Enkrid's words shook through his entire body, leaving behind a trembling ache in his heart. Kindness returned, and the bond still remained. Enkrid was more than capable of inheriting Bernion's will. "Thank you," Bernion said, and Enkrid replied flatly, "If you're grateful, live hard." At those words, Bernion shed a single remaining tear and laughed aloud. It was the same line he'd said when he'd saved Enkrid. "You forget my name, but remember that, huh? You crazy bastard. Bernion's too common a name. And Tom is special, if you guess Tom 1 out of 10's right." The two laughed together, just like in the mercenary days. As Bernion drifted into sentiment, the soldier Lapild saw the apostle of the war god he served, showing unrestrained reverence. His attitude said only one thing, that no matter what happened, he would never cease training. "As long as blood runs in my body, I will fight." Those had been Lapild's words when he first joined the Southern Front. What had he done to keep them? His blood boiled. The enemy had yet to raise their heads, and the army needed rest, yet still, his blood boiled. "I want to fight," Lapild murmured a prayer beside Odin. Hearing it, Odin smiled and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Brother Lapild, struggle is survival. It is instinct to live. Hold to it." Only 2 days had passed since the rain stopped. A short rest. "You've taken my place." Cypress laughed heartily. Enkrid turned his gaze toward the sound of laughter, sweeping his eyes over the soldiers watching him. Their eyes burned, hot, alive. Not only Bernion and Lapild. Nearly half the Southern Defense Forces had gathered in the center. The troops stationed on the Southern Front were elites, the wall guarding Nerilia itself. Such was their existence. Give up and it'll be easier. Quit it. Stop the stupid struggle. There's an easy life to live. Why throw it away for this? Such criticism and mockery were things he had heard countless times before becoming a knight. Those people never made it this far. These men, this army standing here, were his past self. Those who never gave up, who kept a dying ember in their chests and fought on. At that sudden thought, Enkrid stopped swinging his sword. He reversed the blade and drove it into the ground. Dot-dot-show. The sword pierced the muddy earth. Such a simple action drew all eyes. Everyone froze their hands and feet. He suddenly remembered the first time he met Krang. Every step, every gesture of that man had been different. Leaving the sword planted, Enkrid placed a hand atop the pommel. Before he knew it, silence had fallen around him. Only the sound of breathing filled the air. With his hand resting on the pommel, Enkrid lifted his head. He hadn't unleashed any great force, but the words he spoke carried weight. In the quiet, his voice rang out with meaning. No one here came because they wanted to die, right? It was a question asked without expecting an answer. Everyone only closed their mouths and watched. Then fight to the death. For what you wish. It was a short speech. Between the silence, only the heat of the soldiers' hearts rose. So we shall. The soldier Lapild murmured his answer. He renewed his resolve. Bap. Dot. Krang clapped his hands. Good. He was one whose words could shake a man's heart, because they carried truth and sincerity. My dream is to die in bed. Cypress added a joke. Even in the early morning, most of the knights in red cloaks had come out to watch. Some placed hands on their sword grips. Others simply watched. The younger ones, in particular, showed their zeal. Could anyone not know the fame of the mad order of knights? Their burning fervor heated the camp. They used that power to rebuild their positions. Uagarn and Aurelia revised the strategy several times. Let's clear the center of the camp. That would be best. Following the plan, the southern front became busier than ever before the enemy even appeared. You royal guards think you can stand idle? If you can't fly, lend your hands. Krang gave his order. Our duty is to protect your majesty. Exactly. So move. Helping them now is protecting me. Krang's intent was firm. The head of the royal guard was a man who declared himself the king's protector in the harshest times. He was also one who respected Krang's will. Move. Guard His Majesty in pairs, taking turns. For the captain of the royal guard, that was the line of compromise. He had cut down their rest hours. Thus, even the royal guard went out to work. Enkrid's daily routine was simple. Morning was a series of training and tempering, and the rest of the day he spent riding and flying on Odd Eye. Nay, Odd Eye never knew exhaustion. Yet Enkrid was equally faithful to rest. It'd be shameful to stumble when it's time to fight, Odd Eye. Later, during a break, Enkrid asked Krang a question. The king of a nation was eating stew from a bowl, just like an ordinary soldier. What if there's poison in that? If the gods wish to take me, then I'll accept it. In truth, Krang's body, having accepted a portion of the sun's radiance, rejected most poisons. Not that the other soldiers knew that. Because of it, they all seemed moved when they heard his words. Their king sat and ate and talked with them. A plain, unpretentious king. Why only the royal guard and the kingdom's army? If it were Isaiah or Marquis Beza, they could easily have followed as well. Preparation. Krang's answer was brief. Enkrid merely nodded. After that, it was back to flight practice until nightfall. Since that horse flew through the sky rather than ran on land, training was essential. For days, the army's fervor stayed the same. It did not waver. Even at the moment when the enemy finally advanced, it remained unchanged. Chapter 866, Feed Them More. If they don't obey in the air, they'll just think of whatever's on their back as emergency rations. At the beast handler's order, several soldiers stuck slabs of dripping meat on tridents and dropped them in front of the griffins. Inside the beaks shaped like an eagle's, teeth like saw blades showed. Chomp, crack, crunch. As the sinew and fascia of raw meat tore, a chilling sound came out. A griffin was a monster. A monster with black eyes, black blood leaking, reeking with a rancid blood stench. The soldier feeding it did not relax. If this goes wrong, I die. The soldier's spear was cautious. Fresh horse meat, this was the first tool for taming a griffin. If they go hungry, it's over, said the handler. It was basic to feed them richly with mostly meat. Only then would they not crave human flesh. If you asked whether feeding them well meant you could ride them long hours, the answer was again, no. The monster handler was experienced, having tamed multiple monsters. In that one's view, griffins were inefficient. Griffins did not have very good stamina. On the ground, they might fight all day, but once they started flying, their wing beats ate up their strength. And once their strength was drained, with a lump of weight added on their backs. More so if the thing on their back was that tender, prime meat called a human. They'd fling the burden to the ground with a "what a nice lunchbox," and tear and swallow it. Lose strength, and they eat whoever's riding them, that's what it means. Nor do they obey just because you give orders. Compared to a trained warhorse, the inconveniences were far too many. They were worse than a wild horse just broken in. Because their savagery couldn't be controlled, they chased every unit the enemy sent out as bait the moment they saw it. That was a problem too. Even so, these griffin riders were the core of the strategy. Because a single advantage cancelled out all these flaws. Efficiency could go to the dogs for that reason. What can you do against something that flies? Because griffins were included, the guardian god of the south was pinned down by so small a force as this. The knightly order's strength couldn't be sent elsewhere. They didn't dare turn their gaze. If they pulled their feet back, the remaining troops would be annihilated. The handler did not know every part of the strategy, but could tell by feel that this was part of a major branch. Even if things went wrong here, there would be no danger to the handler. I am special. Monster handling was a rare skill even in the south. The handler's master had learned a little alchemy, a little magic, and some sorcery, and from that had created the present concept. Thus was the monster handler born. A single genius had accomplished it. Can't you make these idiots listen better? One of the griffin riders threw the line with a furrowed brow. If it were a regular soldier, the handler would have snapped back. Who are you to flap your mouth here? But couldn't. The speaker was the only knight among the riders. Maybe not top tier in the entire great nation, but because of a special talent, this man alone rode a griffin. Above all, he was a knight. Even if he wasn't among the few best, with a flick of his hand, the handler's neck could go rolling. The superiority of force was clear. The handler bowed his head. If they listened that meekly, they wouldn't be called monsters, Sir Simlic. I know. But think of the rider, too. The handler swallowed the rising irritation, but a faint displeasure seeped into the tone. To speak like that without knowing what it had cost to break this pack of griffins, it was galling. If I didn't think of the rider, you'd already be griffin feed. The knight's eyes turned toward the handler. They were glass clear, without a trace of emotion. Watch your mouth. I nearly chopped off an arm just now. I will take care. The monster handler bowed farther. If the handler died, the dozens of griffins bound by charms and sorcery would go mad and rampage. The knight knew. He would have been told 100 times before coming. But this man was the kind who didn't care about any of that. A southern knight drunk on battle, that very thing. Son of a... The handler cursed the knight inwardly. Simlac knew and let it pass. In any case, that man was the key to this operation. Knowing that, there would be no lopping of heads. Would a knight who fought for the High Pontiff defy the High Pontiff's order? There were 3 knightly orders in the south. Simlak belonged to one of them, the Amethyst Order. The amethyst was one of the High Pontiff's symbols, meaning a hand and foot that served him. In truth, Simlak had no grievance with the handler. Simlak was simply parched. I want to cross blades with that cypress bastard. Without permission, he could not step out. That was what offended him. Do you not trust me, Commander? It was the order of the Amethyst Order's commander. And not only Simlak, 3 other knights felt the same dissatisfaction. You saw it? Barely? If it's just taking a life, it looks easy. The 3 each had a singular talent. With Simlak included, the 4 of them were all the knight power left in this camp. The opponent those 3 meant was the captain of the Red Cloak Order of Knights, Cyprus. Simlak too had only seen Cyprus from afar a few times. That's Cyprus? Was that really the knight called a guardian god? To Simlak's eyes, the man called Cyprus looked weak. In other words, doable. If it looked that way to Simlak, it was likely similar for the other 3. This isn't the recklessness or bravado of youth. There were more knights in the south than on the continent, purely a difference in numbers. Because of that, they knew their place well. A good fighter properly assesses the opponent's power. A southern saying. They were men used to that proverb. They did not underestimate an opponent out of arrogance. That was why the question arose. Did it make sense that the advance was blocked because of a single knight? They'd even heard the strategy had been revised because of one Cyprus. Yet that opponent looked easy. If their blood didn't run hot, they wouldn't deserve to be called Southern Knights. If it hadn't been for the order of the main force's commander and captain, they would have ditched these griffins and charged long ago. Parched, truly. A knight was also someone who possessed a desire for struggle. Simlak's desire for struggle was on the excessive side among them. That didn't mean there was no patience. Hold it, Simlak. This isn't our time to move, said a knight of the Amethyst known for wielding calm as a weapon. I know, Simlak nodded. He would carry out the task given him. That was his duty now. 2 mornings later, scree! A griffin's monstrous cry cut the sky. You could call it a horrific sound, just to hear it. At least for those defending Nerilia's southern front, it was so. The number of riders had increased again. Over 30. Those bastards keep multiplying, Serline said when he saw it. Brow furrowed, 3 javelins slung over his shoulder, he gauged the positions of the incoming ones. The ones on griffins would be gauging their positions as well. A knight's thrown javelin would feel like a threat. Everyone to your stations. Don't forget what we're here to do. Though he held the post of vice-captain, his tone was plain and his actions unhesitating. At his words, every one of the Red Cloak Order of Knights stamped their feet in answer. Ha! A knightly order was a single body whose hands and feet had been trained together from youth. Their ability to execute a plan was naturally superior. As for drill, the general measure of that ability, they had done more than enough. Move, Dorhu. Lan gave the command. 5 squires mounted up and broke into a run. Today, they were the first bait. While friendlies reacted, and the griffins swooped, behind the friendly camp, a single horse pawed the ground, ready to run. Odd Eye still couldn't take to the sky just by flapping wings in place. It had to gallop and get speed for the body to lift. Only then would it fly. Because of that, the whole Nerilia army had been taking down tents in the camp and raising them elsewhere to make a road. That road ran straight toward the place the griffins would come. Odd Eye pounded down that path, straight, long, and made smooth as soldiers pick stones through the night. It tore the wind and unleashed its full racing instinct. Enkrid hugged close to Odd Eye's back. Otherwise the wind would flay his skin. The black hide of the horse sweated blue. Sweat that had been touched by will turned into a blue vapor. Over that, the dark green cloak stretched of its own accord and wrapped the human from head to toe. As they kept running, a single line seemed to score the earth. It left behind after images of a dark blue line, tangled with a dark green line. To the soldier's eyes, that was how it looked. And that strange line seemed to surge up and take to the sky. 2 mornings later, scree, a griffin's monstrous cry, cut the sky. You could call it a horrific sound, just to hear it. At least, for those defending Nerilia's southern front, it was so. The number of riders had increased again, over 30. Those bastards keep multiplying? Sir Leon said when he saw it. Brow furrowed, 3 javelins slung over his shoulder, he gauged the positions of the incoming ones. The ones on griffins would be gauging their positions as well. A knight's thrown javelin would feel like a threat. Everyone to your stations. Don't forget what we're here to do. Though he held the post of vice-captain, his tone was plain and his actions unhesitating. At his words, every one of the Red Cloak Order of Knights stamped their feet in answer. Ha 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 ha! A knightly order was a single body whose hands and feet had been trained together from youth. Their ability to execute a plan was naturally superior. As for drill, the general measure of that ability, they had done more than enough. Move. Lien gave the command. 5 squires mounted up and broke into a run. Today, they were the first bait. While friendlies reacted and the griffins swooped, behind the friendly camp, a single horse pawed the ground, ready to run. Odd-Eye still couldn't take to the sky just by flapping wings in place. It had to gallop and get speed for the body to lift. Only then would it fly. Because of that, the whole Nerilia army had been taking down tents in the camp and raising them elsewhere to make a road. That road ran straight toward the place the griffins would come. I pounded down that path, straight, long, and made smooth as soldiers picked stones through the night. It tore the wind and unleashed its full racing instinct. Enkrid hugged close to Odd-Eye's back. Otherwise the wind would flay his skin. The black hide of the horse sweated blue. Sweat that had been touched by will turned into a blue vapor. Over that, the dark green cloak stretched of its own accord and wrapped the human from head to toe. As they kept running, a single line seemed to score the earth. It left behind after images of a dark blue line tangled with a dark green line. To the soldier's eyes, that was how it looked. And that strange line seemed to surge up and take to the sky. Over here! Look here! Not only part of the Red Cloak Order served as bait. 20 supporting soldiers, led by Bernian, also went out as bait. Bernian strained the veins in his neck. His shout seeped through the thunder of griffin wing beats. Would the bastard on the griffin even hear? He wouldn't. Even so, Bernian shouted. To tame a monster and fight alongside it, his mercenary band had been swept away and killed by such monster waves. Thus, every monster in the world was his enemy and the target of his vengeance. Grinding his molars, Bernian shouted again. Look at me, come eat me. He wasn't the only soldier who went out as bait. In the south, many had suffered at the hands of monsters and demons. Some among them had lost eyes or limbs, and others had lost family. Come on, come, one soldier murmured, cut his own hand and scattered blood. Most monsters were sensitive to the smell of blood. Knowing that, he did it. The Southern Front was not simply a place that fought Rehinstetten. These men had 2 enemies. If one was the great southern nation, the other was the monsters flowing out of the demon lands. And in the south, they had long used strategies that employed monsters. For those who hated monsters, the south itself became an object of hatred as well. Apart from these, there were soldiers who volunteered as bait for other reasons. The Lord watches over us. If you ran your mouth wrong on horseback, your tongue would get cut in half. Knowing that, there was still a soldier who poured out such a long cry. His name was Lapild, a man who, if he lived, was certain to become a devout follower of the war god. Oh! Their shouts were not in vain. The griffin pack could not shake off the lure of galloping horses and humans. The griffin rider standing atop it soothed the monster being ridden, and dropped bundles of stones and scrolls hooked on the modified saddle. The bundles flared and fell as great fireballs. A single javelin flew for the center of one. Boom! How many in midair could break a spell? It was the Red Cloak Order of Knights. Javelins thrown by those who had reached a quasi-knight level, likely. The griffin rider adjusted distance and repeated the task. The rain had stopped. If griffins hadn't hated rain, this battle would already have ended long ago. In truth, it didn't matter either way. Even if the rain had poured down, they wouldn't have been able to rest. The drowned dead in their masses and the monster hordes would have pummeled them without end. To batter them one-sidedly from the sky, Simlek prepared for any javelin a knight might hurl up. Strangely, it was quiet below. By now, arrows or javelins aimed at him should have been coming up. Yet there was no such attempt. All their effort was going into intercepting the falling scrolls. Too many to take on? So, timid responses. Simlek's disappointment grew. They should have fought better than this. If the name Cypress wasn't a lie, they should have. Is this all? Naturally, they had no skill of flying, right? The griffins beat vast wings through the sky. The sound hammered the ears like a falling waterfall. Qua, qua. Amid that noise, another rhythm mixed in. No. It might not have truly been heard. Simlek only acted on instinct. He yanked the leather reins tied to the griffin's mouth. It was a snap judgment. The griffin reacted, twisting aside, and Simlek held the reins in his left hand alone, leaning his body to one side. Because his thighs and hips were fixed to the saddle so as not to fall, he twisted his waist as far as it would go. It was by a hair's breadth. Whump! With a sound of air popping, pressure rocked his helm. Straightening from the lean, Simlek turned his head. Every motion was fast enough to step beyond a normal man's bounds. The light that ran from his eyes traced a half arc in midair. And at the end of his gaze, he saw not a griffin, but a man riding a winged horse. A winged horse was astonishing, but something else seized Simlek's attention. Without even a saddle, he was flying, which meant in open air. Even a knight, if he fell, would be badly injured or die. Yet he was riding a winged creature with no saddle? It was bravado beyond boldness. Even Simlek had his thighs and pelvis fixed to the saddle set on the griffin. With accelerated thought, Simlek discarded a few visible and distracting facts, like the very existence of a Pegasus or whether there was a saddle, and instead grasped what he needed. Enemy flying. At least knight class. At the recognition, Simlek felt a thrill inside. So you have the skill of flying. At last, a foe worth fighting had appeared. That opponent didn't look like Cypress no matter how you squinted, but dropping one here to start would be fun. In any case, the reason they used griffins was to sap the strength of those Red Cloak Knights and then fight them. And if they managed to kill even the opponent, who had barely made it up into the sky, the enemy's morale would scrape the floor. Who are you? Give your name. No answer came back. Enkrid, the actual opponent, only drummed Odd Eye's head calmly, sharing a rapport with the horse. Hey, I almost fell. Nay, don't say you don't care. We're fighting together right now. Don't forget. Nay. Right. Let's try what we trained. If it was simply fighting while mounted on Odd Eye's back, would there have been any need to rack their brains and train for days? No. Not you, sis. Enkrid had come up with a clever technique and meant to execute it, and the reactions within the Order when they heard it were varied, truly varied. Chapter 867. Are you saying you want to fall out of the sky, crack your skull, and die? Rem said it. Ho ho, brother, if you wish to behold the war god, there is no need to take the hard road. There are plenty of easy ones. Auden picked up the line. Even for you, that's... Even Krang's pupils trembled. He's someone who'll come down eventually, so why bother? Ragnar spoke with a yawn. He was interested in what Enkrid did, but he did not interfere much. He had always been that sort. If he were the sort to listen when told to stop, I wouldn't have fallen for him. Lua Garn said it. She puffed her cheeks with a little kuruk. A Frock's cheer. Whatever anyone said, Enkrid thought of her words as cheering. Are we riding together? Shinar wanted to ride double on Enkrid's stunt. You're serious. Dead serious. Your will is exactly as it is. Timaeus could only marvel again. In the histories, it's conjectured that dragonkin rarely showed emotion, a cold race with chill in their blood. But seeing one in person, it wasn't like that at all. He constantly did tactless things like reading others' insides, seemed quite interested in humans, and often showed his admiration. Of course, all of that was limited to the human named Enkrid. That one smells nice. Dunbakel had no interest in whatever Enkrid said. She approached Odd Eye and sniffed. Odd Eye stood without a care. Was Enkrid the only one who counted Odd Eye as a comrade? No. They too saw Odd Eye as a member of the Order of Knights. And because of that, Odd Eye would think of them as comrades as well. Cool wings, you brat. Which was why Odd Eye answered Dunbakel now, with a neigh. May the Lord watch over you. Teresa left a prayer. You say the kind of thing that would get you called crazy, and you say it like it's nothing. Pell muttered it, and let it pass. Rem got dragged off by some bird before and came back alive, so it'll be fine, right? Rofod showed faith. Boss, if you're thinking it's fine because you're looking at me, that's a bit different. I came down by calling the eagle's soul. You don't know how to do that. He'd never learned any shamanism, so that was true. Rem said that much and met Enkrid's eyes. Tsk. Those eyes aren't the kind that listen when told. That was true as well. Enkrid wasn't disappointed that they couldn't recognize his cleverness. More than that, you could call him amused. Unless you try it, you can't know what you'll pull off. Enkrid spoke a maxim. At those words, they all stared blankly at him. There was no blame or criticism in those gazes. Whatever they said, what they showed was faith. What they revealed quietly was trust. Naturally, Enkrid had done the math, and because the angle was set, he said he would do it. But to someone, what he said would sound like crap. Thanks to today's repetitions, it now felt like long ago, the day when many had shaken their heads at him for showing recklessness. Having come through all those days, Enkrid smiled. If I die, hold the funeral grandly. A fairy tagged along to the line that crossed the line. If you die, I'll die with you, so we must go together in a joint funeral. The dragonkin added, eyes shining. I mean it as well. Between them, the ferryman's apparition spoke. He's just showing off because he knows if he dies, he repeats. Was that a bit of the worry in his heart slipping out? Or was the ferryman struggling, trying to assert his own will? Whatever it was, the ferryman's words were wrong. If he had lived with regression in mind, he could not have dreamed of tomorrow. He could not have moved forward even a step. He would have stayed in whichever today the ferryman wanted. Therefore, He did not listen to the apparition's words even with the back of his ear. Well, if you want to do it, you should. Ragnar's words held boredom. Leaning on a convenient wall, he idly toyed with Sunrise's grip. His face aside, he seemed to feel a thirst born of a desire for struggle. They had stuck together so much that now you could glimpse their inner weather from more than expressions, from posture as well. If he won't listen when we try to stop him, we should at least cheer him on. If you die, I'll go up there to those floating in the sky and pop each one's head, one by one. Rem added it with a giggle. Ksh, what's your name? Simlak asked. Even with the whom of griffin wing beats spreading out, a knight could well hear the opponent's words. Knowing that, he threw the line. Enkrid had been exchanging various words to match rhythm with odd eye. Even so, he did hear, and he lifted his head. Enkrid of the Border Guard. Simlak knew that name. In truth, among those on the continent who fancied themselves decent with a sword, it would be strange not to know it. The madman, the one who had piled up fame in a short span, as much as Cyprus, the one known by the epithet madman. So you're the guy who, fairy or whatever, is busy seducing any woman you see. The demonic rake, right? They say you can't tell front from back when you see a woman. Rumors get distorted, especially since southern Rahinstetten and central Norelia are enemies who constantly wage small-scale battles and keep each other in check. Not at a truce, but active fighting. Would the renown of the opponent sound good? It was enough for Malice to paint over the facts. Only having gone through several similar incidents, Enkrid made a mistaken assumption. Is that a rumor the fairy spread? It can't be, but it's not a rumor from the magician's side, is it? The Golden Witch and the Black Flower. Even within the Border Guard, jealousy toward Enkrid, who had won the two beauties, was rampant. Some thoughtless nobles, seeing Esther and Shinar going in and out of the city, fell for them and spread wild tales about Enkrid. Meanwhile, he'd often seen Shinar and Esther enjoy that and twist the rumors further, and he knew Jackson secretly helped for fun. What are you babbling? Is that thing a female too? Simlak spit out what flashed through his head and felt satisfied with his provocation. With this, the enemy's psyche would roil. Isn't it that kind of slur? That he lusts after beasts if they're female? A sharp taunt. Are you an idiot who feels desire even for beasts and gets dragged by lust? Now, show me trembling pupils. With expectation, Simlak stared straight into Enkrid's eyes. His specialty was sensing the opponent's wavering momentum. No wavering, not even the slightest quiver, let alone upheaval. The one named Enkrid patted Odd Eye's head and opened his mouth. Well, no, I know you're a man. If you react to every word coming from over there, you're second-rate. Soothe your heart. Use that feeling when you fight. Simlak narrowed his eyes. He let it pass calmly. That composure isn't bad. It was a trick of pretending to converse with a horse while soothing his own insides. It sounds silly, but when knights fight, it's rare that they keep their mouths shut and only swing their blades. Personal attacks to secure even a slight edge are tactics within the bounds of common sense. He opened his mouth again. You're conversing with a horse? Trying to imitate the legendary dragonkin. It was a most apt provocation again. If he asked, "What's a dragonkin?" he'd brand him an ignorant fool. If he knew, he'd scold him as a poser full of clumsy bluff. The plan was perfect. As a rule, everyone makes a plausible plan, until they get smacked. Enkrid opened his mouth. I don't particularly want to copy a dragonkin. He was sincere. There weren't many who would want to live like Timaeus. He couldn't get along with people and often got cursed for it. Of course, Timaeus the dragonkin was always unruffled even when cursed. It was rare for emotion to fill those eyes cleaved vertically. Only when he marveled did light come to his eyes. Normally, they were little different from the eyes of a frozen fish. No liveliness and a faint resolve. You could call him the existence on Enkrid's opposite side. As expected, not my style. Enkrid kept denying and stared closely at the opponent. It was a first meeting. When you don't know each other, provocation isn't easy. In such times, going simple is right. You have to speak from what you can see. The opponent wore a helm with wings sticking up beside the ears. It covered the head, but the ear sections were open. It looked like a device to mitigate the dulling of senses that comes from wearing a helm. Any knight would have experienced dulled senses when a helm covered the ears, so it seemed designed with that in mind. Was it a knight's exclusive piece? From the finish and shape, it didn't look mass-produced. Well, a knight usually had custom gear. Do you wear that on your head out of a desire to be a fairy? The wings sticking up on the helm recalled pointed ears. It was a light provocation. If it didn't land, he would let it go, but it was a topic worth poking. What? Watching the reaction, Enkrid continued. With that face, it's impossible. I go to the fairy city often, so I know. Absolutely impossible. Not happening. Give up on being a fairy. Aim for Frock instead. That much you can do. Rim and the entire mad order of knights all say Enkrid's manner of speech oddly scratches at people's insides. The reason? His manner is so calm and his voice's tones so weighty that if you listen without thinking, it sounds as if it's the truth. Even knowing it's a provocation and knowing it's nonsense, it makes a neat little crack across your calm. That was the true nature of Enkrid's provocations. This helm is the pride of the Amethyst Order. Simlek said it. He tried to seem composed, but his eyebrows quivered ever so slightly. High above, at a distance you'd barely reach by stretching out two long lances, he could still see. Also, didn't he have the habit of unconsciously sensing a fairy's slightest changes of expression? Compared to Shinar, reading the expression changes of the opponent seated on a griffin was far, far easier. Right, you're desperate to become a fairy, so you're wearing it. When did I ever say that? Becoming a fairy is hard. Even if you beg like that, it's impossible. With that face, it's impossible. I haven't wanted to become a fairy. If you want to fix your face, I can introduce you to a skillful witch. But no matter how much magic seeks mystery. Simlek's looks were not outstanding, but neither were they the kind that made you frown at first glance. If he groomed himself moderately, he was passable. In one view, he was ordinary. In another, he was clumsy. If you pressed the point within the order, he was on the decent side. I have never coveted a novelite fairy's looks. Simlek said it again. He'd never done that. It was true, but it's natural instinct for humans to pursue beauty. When one sees a fairy, one feels it's beautiful. Simlek was no exception to that category. He found the opponent hard to grasp. Suddenly spouting such drivel? Riding in on a winged horse? Fail. Next came words with no beginning or end. He was just staring closely at Simlek's face while saying it. The opponent's hair shone even with all of it swept back by the wind. A born face. He disliked the eyes, nose, and mouth of the guy who was judging his looks. Why was he angry? Was there any need to parse it? I'll hack you to pieces. There was no subject, but the meaning carried. My face? No, that won't do. Enkrid used a theatrical tone, flipping the otter's insides one more time. A blue vein bulged in the center of Simlek's forehead. Hey, your veins up. Enkrid ran his mouth once more there. If Rem saw it, he'd marvel that yes, that bastard really was the madman captain. Saying that, the one who actually moved first was Odd-Eye. Odd-Eye beat its wings, dipped its head forward, and closed with the griffin. Enkrid tightened his thighs, fixed his posture, and swung Dawn. It was a cut from below to above. If things went wrong, he meant to split the griffin's beak vertically. Separate from the horse, with an accelerated thought, he read the enemy's numbers. The enemy did the same. Even as anger surged, Simlak opened cold, chill eyes. He steadied his heart in an instant. He should indeed be called a formidable opponent. At the point where the two insights crossed, clang! Iron met iron with a thunderous crash. What Simlak thrust out was a long, slender spear. From the point where blade and spearhead met, a shock wave rose. A fierce wind kicked up, scattering Enkrid's hair as if tearing it loose, and the dark green cloak shortened and shed the wind. Flutter! Wearing a cloak on top of that too at ease. Are you? Cloaks suit my face. Whatever you say, he ends it with his face. Simlak evened his breath. If he fought with words, he'd lose. If he fell for provocations, he'd start by surrendering the edge. So, he shut his mouth. Instead, Simlak took the spear in one hand and a sword in the other. He used multiple weapons, sword, spear, axe, and more. Simlak's epithet was the Knight of Variability. He handled any weapon above a certain level, and in any environment he displayed solid combat ability. In adaptability alone, he surpassed anyone. Therefore he was called Variability, a knight who fit himself to the form or the conditions. That was why he rode atop a griffin. Even if the enemy targeted him in the sky, in this environment there would be no one who fought better than he who had already finished adapting. If there were more time, who knows? But if today was the opponent's first fight in the sky, Simlak held the advantage. He knew it. The captain emphasized that part, and the three down there knew it as well. In conclusion, Simlak's belief was correct. If the opponent hadn't been one hell of a madman, that is. The opponent on the winged horse swung his sword exactly twice, then opened the distance. Simlak grasped the opponent's edge. He recognized the difference in mounts. More freedom of movement than a griffin. To be exact, it was faster. The winged horse flapped less and circled around and around. The griffin was different. It was more skilled at moving in all directions, but in exchange it had no knack for sudden acceleration to build speed. On the other hand, the ceaselessly moving wings themselves served as an element that hampered the enemy's approach. A horse is vulnerable to my spearhead, but a griffin's wings become armor that blocks a sword. Along with a knight's insight, he possessed excellent adaptability. As Simlak was grasping each side's strengths and weaknesses, Enkrid suddenly flew up over the bastard's head. "What are you crazy bastard?" Simlak's mouth opened of itself. It was the stunt that, when hearing Enkrid's idea, everyone had called insane. Odd-Eye flew over the griffin's head, and Enkrid jumped, which is to say, he dropped as if to fall straight onto the top of Simlak's head. Simlak had cause to see it and be shocked. There was no time to order evasive maneuvers to the griffin. In the first place, this thing wasn't the kind of monster that obeyed well. It was not like a warhorse that served like hands and feet. Simlak finished an instantaneous judgment and thrust his spear upward. What he overlooked was this: the power loaded on a spearhead thrust from a seated position with lower body strength excluded is markedly different from the weight loaded on a sword that receives whole, the force of a body dropping from overhead plus the throwing force of a horse. Chapter 868. A griffin's wings are a shield. With a mediocre arrow you can't pierce them, and because the wing beats don't rest, you can't find a gap either. This was the testimony of a member of the Red Cloak Order of Knights. A javelin thrown with at least quasi-knight level strength? That's why we set that as the minimum condition. At Cypress One Line, the Red Cloak Order did their jobs instead of showing emotion. They said what was needed. They faithfully answered what Enkrid asked. No soldiers died because they got hooked by those bastards, though there were some whose heads got cracked by the stones they dropped. This was a soldier's answer. He tracked the traces of dead soldiers and grasped the unfavorable points they had paid so far. He drew the course of the fight, imagined it, and inferred it. It was prediction, not review. Excellent. Luagarn showed satisfaction. Think and move before you fight. That was what Luagarn emphasized. Except for the time he spent eating, sleeping, and training, Enkrid asked and asked without end. Sleep was enough to serve as rest, so in the remaining time he wore out his feet, canvassing the inside of the camp. It goes without saying that knowing even some small thing is more advantageous than fighting knowing nothing. That's why you collect and gather information before the battle starts. I've never seen them just whoosh, go shooting off. They flap and circle above. Do they ever just stop in place? Yes, they did. They keep circling over your head and keep throwing things. Even a soldier without a gift of gab was fine. Enkrid also took in the lessons of the mad order of knights, Rem included, cleanly and well. Compared to back then, the words of a soldier whose talk was a bit clumsy were like a well-written primer. Why does this feel weirdly unpleasant? Rem, who was watching, muttered at his side, and Enkrid looked at Timers and shook his head. The dragonkin, who had just been about to speak Enkrid's insides aloud, shut his mouth. They're not on the agile side. If they were, not only this battlefield, they'd have gone around and harassed the rear long ago. Even just cutting the supply line, just by periodically raiding the supply line, a day's ride by horse from here, the southern front would be finished. Even a knight cannot fight without eating. They aren't creatures that fly long distances. Why go around the obvious easy road? There is only one reason. Because they can't. There were many who had seen the griffins shoot upward when arrows or javelins were thrown. He gathered the information and drew the picture in his head. He added lines to the picture and added color, and it was distinctly clearer than before. In the end, the help of the Red Cloak Order of Knights was great. After hearing the several attempts the Order had made to take down griffins, he understood. They're adept at vertical movement, and their wings are a means of defense in themselves. Left and right aren't empty. If you go underneath, you have to break through a lion's claws. Some in the Red Cloak Order saw their bellies as a weak point and threw javelins, and the griffins knocked them away with their claws. They weren't fools either. Even if the mad order had not come, they would have found some way to break through. If javelins didn't work, we considered airdropping a trebuchet and riding it ourselves to catch them. No, were they fools? That was something a knight said. It was one thing to launch your body on a trebuchet, but how were you planning to handle the landing? I thought if I did a breakful somehow it would work out. You can't know the result without trying it. Enkrid liked that line very much. But there are also times when the result is so obvious it's like grabbing heated iron and getting your hand burned. Of course, if you have to grab heated iron, if you must no matter what, then you do it. But he judged that was not a saying to apply to this matter. I told you several times, if you fall, you die. This was something Aurelia said. Naturally, it meant he hadn't gotten permission from the Order's leadership, Aurelia included. As always, Enkrid did his utmost not to stop in today. Everything was part of that. It was the conclusion he drew with the information he had gotten that way. This was not a fight to drag out. If the enemy is even a little disadvantaged, they'll pull back. Then time drags. With a single fight, crush the enemy's morale and make it so they don't even think of using griffins. That was Enkrid's goal. If the fight drags on, The guy right next to me got skewered by an icicle spear and died. But, well, this is a battlefield. Their scrolls aren't just of one kind. More of our own. Soldiers, people, would die than now. A soldier who goes to a battlefield dies. It's obvious. Not everyone can live. Yes, it's an all too obvious principle. But if you can avoid it, isn't it only right to strive to do so? The eyes of the speaking soldier kept trembling. Enkrid knew that too. He did not take the soldier's sacrifice as a matter of course. The day before the griffins lifted, Cypress came over amid the evening glow. Do you know what the best stratagem for us to win was? Make every soldier bait and strike the enemy's main force. Instead of the order of knights volunteering to be the army's shield, they would be the spear point and charge. Fight while watching soldiers die to griffons. It was the second worst to meet while avoiding the worst. The worst was to hold on as is and greet the enemy exhausted. Enkrid glimpsed the enemy's intent. Sap their strength with griffons, then pour in soldiers to drain them again, and then fight. Use the soldier's blood to drain the knight's strength. A simple strategy, but efficient. A way of fighting with no romance. When he pierced through and said it, I think so too. Petty little men. Cypress let out a hearty laugh. He launched himself off odd-eyed. The wind tore his cheeks. The cloak slapped onto his back and reduced air resistance. Explode! Shake out the sword that pours out everything he has. His will became a current of water and pushed will. Just before he swung the sword, Enkrid snatched it and arrested it. Waiting. Watching Eden Molson, he learned waiting and compression. It was close to revisiting what he already knew, but learned was learned. On the way here, he turned that knack over and over and grasped it. Now it was when he needed it. As he dropped from odd eye, he turned half a turn. He gathered the rotational force and swung the sword. When? He caught the very moment it met the enemy's spearhead. Because the wind was fierce, it was hard to secure his view. Beyond the slitted eyes, he saw the spearhead suddenly shoot up. Enkrid detonated the compressed force. Will moved, following his will. The blow, loaded with falling force and weight, smacked the spearhead. Bang! With a thunderclap, the shaft sprang aside. Time stretched, and he saw the other's face. Inside the helm that covered brow and facial line, the emotion in the wide eyes was bewilderment. The man let go of the spear. It was an instantaneous judgment. If he held on, his grip would burst or his arm muscles would twist. He abandoned one weapon. Instead, with the other hand, he thrust the sword. Enkrid, having clubbed the spearhead with Dawn, used that force to spin his whole body once. From the body rotating in midair, Dawn's blade leapt out, shedding blue light. Laden with rotational force, Dawn struck the other's blade. Bang! The second thunderclap. At the same time, Simlok's sword split into 9 pieces and whipped like a lash. Naturally, his weapons were engraved weapons as well. Spear, sword, even axe. His will dwelt in all 3. On the spear was inscribed a spell that returned to its owner, even if thrown. In the axe was packed a flame that seared the wound the moment it cut. Lastly, the sword's name was segmentation. If the owner wished, it was a blade that divided its body into pieces and, like a snake, seized anywhere and ripped and smashed. I've won? He'd been startled by the audacity of jumping off the horse, but in the end it was his victory. Simlok believed so. As the blade Enkrid had clubbed with Dawn transformed and tried to coil around his leg, Enkrid drew and bit down with Penna. It was a blade that had once broken in 2 and had been hammered back together in flame by a fairy smith. P. He vividly recalled the scene of that emotionless fairy smith, exclaiming in shock at the broken penna. Impurities wedged themselves into the stretched-out thinking. Idle thoughts. He let them go and discarded them. Then, with the blade that fairy smith had tempered with total focus, he nullified the enemy's attack. Kakagak. Sparks scattered savagely. Though not an engraved weapon, penna was a treasure of the fairy race. It had broken once, but breaking it again would not be easy. Thus Enkrid's foot touched the griffin's back. It was after 2 sword strikes and 1 defense. Crazy? Simlac's feet were fixed in the saddle. Therefore, he could not stand. He twisted his waist and looked at Enkrid. Thanks for the compliment. With those words, Dawn split his helm. Even as he spoke, his hands and feet did not stop. So Simlac's crazy, Enkrid's reply, and the blades splitting his head looked like they happened at the same time. Thunk, crack. Dawn's blue-white blade split helm and head. Of the 3 weapons Simlac had, he could not even use the axe. A dead man cannot swing a weapon. Screech. When the weight increased, the griffin let out a shriek. As Enkrid reclaimed the sword that had split the head, the crazed griffin shook its body left and right. It was a worse situation than keeping balance on a rocking ship. As Enkrid bent his knees, lowered his posture, and barely tried to balance, another griffin rider rushed in from the side. Thanks for coming. Keeping his knees bent, Enkrid gathered will in his feet, used the griffin's spine as ground, and stomped to leap. Moving like that, he didn't forget to recover penna. For the moment, penna had the enemy's sword entangled in it, so it looked like a mace tightly wound with some steel thorn. But he had no need to swing the mace that penna had become right now. Thump, crack, whack, but the griffin underfoot stopped flapping and screamed. Its spine was broken. What remained for it was only a fall. Enkrid shifted straight onto the other griffin rider. It was a mistake to come at him meaning to peck him with the beak, deciding to target him. Damn it! The soldier hastily twisted his waist, drew a short sword and thrust. Enkrid was a knight. He could pull off feats that looked impossible to ordinary people. He sheathed to Dawn and pinched the short sword with 2 fingers. The opponent was just a soldier who, if things went wrong, was resolved to become a griffin's emergency rations. He was no knight. This is a battlefield. Don't hold a grudge. Saying so, Enkrid shoved the sword he held between his fingers aside, and with one hand he took the soldier's neck and snapped it. To the eye, it wasn't a process of taking and snapping. It just looked like he tapped and passed by. Crack, dot. His neck went limp, and pink froth flowed from nose and mouth. Drops of blood dragged through the froth, but the wind scattered it all. The third one after the second wasn't that far either. That would be so on the ground. But this was in the sky. Regardless of distance, without considerable daring, it was hard to just bound across. It was a height that prodded humankind's primal fear. In this respect, Enkrid already had a technique he had experienced, and mastered several times, so he felt no fear. Heart of a beast. It was the art that had kept him from closing his eyes when he saw a flying sword tip. Now it made him fly like a madman in the sky. Enkrid jumped again. This time, it was farther than before. Crunch, pop! Using the griffin's back as a springboard and kicking hard, this time its backbone didn't just break, its back hide burst. Thanks to the dead griffin under his feet, Enkrid shot like an arrow and double-rode with the third rider. The knack of twisting his body in midair to catch balance as he landed hardly looked human. Particularly to the enemy, it would have looked even more inhuman. A knight is a calamity. The meaning of those words had cause to drive into their hearts. Got a seat? Even if not, it can't be helped. I'm already on. Huh? The soldier was so flustered he couldn't string words together. Enkrid clenched a fist and chopped near the crown of his head. Tong! The shock transmitted inside the helm turned the soldier's brain to mush. His pupils spun and blood tears streamed. A Novaite, read more on our source, within, but the wind snatched them away. Enkrid sought the next target. Then a lump of flame flew at his eyes. Whoosh! They judged it better to throw a scroll bundle than to close in. A spell has a flow. A spell cast directly by a mage can change in real time, but a scroll cannot. For Enkrid, cutting magic embodied by scrolls was easier. He gripped the hilt of dawn which was in the scabbard and loaded it with will. He drew the sword, scored a vertical line, and put it back. Every motion was nothing if not swift. Who won? No. Wind rose following the cut. The fireball split in two before Enkrid and veered to his left and right, exploding a while later. Boom, boom. Between the two sounds, the Reaper with blue eyes chased the next target. Shit, run! Someone shouted. They weren't knights. There was no way they would obey because someone said so. Even so, their hearts connected. All of them must have decided to flee because they yanked hard on the reins connected to the griffin's mouth. A few failed to control them. The griffin, as if bothered by the thing on its back, flapped and then canted its body to the side. Ah, no! One of the soldier's feet slipped from the stirrup. Dangling in midair, the soldier's face came before the griffin's beak. Without hesitation, the griffin pecked the man's head. Crunch! The wind snatched and scattered brain, blood, flesh, and bone fragments. The blood and bits of flesh that the wind didn't take went into the griffin's mouth. Enkrid measured the distance and jumped again. This time he picked a spot too far. It didn't seem he could possibly reach. The soldier who had tugged the reins felt relief. That crazy bastard will fall and die now. The soldier's hope was not fulfilled. Flutter, ah, ah. Behind Enkrid, the dark green cloak stretched and caught the wind. He flew, gliding. In that way, he faced the next griffin rider. Nice to meet you. I won't ask your name. The one line he gave them was mourning for a soldier dragged into a fight. His knee crushed the soldier's face. Thud, died, done. Crushed eyeball went inward and then popped out. Enkrid swung penna, now a clanking mace, at the griffin's neck. Crack crunched, torn and scratched and clumped with flesh. The monster's neck was severed in a dirty shape, and it fell. As Enkrid's body pitched, he shouted, "No!" Fwak, dot away. The winged horse that shed blue vapor, Pegasus, had come under him before he knew it. Enkrid jumped from atop the dead griffin's body and sat onto Odd Eye. It was a foal with weight, but Odd Eye bore it easily. There were still more griffins left. He did not intend to leave a single one. It was with that resolve that he had risen into the sky. Chapter 869. The layered clouds were a fog that obstructed sight. I hadn't known until I entered them myself. But once I experienced it, I realized it was so. It didn't really matter. Even within the mist that clouded everything before its eyes, Odd Eye pinpointed the enemy's position. It wasn't difficult for Enkrid either. The griffin's wing beats came with a noise too loud to hide. Quah, quah. And even as they moved against the wind, a rank smell trailed with them. The sound and the stench fixed their location. Keek. Whether it was bravado or the sign of one with a brain that still worked, two griffins that had been hiding behind the clouds suddenly closed in from both sides. Odd Eye moved its wings and halted in place. It changed the wing angle so that they faced the wind. An astonishingly abrupt stop. Dotty. The moment they met the two griffins head-on, Enkrid swung penna, which had become a spiked mace. Pong! Peak. The one on the left had its head burst. The one on the right thrust its beak in that brief instant, but it was pointless. Enkrid's reaction speed surpassed that of any monster. Moreover, Odd-Eye didn't simply stay still. Seeing the direction from which the right griffin's beak was coming, Enkrid drew slightly back. There were no restrictions on forward, backward, left, or right movement. Just because they both flew in the sky didn't make them the same. Odd-Eye was swifter than a griffin and capable of far more dimensional maneuvers. Enkrid thrust Penna forward. On that thrust, the relic of the enemy knight, the blade that had once clattered as it coiled around the sword, drove into the griffin's torso. Beok. Wek. The scream of the monster that hadn't died instantly felt almost familiar. Too noisy. Enkrid drew Penna back to retrieve it, then pulled out Dawn and brushed past the creature's head. Ping. Wetting dot. Only the sound of the air being cut remained, and yet the griffin's head floated in the air. Enkrid, through this battle, slaughtered 26 of the griffin riders. Hey, what's that? Simlike's dead. The eyes of the 3 southern knights watching from the ground widened. They had predicted and assumed all sorts of possibilities, yet this was a sight they had never once pictured. There was no way not to be astonished. Among them, the one whose specialty was composure was the first to shift from shock to action, from surprise to response. All troops to battle readiness. If the enemy wasn't a pack of fools, there was no way they'd miss this chance. They'd been pressing these opponents down for days. Moreover, the Southern Army had been advancing for what comes next, moving into positions advantageous for fighting. In other words, they had been preparing for a full-scale battle. Now the situation was twisting. Normally, they would begin the fight when the timing and conditions they desired arrived. The initiative's been taken. Suddenly a flying horse appeared in the sky, contending for air control with the griffin riders. Simlike had just died, but even without much imagination, predicting what would follow wasn't difficult. They'll all die. If the enemy had spotted the main army's movement yet, retreating now might have been an option. Yet even with griffins threatening overhead, Norillia hadn't been negligent in sending out even its few quasi-knights for reconnaissance. A commander who fails in operation may be forgiven, but one who fails in vigilance cannot. Such a commander is unqualified. Norillia had no fools like that, only those who never missed an opportunity to know the enemy and know yourself. The basics of warfare. He knew that as well. And because of that, he knew they wouldn't let this chance slip. The Amethyst Order Knight lifted his head. His name was Galuto. Elma, Delic, Piety. You two intercept the enemy knight. If Cyprus enters the fray, combine your strength. Liane and Enguise are there too, Elma answered. Of the 4, she was the only woman. But in sheer skill, she was the greatest. She wanted to face Cyprus alone. And there's also the one up in the sky who cut down Simlak. Part of the mad order of knights has come. It wasn't a difficult deduction. Even in this urgent situation, Galuto closed his eyes. It wasn't to show composure. It was because in a moment like this he felt the need to look coolly over the situation. It was an old habit. Drawing out time never suddenly produced some grand strategy. Such cases were rare. But within the span of a single exhale, he could find composure. That way, at least he wouldn't do something stupid. Galuto opened his closed eyes again. In his dull-colored brownish eyes, an uncompromising will settled. Impossible. Capture Cyprus and pull out. Then, it's our victory. Leave the other knights to the main force, and use every remaining means. In sheer number of soldiers, they had twice as many. The outcome of the knights' duels would determine the battle's victory, but numbers couldn't be ignored. Still, What Galuto was saying now was an extreme method, using part of their doubled army simply to tie down the enemy knight's feet. Understood. Within the Amethyst Order, including the slain Simlac, the four of them were equals, but in practice Galuto was regarded as the next vice-captain. Elma and Jellic nodded. Division of command before battle was the worst mistake. They were knights, trained and hardened from childhood, perfected war machines. What they hadn't foreseen, though, was only the existence of those battle-crazed savages and their companions. While some waited, others prepared, and still others marveled, they moved in that moment. Galuto, Elma, and Jellic were knights. The three simultaneously sensed something ominous. Their intuition reacted before their hearing. Instantly they scattered in three directions. Sound came late. Before that, a heavy object drew a line and grazed the spot where the three of them had been. It was a projectile so fast that even with a knight's dynamic vision they couldn't gauge its exact form. The three knights felt the air bunch at the center and a gust rise. For a brief instant, sound vanished. The projectile that had passed pulled in all of the sound and air as it went, disappearing. It was like the stillness right before a typhoon. That stillness ended immediately. Guan! With a tremendous roar, a cloud of dust billowed up in the rear. It was the spot where part of the main force had been. When the shock is too great, people can't even scream. Galuto knew that from experience. The scream always comes a bit late. Just as sound lags slightly, so it always is. Once the initial shock passes and one realizes that their limbs, or the comrade who had been talking beside them, has vanished, the moment they register it, humans inevitably let out a scream. Kia! Like now. What is that? An attack! Attack! Magic! It was the moment when years of training lost meaning. Among humans struck by calamity, some fall into panic. Knights are calamity, beings specialized in nullifying the combat power of ordinary soldiers. Yet not all broke down. A few soldiers, not knights yet still possessing heroic mettle, responded. Get your heads straight, form ranks. Disperse. Even in hell, we fight on. The southern battle cry rang out. Even in hell, fight on. Some officers restored order in their units. Galuto stepped out from the dust cloud. Can you see? Of the three, Jellic had the best eyes. Narrowing them, he answered. 4. Whether the Nerillian main force moved or not, whether their commander fought in the sky or not, they moved as they pleased. They didn't know the madman named Rem. A continental proverb struck them. If you don't know, you pay for it. Kill them all. Enki. Bernyan spoke while pounding his chest near his heart instead of weeping. The role of bait was finished. All of them craned their necks back and looked up at the sky. Between the patches of blue and the wide-spreading clouds, tiny dots moved. The stones and spells that had been falling over their heads had stopped. They had become spectators, watching the falling griffins, watching the gift of fortune descending from the heavens. Goddess of the scales, Bernyan murmured. She never placed her balance on one side only. She must have given their side as much as that. Beside him, Lapild muttered, the war god watched over us. High above, Enkrid roaming the skies drew everyone's eyes. Now, who held the advantage? Demonic one, madman. Some soldiers shouted in exultation. The veterans and the Red Cloak Order of Knights separately nodded, but did not raise loud cheers. They knew a knight who had accomplished even greater feats than what Enkrid now displayed. They had endured watching his back, and watching his fights, they had honed their own skill. Though a shiver ran through them, they knew. If it were Cyprus, he would prevail somehow. The sight of him accomplishing things even more reckless than what was happening above came vividly to mind. Was the nickname one who accomplishes anything attached for nothing? Because of that, the order did not cheer noisily. Only two with lighter temperaments opened their mouths. "Fights well. Feels damn good to watch." Even with all the harsh training, their natures never changed. The man leading them, Cyprus, also showed a faint smile. The corners of his lips rose just enough, his eyes curving slightly. Good to see. No further judgment. Only that one line. At the same time, he gestured for Aurelia to come. The enemy's positions had been identified. It was time to fight. "Ah, master." The madmen moved first. The official title was Mad Order of Knights. Aurelia had dropped the word order entirely, and it was understandable. Quick, aren't they? Did the old knight think of the cruelty of years? His eyes deepened, a gaze heavy with thought. He too knew it was time to fight. He had read the moment to act, same as they. Only the madmen had been a bit faster, as though they'd already foreseen that their commander in that sky would win through overwhelming might. Suddenly the king's words came to mind. Krang, the king he served, had said, "Everyone seems to think I've come to a dangerous place. On the contrary, I've taken refuge in the safest place in this war. Even if the power of the sun, hand on my body, fades, I am somewhere there's someone who'll protect me." How bright those blue eyes of Krang had shone as he spoke. His golden hair reflected the sunlight, his eyes the color of the clear sky, vast, bottomless. A bold thought indeed. If the place where my knight stands isn't the safest, then what is? What was the implication of those words? He had staked his life on his army's victory. Even if they lost here, he wouldn't beg pitifully for his life. He would fight to the end and bet everything on the battle with the highest odds. The southern army stalled for time and played tricks with griffins. Originally, to expose those tricks, the Red Cloak Order of Knights should have been split and dispatched to the capital and other fronts, but the king kept them here. Guard what you wish freely. Do as you please. Even though they hadn't asked, the king had pledged it. Though not a knight, he had sworn oath. Protect and fight for what you wish, sir. That's what you desired, isn't it? Yes, it was. The soldiers of the south were brothers and family. If the order came, a knight was to throw them into the flames and rush in himself. His oath and vow were such. Yet heart, vow, and oath cannot always look toward the same place. Krang had pointed that out. He'd said it was fine to look the same way. The king had said it casually, then changed the subject, revealing instead his own wish. Who stands to gain if this war drags on? The Empire? The Demon Lands? I don't know. But one thing is clear. When this war lengthens, there will be many who suffer and grieve. He hadn't spoken with only the fence of Narilia in mind. Cyprus newly felt the measure of his king, one beyond his own reach. It might be a political weakness, he thought. But in today's Narilia, there are no foolish nobles to oppose the crown. The Council of 10, was it? 6 were royalists. The remaining 4 were the king's own hands disguised as the aristocratic faction. Brilliant politics. Krang had told him all this. I intend to fight them all. The Demon Lands, the Empire, the entire continent, and everything that stirs up war. At the king's speech, Cyprus had nodded. To add one more interesting point, not me, he thought. The safest place the king had spoken of was not by his own side. The place the king meant was beside that mad order knight named Enkrid. Amusing, and more amusing still. Cyprus murmured as if reciting verse. His tone carried rhythm. He had always sung well, had an oval got, don't copy, read here. He'd not become a knight, he would have been a fine minstrel. Only a few close attendants knew that he'd written the song that spread his name himself. Aurelia knew her grandfather. He wasn't someone to feel things like wistfulness. Indeed, he didn't feel such clumsy emotions. In the eyes that had momentarily sunk still, Interest brimmed once more. Aurelia? Yes. The ones left now aren't the last. Put effort into reconnaissance. Find through the main force whether more enemy troops are coming. Some detachments will already have crossed the border. But what we need to look at isn't the rear, it's the front. Our king has ordered us, strike forward, and that aligned with his own wish as well. I trust the rear will hold on its own. We'll handle whatever comes charging from the front. Yes, I'll do so. Aurelia briefly thought of her friend Asia. The sword that guarded the royal family wasn't hers alone. The knight called Gentle Cypress looked forward. Part of the mad order of knights was already fighting. How well would they fight? They were indeed a sight worth watching. Chapter 870 Ping. It wasn't a sound that was actually heard. It was only that the shape of the sound caught by instinct took that form. Elma narrowed her eyes. If you try to look, you'll be too late. Holding the grip of her sword, she focused every bit of her nerves. The Southern Orders of Knights had originally been 5, hence they were called the 5-color orders. But as time passed, their number was reduced to 3. Only 3 of the 5 colors remained. Among them, amethyst was the weakest. That was the evaluation within the South. Elma's goal was to overturn that evaluation. Every fight was undertaken for Run's own reasons. Some for loyalty, some for fame. For Elma, the purpose was to prove her skill. Since the age of 12, she had hardened her sides with an iron hammer, fought against gnolls, satyrs, and lycanthropes, and she entered the Order of Knights. The training there was even harsher. The Imperial Knight Valmung had spoken of knightly cultivation, and Enkrid too had opened his own path toward knighthood. Would the South have none of that? It began with distinguishing poisons by smell alone, then preparing for ambushes even in sleep. Next came fighting not 1 or 2 monsters, but entire colonies. For 3 days she was hunted and had to destroy a lycanthrope colony. She even fought named satyrs. A satyr was a monster whose lower body resembled a goat's, but overall form resembled a human's. They weren't creatures that relied on brute strength alone. They used technique. And there were more than 1 or 2 of them. Many, far too many. She had struggled within that and survived. Proving her skill, she became one of the top new talents in the Amethyst Order. Build your strength with your life as the stake. That was the Southern creed. Elma was the genius who had completed all that training with excellent results. Her sword was a 2-handed blade as long as her own body. Since childhood she had fought monsters wielding blades larger than herself, so she was used to this size. The blade was jagged like teeth. It had been her sword since childhood, and she had overlaid steel on it, preserving the shape to make it an engraved weapon. The engraved weapon's name was Main. Her pupils contracted. The narrowed pupil's depth of focus extended, catching the shape of what she'd missed before. A rock? More precisely, it was a stone polished smooth like a glass sphere. A projectile that Rem called a bullet. Elma swung her greatsword. A straight line drawn from top to bottom, the blade exactly facing the direction from which the projectile flew. The muscles of both arms bulged in an instant, adding force. Kang! The iron split and a metallic roar burst out. A shockwave spread from her center and wind blew. The divided projectile struck the ground with twin thuds. Even that alone sent earth bursting up to a man's height. Who cut it? Elma spoke, a light breath accompanying it. Was it difficult? Considerably. It must have been the opponent's full-force strike. He threw because he isn't confident in close combat. Galuto's analysis followed. Elma nodded. The first one she'd missed, causing some soldiers to fall into panic, but the second she had cut. Woo! Amethyst. Elma. Violet Elma. Violet Elma. That was the name they called her by. The soldiers cheered. And toward those cheering soldiers approached the owner of that projectile and his group. Blocked, huh? They won't all be duds either. Southern Knights, huh? Let's see how good they are. If you die, I'll see your remains collected. Should I scatter them somewhere in a wasteland? Who's dying? I'll start by killing you first. The one in the lead had gray hair. Swinging the arm that held an axe back and forth loosely, he approached. Right beside him was a beastman with yellow pupils, like a predator's eyes, and behind them, 2 human men. The ones talking were the 2 behind. They didn't know it, but those 2 were Pell and Rofod. They came forward without even silencing their footsteps, revealing their composure. Bluff? Nay. Galuto gouged the enemy. No, neither arrogance nor conceit. Familiarity. That was how it looked. For a knight, being used to battle was natural. But even so, they were too natural. They look like they've been through this kind of fight dozens of times. Galuto's eye was sharp. Ram, Dunbakel, Rofod, and Pell had fought countless times before. They'd nearly had their necks cut off sparring with one another more than once. The fact that the enemy were knights didn't make their shoulders stiffen. They looked like they fought knights dozens of times. The same could be said for this side. Southern Knights don't shy from combat. Battles with monsters from the demon lands aren't something one can avoid. So they too had fought on and on, half willingly, half by force. Gellick narrowed his brow, grasping a pair of short swords, one in each hand. Elma alternately opened and clenched the hand that held her blade. Elma was a master of high-speed slashes based on the heavy sword style. Her engraved weapon cut flesh with a mere graze, and ordinary weapons would have their edges eaten away. Its name was Maine, its nickname the Grinder's Blade. Gellick's instantaneous acceleration was unmatched even within the order. The twin blades he held were the fangs of a serpent coated in poison, an engraved weapon forged after killing a famous monster. A poison with no antidote. That was Gellick's hidden secret art. He had fused his will with the monster's venom. Had he not done so, he would never have survived in the Amethyst Order. He'd have died back then, bitten by the monster Lamia, whose upper body was human and lower half a serpent. Each time Gellick prepared his internally produced synthetic poison, he furrowed his brow, not from intent or pain, but because it simply happened that way. He only knew that some anomaly had taken root in his body during the time he endured that poison. That one's mine. The beastman stretched a finger straight out, pointing at Gellick. Fine, I'll be the one to kill you first. Gellick took the words in stride. It wasn't Cyprus, and they were all unfamiliar faces. That didn't mean he let down his guard. Moments ago, Simlek had died overhead, and from that single missed bullet earlier, over 10 soldiers had been killed or lost limbs. Even now, groans echoed here and there. Some were holding on wrapped in layers of bandages. Others had already lost too much blood and awaited death. This was no time for carelessness. Archers! Galuto called the prepared unit. The archery squad that had been ready pulled their strings taut. Kikigik. It was a modified anti-personnel ballista, operated by 3 soldiers per bow. 2 drew, and 1 set the arrow on the string. The bow itself was as large as a man's torso, fixed upright in the ground. Fire! No sooner had Galuto spoken than a rapid thud, 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 thud resounded. The arrows were several times faster, thicker, and heavier than ordinary ones. Boom! Rofod and Pell swatted away all 4 of the massive arrows. The impact numbed their arms. They would recover quickly, but that was no reason to leave the enemy alone. Rofod knew he had to strike. We need to deal with the soldiers. Saying so, he told Pell and then charged at the enemy knight who had called for the archers. This crazy bastard? Behind him came Pel's high praise. Fine, if they had to handle the soldiers, then that night was his. Rofod spoke through action. Pel didn't insist otherwise. This was a battlefield, not a playground. Being skilled and experienced didn't mean doing something stupid. Coyote bastard, I'll remember that for later. In the wilds, sheep ignore most wolves. But among the beasts that persistently hunt sheep are the coyotes that dwell in the wastes. They're a pack that even hunts monsters. In short, Coyote bastard was the highest compliment Pel could give. Yeah. Rofod gave a casual reply and stood before Galuto. Hold out. If you last, I'll kill them and join you, Galuto shouted without caring who stood before him. The southern commander clenched his molars. Now it was time to face Calamity. Calamity had brown hair and long arms. He strode forward, the arms hanging loose like pendulums swinging front to back. The three southern knights knew a massacre was about to unfold but did not interfere. Galuto could feel the discipline of the troops behind him wavering, but there was no helping it. Buy time with the army. That way one knight wouldn't have to face two at once. If even one of the three won, the tide would turn. How strong were those who came instead of the Red Cloak Order? Should he pull back the troops even now? Was there another solution? Ooh? With one exhale, Galuto blew away the needless thoughts. Too many distractions before a fight. Tired of waiting. I was going to just cut you down, but held back. If you apologize, I'll accept it. What? Rofod needled his opponent's temper just as he did Pel's. This was, so to speak, a standard technique of the Mad Order of Knights. He provoked the opponent. From afar, Rem, hearing it, snickered. Kid talks well. All those years of training in fine insults and fine beatings had paid off. Satisfying. Don't act so smug, ash-headed bastard. Elma spoke. Rem turned his body lightly and raised his axe. Holding the blade in both hands, its edge slanted toward the opponent. Elma looked past the blade at him and inwardly refuted Galuto's earlier words. He attacked with a projectile because he lacked confidence in close combat? Nonsense. The hand holding the axe kept catching in her vision. The blue veins bulging on the back of the hand, gripping the handle. The vambrace that seemed to twitch as if alive. The muscles inside it were swelling, filling the metal guard completely. One strike. Elma didn't intend to draw the fight out. In a single exchange, victory and defeat would be decided. One would live, and one would die. At full power, she steadied her mind and focused. Veins rose on both her hands. Tot. She raised the sword above, shifting into the best stance for a downward cut. Her arms formed a triangle, narrowing her vision. It was fine. A knight doesn't see with eyes alone. The opponent, expressionless, raised the axe gripped in his right hand. Elma connected her thoughts through high-speed cognition. After letting him perceive that the match will end in a single blow. She'd realized it when, as a child, she had rushed to cut down beasts larger than herself. There are too many foes you can't cut down in one strike. From then, she'd revised her tactics. If one stroke didn't work, she'd cut twice. If twice didn't, she'd cut thrice. Into the world of breathless stillness. She stopped breathing and slashed. The pressure formed by the blade crushed down on Rem's head first. In the opponent's eyes, the gleam stretched long. Descending from above, a blade that constricted the entire body. The power in that single strike was no less than Pel's. Still, she thought, not as good as that lazy swordsman. Rem swung the axe upward. If he released the strength in his wrists, it would snap instantly. So he kept the wrist straight and twisted his body around his right foot as a pivot. It was the flowing sword style, deflecting rather than blocking. a technique that had ripened further after his recent fight with Timaeus. Kang! The engraved weapon and forged blade met, sparks flying. The thick greatsword slid to one side. As if she'd expected it, Elma pulled the gliding sword back and slashed crosswise again. Rem struck it aside with his axe once more, letting it flow upward. Takan! Both weapons missed their mark, slicing empty air. 3 strikes. Elma, to swing just slightly faster than her opponent, held her breath and drew the sword down. Rem caught that attack with a throwing axe from his right hip. The axe he swung now was dwarven work as well, but it couldn't compare to an engraved weapon. Elma's mane crushed the throwing axe. The blade shattered, fragments scattering, the handle of oak that had been oiled for 10 days, and dried in shade splintered apart. Shards fly. Piuk, Dashansi. Starry moon, iron service akara. Power date. The sound that followed was small in comparison. Compared to the breaking of steel and bursting of air, it was nothing. But it was a sound laced with death. Elma's vision went red. She tried to open her mouth, but couldn't. Even so, her ears were open, and she heard the opponent's words. "You're a bit unlucky. I spend all day playing with a bastard who swings a greatsword like a madman." Rem had often quarreled and fought with Ragnar. Compared to that lazy swordsman, this opponent was easier. Rem shrugged. With his left hand he pulled out another throwing axe, while with the right he brought down the axe in hand upon her head and stepped back. He hadn't blocked with his engraved weapon. He poured all his spell power into his right arm and smashed down. That blow contained all the techniques Rem had experienced so far, including Jackson's stealth. There was no need to name it. He had simply swung the axe toward the opponent's opening. Didn't expect to use it here, he thought. But then this wasn't an opponent to take lightly anyway. Pell, regardless of whether Rem won or not, stood before the army, drawing a line on the ground with his sword. It was something he'd seen Enkrid do once, and had always wanted to try. "I don't want to kill uselessly. Don't cross the line. If you don't cross, you won't die. Simple. Anyone not understand?" Silence. A fine quiet. Pell was inwardly satisfied. After a brief silence, some of the enemy archers, 4 to a group, drew their strings. Kigigik. Thud-thud. 3 arrows flew at him. Pell twisted and moved reflexively, dodging them all. Piobeoka. The arrows struck the ground. A violent attack. "Didn't I tell you not to cross?" Pell straightened his posture, glaring fiercely. In twisting his body to evade, his stance had become awkward. "We only crossed the arrows, not the men," the enemy commander shouted. A ridiculous excuse. What? Pell doubted his ears. What the hell were they saying? Since no man crossed, the commander spoke, his face pale blue. He'd be dead soon. Their opponent was a calamity. "You kidding me?" Pell frowned as he spoke. "Are you the one breaking my word?" A knight? Of all people. The southern commander was no ordinary man. He'd found a loophole in what his opponent had said, and with full courage had pressed that opening. Pell could have ignored it. He could have charged right in, cut them down, and silenced their mouths. But then he'd have broken his own word. It wasn't an oath or vow of knighthood, but still something he himself had spoken. Should he break it? Fine, let's see. Pell spoke. So long as no one crossed, he wouldn't kill them. That was his decision. Krang, watching, burst into a loud laugh. Under a crazy captain, only madmen gather. At those words, the royal guards involuntarily nodded, and at the same time felt that their king's laughter was one of pure satisfaction. He didn't wish for a one-sided slaughter, even if the ones dying were enemies. Chapter 871. If slaughter is necessary, then it will be done. But if there's no particular reason? If there was no reason to make a river of blood and stack a tower of flesh, he would not do it. That was Krang's thought. In that sense, what that madman named Pell was doing was quite pleasant to watch. It might be better for the future to reduce the number of soldiers by even one. The enemy soldiers spared now might kill his soldiers, his people, in the future. Feels like I'm walking a single rope strung over a cliff, Enki. Krang repeated the words inwardly. Choosing the lesser evil instead of the worst was easy, but one had to throw away the easy road and choose the hard one. One who walked the best path, better than the lesser evil, had to perform feats like a tightrope walker, always, just as Krang was doing now. Hoo! He let out his sigh, only inside. Outwardly he showed only a smile and confidence. That was a king's job. The king knew he was not a brilliant strategist. Instead, he was someone who knew very well what he had to do in his position. If armies fought armies, both Norelia and Reinstetten would end up with fatal wounds. If the two of us fight this fiercely, who'll be the one laughing in the end, High Pontiff? Krang asked the ruler of the south, who would be far away. Needless to say, there was no answer. He had asked only in his heart, and the man could not have heard it. He did not need the answer. He already knew it without hearing it. Neither he nor the southern High Pontiff would find it easy to laugh. Perhaps only the Emperor of the Empire up north, hidden behind the veil, would be pleased. For that reason, slaughter was unnecessary. That was why he was so satisfied with the current situation. It felt like he had set down his first step on the tightrope very well. Pell had done that for him. That doesn't mean it's time to relax. The battle wasn't even over. Krang kept turning things over in his mind, thinking of what would happen afterward. What he had to do in his position, what he had aimed for in coming this far, how to prepare for anything that might sharply diverge from his expectations, those who had been sacrificed for this. The king's head was a tangle. He was not in a place where he could simply be glad. So your comrade is, shall we say, a little short in the head? Galuto asked, watching Pell knock away arrows and dodge them in succession. Rofod nodded vigorously in agreement. He agreed with the other's words to an excessive degree. Truly, this was an opponent who said exactly what he himself wanted to say. The man had an eye for things. Enough that it felt a shame to kill him here. That didn't mean he could be spared and sent back alive. Before entering the fight, Enkrid had said what needed to be said. Subdue all the knights. You can take them alive, but it won't mean much. Do as you see fit. As always, it was a line that respected everyone. In most things it meant they could do as they wanted. Take alive, my ass. I'll just chop their heads clean off with my axe. Rem had answered those words. Knights fought on the basis of oaths and vows. Just because they were southern knights didn't mean that, if things went badly, they would change the king they served or the land they lived in. Even if that happened, it would be exceedingly rare. At the very least, it was only right to say there was no room for such leisure on this battlefield. Therefore, taking them alive was meaningless. That was the second reason Rofod had stepped up in Pell's place. That bastard Pell would definitely have gone wild about showing off his skill and insisted on taking them alive. We're at a disadvantage. Rofod went beyond observing the small battlefield in front of him and weighed the flow of the war as a whole. It was a conclusion he had reached with help from the words Cress had added. That was why they couldn't half-heartedly talk about sparing the enemy, because their skill was a waste. Of course, the first reason he had shaken Pell off was to have at least one more chance to tease that bastard. When this fight ended, he planned to call him slow as hell, lazy like Sir Ragnar, and mock him. Right, Dr. Rofod opened his mouth and added his own words. Galuto narrowed his eyes. Several thoughts flickered through, and he reached a single conclusion. Ordinary provocation wouldn't work on this one. A knight speaks with his sword. Goluto spoke. It was a moment to settle things with skill, not taunts. Just because he took composure as his weapon didn't mean his skill was lacking. Quite the opposite. Elma fought the best in the Amethyst Order, but if you only counted sparring wins and losses, Goluto had won more often. He knew how to fight winning battles. He gauged the situation and seized the high ground. He forced the opponent into a battle of calculations and drove them into a battlefield he had already worked out. The way he led a unit and the direction of his personal tactics were the same. Open the doors to all possibilities and prepare for them all. The sword that blocks, the sword that holds, the swamp-like sword. That was Goluto's epithet. Within the Amethyst Order alone, the number of knights who could beat Goluto could be counted on one hand. Repeating calculations and drawing out his insight to the extreme, that was Goluto's specialty. His eyes sank down like ground, where you couldn't tell whether it was soil or swamp until you stepped on it. They were dark brown eyes. They were like a swamp made from clumped rotten leaves and earth, decayed animal bones, and layers upon layers of sediment. Things not yet completely rotted had massed together and looked like a black lump. The brown color faded from Goluto's eyes, leaving only a dull, sooty shade. He kept on calculating as he looked at the opponent's posture and center of gravity and the like. He peered ahead at the action the Knight of the Continent standing before him would take. He saw the future. A single-point thrust. That was the move his opponent would take. Evade and counter. The duel would not be decided in a single blow. What would happen afterward was also clear in his head. Rofod simply stood with both feet planted on the ground, steadying his breathing. He made no preparations, no calculations. He gauged the opponent's skill and openly watched what the man was doing. This was someone who, by nature, fought in a way similar to his own tactics. After grasping things to that point, Rofod stopped thinking. He boiled down what he would do next to a single thing: leap out and thrust his sword. He bent his knees and put strength into the foot, pressing the ground. His right foot dug halfway into the earth. Crunch, dight, dollar. When the lump of soil compressed by the pressure hardened like stone, it was enough to serve as a stepping block. As Rofod placed his right foot on that stepping block and leaned his body forward, he bent his knee further, and then straightened it. Every motion was lightning fast. Boom! The ground burst. Thud! Flesh burst. Goluto stayed where he was, and Rofod brushed past him. Their positions had reversed. Each could see only the other's back. In a single strike, the fight's outcome was decided. Blood trickled from both of them. Only, the one whose neck had been pierced died, and the one whose shoulder guard flew off, and who took only a wound to the shoulder lived. Tongued, I yawned. A fragment of the shoulder guard, split in half from taking the force carried on the blade, fell to the ground. It was made of good quality iron and monster hide, but it was not enough to endure a knight's sword. Even so, it did well. If not for the shoulder guard, the wound would have been deeper than this. Rofod felt that part of the flesh on his left shoulder had been shorn away where the blade had slanted past. It was hard to call it light, but on the premise that he had beaten a knight, it was a wound he could afford to call light. In our unit, we've got a monster who keeps you from even getting an attack off no matter what you do, Rofod said. A faint light still remained in Goluto's eyes, even with the hole in his neck. He was on the verge of death, but his ears would still be open. The reason the fight had been decided in an instant? It was simple. Goluto had fixed his aim on a long fight and focused on protecting his own body. Had he seen what happened to Elma out of the corner of his eye? That, too, must have had an effect. Rofod, on the other hand, had fought like Pell. He entered the fight with Enkrid's mindset. He acted as if it didn't matter if he died today. The dying Goluto pawed at the empty air with his hand. Did he have something he wanted to say? It was hard to hear now. A knight wouldn't have the trick of speaking with a hole in his neck. He flailed his hand and then fell forward. Thump. Goluto, fallen on the ground with his face turned to the side, gasped for breath. It was not hard to guess what he meant to say. A gamble, something like that. That was the guess. Reading his mouth, it looked that way. Blood gurgled out of his neck. The red blood was proof that he was human, leaving aside winning and losing, life and death. Did he feel wrong? Because he died in a single moment on what he thought was a gamble. To the opponent it might have looked like a gamble. It wasn't a gamble, Rofod muttered. Really, it wasn't. It was the tactic he had found with the sense he had gained through countless spars and battles. The one with the highest probability of success. He had simply chosen the best move to win. If the fight had dragged on, every factor, including stamina, would have come into play. The opponent excelled at that kind of fight. It was a style that drove the enemy with calculations, the very form of battle Rofod also enjoyed. The difference between Goluto and Rofod was that Rofod could fight like Pell as much as needed in order to win. He had no hesitation about throwing away what he usually favored and doing something bold if it meant winning. Naturally, at the root of all this were the things he had learned so far. In particular, what the captain had told him had left a deep impression. A round circle. It was Enkrid's teaching. After putting your outstanding specialty at the forefront, train until that specialty looks ordinary again. Rofod confirmed that all his hardship until now had not been in vain by the corpse of the knight fallen before his eyes. The blood pouring from the man's neck turned the soil a dark red. Almost at the same time Rofod's fight ended, Dunbicle also struck her opponent's neck. The scimitar in her hand drew a bold arc. She stepped back, then sprang forward and swung. The blade tore the air. A zizit sound hung in the air, and the enemy neck caught in between was cut through. Secret art, quick cut, you brat! It was nothing like a secret art. She had just watched the opponent's tactics and specialty, backed off, then suddenly rushed in and cut. Not that there was anyone left to answer her. The knight whose neck had been severed fell to the floor on his knees and toppled over. Dunbicle held her breath as she swung, then only spoke after taking 2 or 3 light steps forward. In doing so, she avoided the venom lingering in the air. Her sense of smell was on a different level, even from ordinary beastmen. Through her nose, she could even see the traces of scent. Her nose was so keen that no one would believe it even if she said so. The fight was one-sided. It was something both the madman and Krang had expected. But for the enemy it was a truly absurd moment. Enkrid kept his balance atop Odd Eye and surveyed the battlefield. While he had been rampaging in the sky, he had seen part of the mad order of knights, specifically Dunbicle, Rofod, and Pell, rush out and butcher the enemy knight. At the same time he had seen Pell's acrobatics. "Why do you think that one is like that?" he asked Odd Eye for no real reason, and it only tossed its head with a whinny. "Right, you wouldn't know either. You can't know what's inside a person unless you become that person. Even a dragonkin like Timaeus only read part of a mind. If you put a lie at the front of that inner heart, even a dragonkin gets fooled." It was a simple but firm principle. For knights, deceiving their own inner feelings was commonplace. They would act as if they meant to decide things in a single blow while demanding a battle of endurance, or act like they were going to fight long, and then settle it in a single strike. It was advantageous to deceive the enemy. There would be no one who didn't know that simple truth. Deceiving the enemy by deceiving yourself first. That was the basis of the Valen's mercenary sword. He now knew that sword style contained the essence of a deceptive blade. You could call it the parent of Enkrid's own orthodox swordsmanship. Everyone is good at deceiving. Among them, the best were fairies. Shannara even used dragonkin to make jokes. Fairies, whose specialty was distorting truth, had the knack not only of keeping their hearts from being read by dragonkin, but of using them. The thoughts came to him as he watched. Applying pieces of passing thoughts to his swordsmanship was a habit. In any case, the fight was one-sided. The tide of battle had tilted. It was only natural that the unit which, just a few days ago, had been pounded by the demon land's downpour, together with the griffins, now let out cheers. "Whoa, we are guardians. We are guardians." Each unit had its own traditional battle cry. For example, in the border guard they shouted, "The flower of the battlefield is the infantry." The enemy shouted that they would fight on even in hell. Because their main strength was the many infantry rather than the few cavalry, the border guard's cry had settled that way. The enemy's cry had probably taken that form because it touched on the South spirit. The place that created tactics where they cling to a night even after death. Put more simply, the South was where a night's 1,000-man slaughter first happened. The knight who cut down 1,000 soldiers, who charged in drugged and ready to die, still lived down there, weapon in hand. Lastly, the cry of this place that called itself the Southern Bulwark was simple and clear. "We are guardians. We are guardians." It was a cry imbued with the pride of those who had endured southern invasions and incursions from the demon lands over long years. Enkrid was only a helper. He had no intention of belittling what they had accomplished so far with a single finishing blow. Even without him, even without the mad order of knights, the Red Cloaks would have won. All the more so. That level is enough. There were only 4 knights. The number of soldiers was a bit high, but compared to Cyprus' fame that had held until now, they were too few and too young. Why? The doubt was brief. Just as he was about to follow the thought further, he saw a few dots approaching the rear of their own forces. It was an enemy detachment. Strictly speaking, they weren't people, so he couldn't call them an army. Goluto had not died for nothing. He had thrown in every card he had, including his secret measure. In truth, he had probably begun expecting victory, but the arrow he loosed had still reached the Allied camp. That was what Enkrid now saw with his own eyes. Chapter 872. Sly Barbarian Bastard. Ragnar grumbled. Before flying into the sky, Enkrid had consulted with Lua Garn and set a simple guideline for action. "Do as you like, but at least one of you must never leave Krang's side, Darty." That was an order, which meant if someone left this position, someone else had to guard it. Ragnar had been a step slower than Rem. That barbarian bastard had vacated his post the moment the captain took off. Including the beastmen, Pell and Rofod had followed after him. All of them were faster than Ragnar. The others had cleared out even before Rem left. That part had been led by Lua Garn. She had spoken right before Enkrid mounted Odd Eye. "The time has come to pay a price once more, Tamers. So I'll take that as meaning my martial strength is needed if I want to stay here." Tamers spoke while staring up at Enkrid flying through the sky. "Rectum est." Lua Garn even used some of the ancient tongue. It was a word meaning a correct, proper answer. Tamers was a dragonkin who had lived in the old days, so he still found the ancient tongue more familiar. He had lived since before the Empire had unified the continent's language. Understanding the ancient word, Tamers nodded. He looked like the type who would never listen no matter what you did, but he unexpectedly accepted the request easily. You could call it one of a dragonkin's charms. Of course, all of this was his effort to remain by the existence called Enkrid's side. Lua Garn, who had seen through this principle, persuaded the dragonkin and shoved him into the Allied camp. To be precise, she put him by Audin and Teresa's side. While they were manifesting divinity, Audin and Teresa were half defenseless. A human was substituting for a sacred relic. If people in the holy city of Legion had seen this, there would have been crowds weeping and praying, calling it the miracle of God. Noah, who was now the Pope of Legion, would also have his eyes round with surprise if he saw it. It was the very reason the entire Wandering Priest Order had poured out joint prayers like that and streamed with tears. For these reasons, only Ragnar and Luagarn remained by the king's side. Luagarn, being a frock, was busy surveying the battlefield, so in terms of the guard role Enkrid wanted, only Ragnar was left. He watched those who were fighting and also snuck a glance at the captains soaring in the sky. He was in a moderately drowsy state. The enemy was far, allies were near, and there was no sense of threat. You could say it was the perfect moment to let your guard down. It happened in that situation. Galuto of the Amethyst Order tried an assassination by sending griffins. Do we really need something like that? Right before the fight started, Elma, a knight whose battle lust had flared, had asked the question, and Galuto had easily given his answer. It's a chance to end the fight easily. There's no reason to let it pass. They didn't even have to kill. Even if they only inflicted a critical wound on the knight called Cyprus, their side would seize a very advantageous high ground. Even if they aimed not at him but at a commander, it was the same. Those people were already exhausted, weary, and shaken in spirit. If the ambush succeeded, their minds would collapse in an instant. Galuto knew the principle by which an army fell apart. So he had hounded the monster handler and sent out a pack of gnolls that hid their presence. Just because someone was a handler didn't mean they handled every monster. They only trained and used certain kinds. Among them, these 5 gnolls were rare, hard to domesticate specimens. They had treasured and treasured them. Send them. The knight's command was a cold blade. The kind of blade that would cut off a handler's neck if things displeased him. Damn it. The handler suppressed his irritation and obeyed the order. The ones that moved out were 5 gnolls in total. The 5 monsters read the wind's direction and found a position where the wind blew toward them. Then they made a wide detour around the battlefield and approached their target. They were monsters overflowing with a hunter's talent. It was only natural. In the demon lands, they lived under the god they served while calling themselves hunters. Just when all the soldiers were cheering toward the sky in the front, they dug into that gap. They also knew how to strike when their targets were off guard. For monsters, they had learned a great deal of human strategy. In that sense, half of Galuto's intention did land. Originally, he had been aiming for the gnoll pack to seep in when people were startled by the griffins and the main army's numbers and fell into confusion. The situation was the reverse, but the result was similar. Right now, the Nerillian army, drunk on victory, had shown an opening. The ones with striped bodies bared their claws. Swish! Ragnar had been staring blankly ahead, cursing Rim in his head, when he broke off and turned his head. He had felt this presence once before. It was thanks to the monster that had come for his back on the way here that he hadn't lost his horse. His reaction wasn't bad. It's not just one. The skill at hiding their presence was no ordinary thing. They were more skilled than the monster that had attacked him earlier. The moment he recognized them, he grasped Sunrise's hilt in his hand. The next one to feel a bad omen was the captain of the Royal Guard. No matter how the situation turned, he had never taken his gaze off the king's surroundings or lost his focus. The words he had heard before leaving from Marquis Marcus had made him that way. You can't not understand what it means for the king to step out personally. Think that if you can't protect him, no one can. Enkrid of the Mad Order of Knights, Cyprus of the Red Cloaks, neither was the king's guard. The owner of the ash-gray helmet had not forgotten that. am the guard. If things went badly, he would throw his body. Under no circumstances was he allowed to get agitated or surprised. Because he had kept the rules he had set for himself, he did not even let out a single quick breath as he watched the wind of the battlefield change. You could call it the price of composure. That was how, despite not being on the level of a knight, he became the next to read the presents after Ragnar. And before these two, Cyprus' mouth opened first. Leanne. He spoke and pulled his granddaughter toward him with his left hand, pushing her in front of his chest. The enemy was behind them. Whatever was leaping from back there, he would not allow it to pass over his back, so this was the safest place. Aurelia did not show surprise and simply entrusted her body to the hand of her grandfather and master. It had happened many times until now, so she was used to it. Leanne, the knight of the red cloaks whose name had been called, was already standing between two gnolls that had taken the rear in the blink of an eye. Even Ragnar had missed when and how he had moved. Leanne placed his hands on the shoulders of the two monsters. To anyone else, it would have looked like he was putting his arms around their shoulders. Busy? Even if you're busy, let's have a quick talk. Ragnar and the captain of the Royal Guard had only reacted. Cyprus had already taken action, and the result was that the knight called Leon was standing between the gnolls. Kirk! When the gnolls whose shoulders were grabbed tried to swing their arms at the same time, Leon was first to put strength into both hands. Crack! Crack! Tanya Dili Malbin, Telpindeni Billy, Chenmar de Horror. It was brute strength you could compare to Odin or M. He broke the gnolls' shoulder blades just like that. The muscles under the straps of their layered leather armor bulged. At the same time, his forearms thickened to a degree visible to the eye. Krah! The gnolls screamed. After shattering both monsters' shoulder blades, Leon pulled his hands back and snapped his fists out to either side. Thunk! The gnolls' skulls shattered under his two fists, punching out at the same time. Every motion flowed as naturally as water, and at just the right speed. You could say it was that sweet spot where he was faster than the enemy, but not overexerting himself. The knight called Lien wore thin iron gauntlets. Not just the gauntlets, he wore iron greaves on his shins as well. Besides that, he favored armor with light leather layered on. He was dressed like that now too. This was his basic armament. After crushing the skulls of the two gnolls, he advanced toward the third. He hunched his body low, nearly scraping the ground, and approached like a snake. The monster thrust down with its left hand. Leanne twisted his spine at an unnatural angle to evade it. It was as if he had become some kind of mollusk. He seized and embraced the gnoll's knee. It was like watching a snake snatch its prey. The knee he had grabbed twisted in the reverse direction. Crack! Crack! Krah! While the gnoll's scream rang out, Leanne climbed up the monster's body again, smacked its chin upward with his palm, then hooked his right arm around from its flank to its back, and placed his left hand on the monster's right hip. Then he put strength into both hands and pushed, twisting the opponent's spine. Crack, crunch. The sound of bones twisting echoed. Krah! At the same time, the gnoll's scream burst out again. Ragnar watched and swung Sunrise. He swung toward the one that had been lying flat, holding its breath and waiting for an opening. Sunrise slashed that gnoll's head. He hadn't even looked, but the gnoll's skull was split vertically, cleanly. The last one was taken by Ingus. His expression was the same indifferent one as always. When the gnoll bared its claws and stabbed, he linked the motion of knocking it aside with a cutting motion and separated the charging monster's upper and lower body. Strength, speed, technique, the three had ripened together. A true genius trained by a proper knight order had no particular specialty. There was no need. It was a superb blow in which offense and defense were one. Even so, Ragnar's gaze was fixed on the one called Leon. That side left the deeper impression. Ilkara's style martial art. Up to now he had seen and learned all sorts of techniques while crossing blades with Enkrid. It was one of those. Enkrid had said it was the specialty of the scout captain named Finn. If only for a moment he had glimpsed Lin's true skill. Was he easy prey? Not at all. He was a fighter whose victory or defeat would be hard to judge. An ambush, huh? Krang was matter of fact. Whether they had aimed for him or something else, if he were going to flinch over something like this, he wouldn't have made it this far. The fight's wrapping up. Krang spoke and took a step forward. As Ragnar slid Sunrise back into its scabbard, he asked Cypress a question. How did you know first? His wording had no manners. The man he was speaking to was a knight and a noble, someone who had accomplished deeds worthy of respect. Some among the Red Cloak Order, like Ferdinand, who held deep respect for their master, briefly made a face and then smoothed it out. Their master didn't care about his tone and gave his answer, so there was no reason for them to step in. Is it really all right to ask me to tell you my personal secret technique like that? Cypress returned the words smoothly. Ragnar thought for a moment, then replied, Yes, not? Then why ask? Curiosity glimmered in Cypress' eyes. In terms of pure talent alone, this man stood out the most. Ragnar Zahn, a genius from the northern Zahn family. As far as swordsmanship went, he possessed talent on a level Cypress had never seen before. There was laziness and drowsiness in him, but he had the talent to make up for it. The captain answers whenever I ask, so I got into the habit. To Cypress, that sounded truly interesting. He answers anything if you ask? It meant they were used to freely teaching and learning each other's techniques. Even if they're rivals in sparring and competition, even if the relationships are bad, there was no way they kindly taught each other their techniques. You could tell just by watching. It was the discernment of someone who had led a night order for long years. He knew they weren't that soft. And yet for words like that to come out, there must be someone who held the center axis for them. That madman called Enkrid. He had learned from everyone and taught what he learned to everyone. He had repeated that, endlessly, ceaselessly, without getting tired. Hadn't he watched him train before they even started fighting? It had been training so vicious, so mad, it went beyond diligence. On top of that, the others must have shown their techniques without especially hiding them. Even if they didn't formally teach them, they could roughly retrace and study the principles on their own, just by watching with their eyes. They had been doing that all along. That was the very reason that, on this battlefield now, the result had come out like this, pooled to the point of madness. Even without treating one another as enemies, they had influenced each other and grown. Weren't they terrifying bastards to a dizzying degree? The Red Cloak Order had received their master's teachings in a top-down form, so even though there was a sense of competition among themselves, they weren't on that level. The two night orders were different in approach. Interesting. It was a light impression. Cypress did not show his minor inner thoughts. He was good at hiding what lay inside him. There was a reason he had led a night order this long. Wasn't it Temers who had said he was a human whose inner self could not be read? He gave his answer to the question. Calling it a secret technique he had been saving had been a joke. Experience. I've been fighting the South for decades. I predicted their behavior. With simple prediction alone, it would have been impossible to respond as he had earlier. But the basic premise was correct. Cypress had grasped a part of the Southern Force's behavioral patterns. Based on that, he had predicted their moves and kept his senses open and sharp the whole time as he waited. This, too, was a technique close to acrobatics. Ragnar nodded a couple of times. On the surface, he He looked like someone who would topple with a single slash. He's not an easy opponent. Ragnar thought so as he looked at Cyprus. He was sly enough to fool even instinct and hide his true ability. "I'll go on ahead." That was Krang's line. He stepped forward without so much as a glance for the dead gnolls. The battlefield had reached a lull, but the air was still hot. Oh! The soldiers' cheers had killing intent mixed into them. Wasn't it time to settle what they had suffered until now? In Krang's eyes he could still see Pell up ahead, repeatedly showing off his feats of dodging arrows. "Ooh, keep shooting. Shoot more. Not just arrows, javelins too." And some soldiers even threw their shields. Pell blocked and dodged all of it. His actions mercilessly shaved away, broke, and crushed the enemy's morale. Chapter 873. At first, the number of arrows flying toward him did not exceed 5. Then they gradually increased. From 5 to 7, from 7 to 10, from 10 to 20. Thung! The bowstring snapped. "Damn it! Throw a spear instead!" The soldiers who had retreated timidly now raised their spirits. That knight kept the word he had spoken. In that case, were they supposed to just stand here and watch? Of course not. The Ryenstetten forces went wild. 1, 2, throw! They threw their javelins in unison. Still, not a single person crossed the line. Aurelia's mad knight swung the sword with the black blade, drawing 2 arcs at once from below upward. 5 incoming javelins caught on that blade and were cut apart. The cut ends were jagged. It was a fierce slash. A few southern soldiers swallowed hard. If he changed his mind and charged, that slash would surely aim for their necks. Anyone who said they weren't afraid would be lying. "Where do you think you're going?" The knight, however, showed no intention of taking the heads of those who threw spears or fired arrows, as long as they didn't cross the line. Then, could they throw more? "Throw as much as you want." Conveniently, that's exactly what he said. "Bring the spears." Several strong soldiers stepped into a horizontal line and approached a few steps closer. 5 steps short of the line the knight had drawn. "Throw!" There was no shout this time. They simply threw at the same time, and with a single slash all the javelins clattered down. This time they each chose their own timing and hurled them separately. Arrows were fired in between. A mobile anti-personnel weapon. The Southern Army called it the Trias bow. Its name mixed ancient tongue and imperial language, meaning the bow shot by 3 men. Its advantage was power. Its disadvantage, durability. Thung! Crack! After a series of shots, the bowstrings failed to endure the strain, and snapped, or the supports fixed into the ground broke. The number of arrows flying in dropped to half the first volley. Sweat ran down Pell's forehead. Still, he did not seem likely to be hit by either spear or arrow. "You! Move!" One of the enemy soldiers shoved his comrade aside and stepped even farther forward. He approached right up to the line Pell had drawn. "I said I'd cut you if you crossed." Pell said that as he avoided arrows and deflected them without even a single strained breath. That was why it was terrifying. The soldier froze at his words, then calmly calculated the distance, and abruptly hurled his shield. Whoosh! Clang! It was meant to block his vision. Pell punched the shield aside with a swing of his fist. Through that gap came javelins, crossbow bolts, and the thick arrows of the Trias bow. Pell's pupils narrowed. In an instant, he caught every projectile flying toward him and moved. Bang! His body drew an afterimage as he slipped to the side. 4 arrows caught on his blade and broke. One of the broken arrows, half its shaft remaining, spun in the air before sticking into the ground. I said no. Even if he were hit, could it even pierce his flesh? Pell had rolled and rolled again within the mad order of knights. Rolled? He had clenched his molars for the first time in his life and thrashed to keep from falling behind. In that process he had learned and mastered the skill of the knight known as iron armor. Even these absurd arrows would leave no more than scratches on his body. Even if he didn't evade and took them directly, he could endure. And yet Pell avoided and deflected everything. Not even a scratch marked him. Enemy soldiers swarmed together and threw arrows, javelins, and shields. One commander even pulled the sword from his belt and threw it. Pell caught it and immediately hurled it back, planting it right before the line he had drawn. As long as they didn't cross, he wouldn't kill them. He honored that completely. From the perspective of the Rehinstetten commander, it was terror. A visualization of fear. He can kill us. And he chooses not to. 3 knights had already died, and morale had plummeted, but the soldiers' spirits had broken even before that. It was because of the resolve that Madman Pell had shown. Words he didn't even need to keep. It wasn't an oath nor a vow. And yet Pell kept it. He honored the words he himself had spoken. Do not cross. He even gave warnings in between. A knight is a calamity. The enemy commander's legs lost strength. Though he barely remained standing, his knees had already buckled in spirit. The rain of weapons ceased. Clop, 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 clop. A fine-maned, deep brown horse approached slowly. The rider wore a cream-colored cloak, marked in red with the emblem of the sun hand, and carried 3 swords and a shield. What's this? Giving up? Pell drew a breath and spoke. He sensed a presence behind him, but didn't think much of it. Most of the soldiers' faces were pale with fear. Monstrous bastards. A knight was either a calamity or a monster. To the soldiers now, the man standing before that line was both calamity and monster. The commander who had gathered the courage to create the current situation felt his vision darken. Should I have let them charge instead? Even a knight only had 2 hands. Even if they rampaged, the soldiers might have at least inflicted minor damage. Or perhaps it was better to say, he never imagined it would come to this. Because of what one knight with light brown hair had done, cold dread spread through every heart. He did such absurd feats as if they were nothing. The highest-ranking officer of the unit gauged how many here might survive. Surrender, defection. But this wasn't the core of the Southern Army. If they surrendered here, they would die later anyway. The High Pontiff, their king, would not forgive those who betrayed even once. The High Pontiff was not lenient. That was what their king was. Then, do we have to charge knowing we'll die here? The commander searched for his god. Naturally, gods did not appear every time humans needed them. Gio. He was about to shout that they would fight even in hell. Fight even if all of them died here. It was late, but he had no other road left. He had no choices. If you do not cross the line, you will not be killed. The commander did not finish his sentence. His voice did not even rise. The owner of the cream-colored cloak shouted first. Krang endorsed the actions Pell had taken. He seemed to turn into words the momentum the knight had displayed until now. Everyone's gaze gathered toward the declaration spoken from horseback. The deep brown horse raised its forelegs and set them down. Hein! As if the cry of the horse lent weight to its master's words. He seized the exact moment when the Rehinstetten commander was about to speak. They said a great orator knew the moment to open his mouth. That was Krang. He seized not only the gaze of allies, but of enemies too. Outwardly, he did not even take a deep breath. With calm composure, he glanced at the enemy commander, and then seemed to admire the aftermath of what the allied knight had done. Then he said, "Splendid." Indeed, there were even some among the enemy soldiers who felt that way. Was it common for knights to keep the words they spoke? Even aside from knighthood, such people were rare. Even if one was confident he could do it, few would take such risks and discomfort upon themselves for it. That was why Splendid suited it so well. Knight Pell. Krang called the madman. "Speak, your majesty." Pell wondered why he had come all the way here doing this, when Enkrid had told him to protect the king. As he spoke, he prepared himself to block another arrow should the enemy fire. 4 members of the royal guard stood neatly behind the king. Even while approaching this far, the king's gestures and words held ease. No urgency. He did not look like someone about to order a near massacre, a slaughter that would leave fewer than 10 enemy soldiers alive. He was one who stood in a position capable of deciding the life and death of all those men. "Have any died by your hand?" the king asked. "None, sir," Pell answered. Why? They didn't cross the line. Because that was what he had said, and he would keep it. He spoke it without hesitation. It was what a knight was supposed to be. Even light words, once they came out of a knight's mouth, were kept. It was textbook conduct. Though Pell had come from the wilds as a shepherd, at this moment he was more knightly than anyone present. Enkrid's knight order resembled him. Krang held back a laugh. He could not laugh here. "I see." Krang spoke and dismounted. He stepped forward toward Pell. Pell wondered whether he should stop him. Should I let him? If the king went forward like that, it became inconvenient to block arrows. There was always a 1 in 1,000 chance. Shouldn't the king be kept from even accidental harm? "Your Majesty." The captain of the royal guard followed. The king dismissed him with a single gesture. A gentle refusal. "This is my stage. Do not interfere," he murmured as he stepped forward. Flap, dot. Behind him, the winged horse descended. Enkrid dismounted from Odd Eye and stood at the king's right rear. Cypress had also followed the king and stood at his left rear. Quite the luxurious escort. Krang murmured. This time, his words were heard by all. Curiously, even though he did not speak loudly, his voice carried widely. A different kind of projection, perhaps. "To the Southern Army, hear me?" Enkrid and Cypress did not release any aura and simply stood there, yet a naturally overwhelming presence flowed out. Even so, in the eyes of all enemy soldiers, only the owner of the cream-colored cloak truly stood out. He lifted his hand and pointed downward. Following his fingertip, one saw the line drawn long in the dirt. The line Pell had roughly carved out. Even amidst battle, as no one had touched it, it still remained clear. If this knight's will is that any who do not cross the line will not be killed, then I too shall respect this knight's will. My name is Cradianat Randios Norrel, and I pledge my name to these words. A shout rang out. Silence fell so deep, not even a swallow of spit could be heard, and then murmurs spread. Among the Ryanstetten soldiers, voices leaked out. "He'll spare us? As long as we don't cross? Why?" A reasonable question. But among the enemy soldiers, there was no one who could understand Krang's intent. That was how Enkrid saw it. In practical terms, even though they had seized a perfect advantage, what madman would make the decision to peacefully spare all the enemy soldiers? And besides, the two nations were in all-out war. "If you wish to end this battlefield instantly, then cross the line and strike off my head. It's an easy method," Krang continued. It was boldness beyond expectation. The enemy commander's pupils did not even shake. There was nothing to consider. Nonsense. On one side stood the Griffin Butcher in his dark green cloak. On the other stood Cypress of the Red Cloaks, the guardian of southern Nerilia. "You mean we may withdraw?" the commander asked. He didn't even understand why the king of Nerilia was here. Everything was cause for shock. Naturally, suspicion also arose. Was he giving hope only to turn it into despair? Saying this much made it hard to back out later. Every knight was watching. Upholding honor and chivalry was natural to them. Mocking an enemy army in such a manner was unknightly. Even if the king did it, it would earn resentment. Knights were like that. The commander's mind raced. You may go. However, Krang opened his mouth again. He did not finish the sentence, but met the commander's gaze. The commander of Rihenstetten looked at the enemy king. Eyes like blue jewels. The youthful resolve within them shone truly bright. This is not the gaze of a liar, the commander thought as he waited for the king's next words. Tell the High Pontiff that I am here, and tell him I am disappointed. I expected he might show his face if he came here. It was a refined provocation. A taunt containing the question, I came in person to the battlefield. Where are you? Moreover, the South had a deeply rooted culture of revering the strong. The High Pontiff was one such person. Go. Tell him. Tell him I am waiting here. Krang spoke as he turned. His cream-colored cloak fluttered in the wind. You've planned something amusing, Your Majesty. Cypress spoke beside him. Enkrid had already read his friend's intent. So he had no reason to be surprised. Instead, he met the enemy commander's eyes. The commander, holding the doubt of, is it truly allowed for us to retreat like this, felt Enkrid's gaze and turned away. If this is all the knights you brought, what was that bastard planning to say now? Tell him I am disappointed. What? They were so pathetically weak I couldn't even warm up. Enkrid spoke sincerely. If this truly was all, he had no intention of hiding his disappointment. For that reason, he showed that emotion plainly on his face. Krang laughed. His dignified image cracked, but he didn't care. Ha 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 ha. He laughed loudly. Cypress also burst into laughter. I didn't say that to make you laugh. But in any case, tell him to bring more knights next time. Enkrid spoke calmly and turned away. That day, when the commander retreated and carried the report to the main army, he had to choose his words carefully. The High Pontiff did not fly into a frenzy over the message, but the armrest of his chair bore the imprint of his fingers. The armrest had cracked from being gripped too hard. Chapter 874. The smile on Krang's face after his bold gamble soon vanished. The Rihenstetten army had withdrawn. 4 knights were dead, and the Griffin riders had vanished like mosquitoes struck by the cold. Was there anything bad in that? There was not. Even so, Krang's complexion was gloomy. He looked like a housewife worried about a summer night storm. As if, though he had made preparations, he feared the ruthlessness of the storm, because he could not measure its strength. That expression was something only Enkrid saw. Until he turned and smiled before stepping into the small tent, Krang had kept a confident air. Only once he entered the tent did he reveal his unease. Was this really a time that called for guesswork? He could crack endless jokes over pointless matters, but for something truly important, that sort of prank was unnecessary. Enkrid chose the fastest path. He looked at his friend and asked, "Why?" Without any long explanation, that short, thick question contained everything. "Why does your face look like that? What is the cause of your unease? Why can't you celebrate victory?" Things like that. The first answer came not from Krang but from Cypress. The number of troops, including knights, is far too small, and the number of knights is all the more lacking. For what we've seen, we have to say it's too few to be the main force. In numbers, Rihenstedten's troops were superior to Norilia's. The number of knights alone was at least 3 times greater. That was what was known. There were 3 knight orders by number. Of them, he had given 4 from the Amethyst Order a chance to leave this life and greet a new one. Yet Cypress judged this was too little as a force left behind, to stop him. Even with griffin riders, this was nothing more or less than a delaying action. Rehinstetten split its forces. Their remaining strength is so great you can't even properly call this a detached force. Krang picked up the thread. The worst he had imagined had come to pass. He was now certain of it only after having driven back the enemy. However, what the king had just said was largely mistaken. He looked only at the fighting strength of the units. This side was actually the detached force, and the hidden one was the main army. In other words, the main strength of their own side had been tied up by this detached force. "They've landed a blow on us," the king spoke again. Enkrid's helmet rack spun hard, to prove it could be used for more than just brawling. Krang brought only the royal guard and part of his forces here. For a king's personal expedition, the head count is small. Then, where are the rest? They would have stayed where Krang had originally been. The royal palace, the capital, or the road leading to the capital. Krang came with few men, yet even raised banners noisily on the way. Now that he's won, he's told the enemy exactly where he is. Unless I'm mistaken, simply letting a force of that size roam free is the sort of deed that earns you a line in the history books. Naturally, if he won, it would be written up gloriously, and if he lost, he'd be recorded as the stupidest fool of a king in the world. The word that a king of a nation has taken the field in person will spread widely, not as some half-baked rumor, but as an established fact. Was there only one pair of eyes watching? There had been hundreds. How many among them were commanders whose words carried authority? He had killed the knights, but spared the unit. As many commanders returned alive, they would speak of the appearance of the blond man with blue eyes and a cream-colored cloak, whom they had seen with their own eyes, and pass on the things they had heard with their own ears. What Krang had done was no different from throwing down a dueling ground, saying the king was here and there was no need for a long war. Settle it here. If he actually mimed throwing a leather glove at someone's face, it would be perfect. Krang had cast his winning move. Rehinstetten had crossed Nerilia's border from the very start. As soon as he recognized that Krang had searched for and walked the best path he could take, he hoped to minimize the sacrifice of those within the fence called the nation. He was willing to put himself forward as bait to achieve that. If it goes well, I become a wise king. If it fails, I become a fool. I know that too, Enki. In between, Krang had hinted at his intentions a few times, and now he added further explanation. It had been a short conversation, but Enkrid's understanding was complete. Krang nodded, seeing his friend had grasped his intent. An army consumes supplies merely by moving. If they've already moved, they won't just clap their hands and cheerfully turn back. Since they've come this far, of course they'll capture at least one city, plunder its supplies, and return. "Do you wish to send Lien and Ingis, your majesty?" Cypress asked. The knight with the graying, light brown hair remained as plain as ever. Neither savage in aura, nor particularly dizzying in any regard. He was unchanged, no different from when Enkrid had first seen him. Only, the implications contained in his words were bare as a blade. "Come now, decide, your majesty. Those you left behind have gone out to block the storm with nothing but a thin plank. Are they enough on their own? Will you accept their sacrifice? Or, even if late, will you send a means to stop the storm?" Such words were hidden in that proposal. Enkrid judged this a harsh moment, but since Krang was king, he left him to handle it as he saw fit. And as for himself, as the king's knight, he simply had to find what he himself should do. Enkrid asked for the name of the person who, holding something that might be reckless bravado or courage, had stood and endured, blocking the road to the capital from behind. "Who stayed behind?" Krang answered readily. Marquis Bazar volunteered. A man who liked tea, outwardly favored impiety, yet inwardly respected his father. Once upon a time, he had been Enkrid's battalion commander. Krang smiled, but it tasted bitter. It was a dry, astringent smile. With that bitter smile, Krang continued, "I know it's a gamble. I have no intention of making excuses or offering pretexts. Marcus might die." Yet the one speaking did not seem to believe that, given how much strength was in his eyes, he would lead part of the forces and block an enemy army that included knightly strength. He did not need to defeat them. It was enough to buy time. The king, symbol of Narilia, was here, and the two pillars supporting the royal house were also here. In the end, this was a battle that would only end once the Night Orders were swept away, and the king killed or captured. Therefore, while Marcus stalled for time, Krang, by announcing his own name here, would draw the whole enemy army toward this place. That was the shape of the strategy. Perhaps it ought to be named something like Antlion Pit. If he had either lost or hurriedly shouted that the king was here, the enemy would have realized his intent, or it would have amounted to exposing the weakness of their own side. Instead of rushing out immediately, Krang had waited for his side's victory. He did not cry out that he was here, and that they were not to lay hands on the kingdom's people. He did not beg, because he could not reveal his weak point, even if his heart burned and his guts felt like they were tearing. This was a time when he had to endure, and that was what he had done. It was why he had taken the risk of standing at the front of the battlefield after watching what Pell was doing. It was why he needed a provocation that, without seeming frantic, instead showed a kind of arrogance. Pell might have no idea what he had done, but by coincidence piled atop coincidence, he had helped Krang achieve what he wanted. And what was all this for? For time. Short and sharp. Instead of burning long and slow like a candle, to strike like a lightning bolt, that was the core of this war. In the meantime, they needed people who would pin the enemy's feet and accumulate damage, so the enemy could not waste strength in pointless places. They needed soldiers who would die dragging out time instead of letting the enemy simply take cities. They needed a hero who would show bravado, refusing to simply suffer the enemy's blows. They needed a great man who, even as he died to a knight's blade, would gauge the enemy's military power and pass it on. That was the result of that need. Why? Do you think that without a Night Order we'll simply stand here and take it? I'll show you how I fight. That's what Marcus asked me to pass on. Marcus's bravado was passed through the king's mouth. This time, instead of a bitter smile, a true smile accompanied it. In that smile were mixed trust, faith, loyalty, and also unease, tension, sadness. With an expression that only a human burdened with anguish could make, Krang conveyed Marcus Baizar's words. I feel the same. Everyone is fighting in their place for what they want. The king's intent had not changed. For the sake of a short and sharp war, he had wagered many things. His own life, the lives of vassals like friends, everything. If they lost here, Krang would die as well. He had demanded a war on those terms. For that, they would spare their knightly strength. They had to gather it in one place. For here, they had to strike the cheek of the High Pontiff who led Reinstetten. It was the best way to fight and win with fewer numbers than the southern side. Cyprus had decided not to send the Red Cloak Order of Knights. Lien and Indius could move out, but if they went now, they might end up doing no more than carve Marcus's name into a gravestone and come back. They might not even have time for that, and instead toss a few shovelfuls of dirt over Marcus's corpse before immediately returning. There were a few fast horses in the Night Order that, while lacking wings, had conserved their stamina, yet no mount could surpass physical limits. Right or wrong, that's for historians tomorrow and in distant days to argue. For now, I agree with your Majesty's choice. Cyprus was a man who knew how to console. He spoke to Krang. Krang, in turn, eased the anxiety, tension, and sadness in his expression a little, and gave more weight to trust and faith as he spoke. Even if the scales controlled by the goddess of the scales tilt, I do not think the things placed upon them become incapable of doing anything. Their deaths are not a foregone conclusion. The goddess of the scales enjoyed hard problems. On a tipped scale, what can you do? The goddess asked, and humans merely answered. If you did nothing, you would fall from the tilted scale and die. If you struggled and clung, you might live a little longer by hanging onto the scale. If you entered the great cathedral in the capital, Norrell, you would see on the left wall a painting symbolizing the goddess' hard question. A person clinging to the scale and enduring, and something black, painted dark, pressing down with all its might on the other side. Cyprus looked into the king's eyes. The will held in those eyes shone. In war, the victor gains the right to rewrite history from their side. If they lost, Marcus's sacrifice might become meaningless. So they would win here and remember the resolve he had shown. Enkrid learned one of Cyprus's habits. He made his speech complicated. Perhaps it was a habit that came with age. He was an old man past 70. Don't you ever hear people say your eyes look impertinent sometimes? Cyprus suddenly asked Enkrid. This is the first time I've heard that. Enkrid was no fairy, so he could speak lies as needed. Krang snorted a laugh. Cyprus, with a faint smile, went outside. Marcus is not the sort to meekly let himself be beaten. Enkrid continued, asking. He had fought alongside him more than a few times. He knew Marcus as a battalion commander, and he knew he often drank liquor poured into his tea as an eccentric habit. A man who would use his own nickname, conceal his strength, and do anything to win. You could not exactly say he possessed excellent strategy and tactics. But he's no fool either, Krang nodded. Sharp, Enki. Enkrid heard the strategy Marcus had prepared. It was an amusing story. Indeed. Perhaps you should call him Marcus, the war maniac. Hadn't he often done things befitting his nickname in the past? War maniac was a nickname Marcus had given himself. Originally, he would push forward the fearsome reputation that he enjoyed war, and then exploit the openings of his opponents. This time was similar. But knights are different. Could he stop them? He could not. It was something you knew without even needing to rack your brain. I could just go over there for a bit. Enkrid's tone was light, as if saying he would just walk over and bring back a drink of water. It's already too late. This is a calculated battle. Krang answered. He had considered splitting the night orders in response to the enemy's movements, but then the size of the bait on this front would shrink. The current situation was the result of the agonizing calculations of dozens of strategists in the royal palace. Well, and if things did not go as planned, he was even prepared to send out all the night orders, cross the southern border, and wage a war of annihilation that called ruin down on both sides, saying they might as well die together. In the past, hadn't such kingdom battles been called wars of annihilation? So this was both a dueling ground and a threat aimed at the enemy. If we leave these forces here, and you spread out to fight, we'll simply march and burn down your southern royal palace. Something like that, as a threat. For that reason, there was not enough time to go and strike the southern army, who were using a broad expanse of land. The distance was far, and the terrain was rough. Enkrid still spoke, as if it were nothing important. It's not too late. If I ride, I'll be there in no time, he answered and stepped out of the tent, where a still excited friend was waiting for him. There are a lot of mouths, so rumors will spread fast. Huh? The moment he opened the tent flap, Rem's face was there. Who knew when he had arrived? You're saying you'll ride Rem and go? Is that really faster than just running? Krang asked. For a joke, it was a nasty one. Cypress, who had gone out ahead, couldn't help but let out a brief laugh. A madman riding a barbarian. What a ridiculous sight that would be. No, get out. Why are you even here? Enkrid shoved Rem below. Can't I even come here now? Rem replied gruffly, and Enkrid pointed toward another comrade still roaming the skies in the distance. Chapter 875. Pegasus, oh, the friend who beat its wings, enjoying the soldiers' cheers, was named Odd Eye. Aurelia. Cypress's judgment was quick. He called Aurelia and told her to bring a simple snack and the supplies needed for flying in the sky. It was a clear, decisive call befitting a man who had led a night order for a long time. What exactly is needed? Naturally, Aurelia had no idea what sort of things were needed when you had to ride and fly. Try using that fine head of yours. First, I'll cork the canteen and fill it with water. Basically, he was similar to a courier bearing an urgent written order. They ate and drank on horseback, matching their rest to the horse's rest and breaks. Any trained courier did that. Enkrid was a knight, so he wouldn't need separate rest times. He would handle that on his own. The key is taking care of eating and drinking. A knight ate as much as a giant. He consumed rations enough for 10 soldiers. That was why he had to carry oily, highly nutritious foods like seasoned jerky as field rations. And on top of that, he had to eat while flying through the sky with the wind in his face. Cut it small so it's easy to eat. Aurelia ended up playing the cook, which didn't really suit her. In her mind, she pictured tearing jerky into strips longer than a finger, shaping it into sticks. Shinar, watching Enkrid, who was about to depart, quietly handed him a pouch. Fairies ate less than humans, but if you were at the level of a knight, then even a fairy had to eat well. The pouch she passed him was a fairy's wisdom that contained no meat. In the pouch she had given him were 16 round bites that fit neatly in the mouth. Pine nuts and walnuts, raisins, dried figs, and pitted dates, all thinly sliced and mixed with honey. Even without meat, they provided more than enough nutrition. It's called the fruit of life. It didn't actually grow on a tree. It was prepared by fairy secret methods, but it did look like a fruit. The name, of course, was whatever the fairies chose to give it. It held their secret craft. Thank you. It will be very delicious. Extremely. I put my heart into it. Did you use poison? Your jokes have improved, fiancé. Whether it was deliberate or not, they spoke right next to Aurelia. Shinar nodded and suddenly declared, Yes, fiancé. Enkrid did not bother to correct her. If he added one more word here, this fairy would only toss out even noisier jokes. Instead of joking, Enkrid picked out the words he wanted to say and spoke them. Feed it well. Squire. He was speaking to Aurelia. The rare beauty, a squire whose grandfather happened to be the kingdom's foremost knight, stared at Enkrid and asked back, You? She was so flustered she even forgot the title she should use for a superior. What was more impressive was Enkrid. He did not show the slightest sign of embarrassment. Odd Eye. He pointed at Odd Eye, who had come back to stand by his side after happily flying about. Ah, the horse. Yes, sir. Enkrid watched her stiff manner. He saw several points to improve. Things that showed without him needing to think hard. The eye he had developed by getting his hands on more than a few knights also helped. If he changed the way she trained, the results would be better than now. Of course, it was not something to meddle with right away. Aurelia, huh? The problem that Rem and even Ragnar had failed to see was visible to Enkrid. It was the eye he had earned by not starting from the base of the mountain, but crawling up from underground, checking each peak and even studying the grain of the wood as he climbed. Talent, effort, she has everything. But she's stiff. Cyprus always demanded flexible thinking from his granddaughter. As captain of the Red Cloak Order of Knights, he also had abundant experience raising knights with his own hands. He knew the answer too. However, the effect of his methods varied depending on who was receiving them. Looking at Aurelia as an individual, it would take a long time for his intent to really get through. Enkrid was different. I can see the method. If you spoke only of training methods and left aside skill, there were few who could be compared to Enkrid. Once I get back, we should talk. He packed all of that into his words. Without me. Shinar kept throwing out jokes. Watch together. A fairy's training methods will also be useful. Aurelia nodded, saying she would. By the time all preparations were complete, and Enkrid mounted Odd Eye's back, the sun had already tilted its body far to one side. Odd Eye, as one would expect, was brimming with energy. Bang! Its neigh rang clear, and its hooves struck the ground with sharp, lively clops. It had spent the day as a warhorse, and had even fought a whole battle in the sky, yet showed no sign of fatigue. The same went for both man and horse. Enkrid's face was clear, not a trace of grease on it. He had even washed thoroughly. Then, I'll be off. His attitude was light, as if he were going out for a short drink. Timaeus considered ways to go along, but no matter how much of a dragonkin he was, he could not match a Pegasus' speed. I'll wait. His course of action was clear. He would watch Enkrid. If there was something unusual, it was that he had no lingering attachments when it came to things falling to irresistible fate. He had no such emotions, and would never show them. He was a dragonkin. He was interested in the human named Enkrid, but if Enkrid disappeared, he would simply accept it and move toward his next goal. If it weren't for Enkrid, he would already have entered the demon lands, killing or dodging every monster in sight, and hunting down anyone who obstructed his duty. No one knew any of this inner truth. There could be more than one night. Krang spoke. There had been no observation of the enemy's full strength. To begin with, just looking at the surface, it was hard to tell how many nights there were. How could you hope to detect and withdraw from beings whose eyes and ears were sharper than a scout's before they even saw you? No matter how skilled a scout was, at best they confirmed roughly the size of the enemy army. And even if by luck they had succeeded in observing the knights, there was currently no way to receive that news. A magician's crystal orb could carry speech over a distance, but that was an item that could only be used under certain conditions. It was not a tool that let you leisurely exchange words in the middle of a battlefield. For that reason, they had repeatedly sent out carrier crows, and they had even received a written message from Marcus. The preparations are complete. We will win, and then join you. Was the fate of the kingdom riding on Marcus's battle? No. Even if the Rehinstetten army headed straight for the capital, there were defenses in place. All of this was simply in obedience to the king's will. Though he stood to meet a foreseen disaster, Marcus instead expressed joy. He added that his choice had not been wrong. The words he spoke then proved his life, convictions, and values. If, by sacrificing just me, we can protect thousands of people of the kingdom, isn't that a good death? Hadn't he once said his father died in his bed, but he himself had no such hope? When you meet that Enki brat, please pass him my words. This is how you fight without knights. Krang had passed those words on exactly, and Enkrid was now set to go and see it with his own eyes. The sun set, casting long shadows. The left side of Enkrid's face was dyed orange. As the air cooled, his cloak stretched and fell down to his calves. Enkrid pulled the cloak closed in front and tightened the clasp. The temperature had dropped, so he prepared for the cold. It was cold in the sky. It would be even colder if he moved for a long time. Twilight, the time when the sun, which had lit this day, died. The dim light told him that its death had been postponed for now. Even if it died, that was fine. Its death was temporary. Tomorrow it would resurrect and light the world again. Well then, daunting. Odd-eye again galloped down the road that cut through the middle of the camp they had made earlier. The sun gained speed as it fell and the light faded. Bursting through the dimming light, Odd-eye soared up into the sky. Enkrid felt his innards sink downward. He held his breath and clenched his teeth. Having ridden a few times, he had picked up the knack. "Hey, leave something for me to play with and bring it back, will you?" Down below, a mad barbarian shouted. When Enkrid looked down, he saw him soon chatting amiably with Ragnar and their weapons. "You've played enough. It's my turn now." Well, wasn't that what Ragnar would say? Enkrid could not actually hear it, but it was easy to guess. With such stray thoughts, Enkrid flew. There were no clouds. Rising into the sky, it felt as if the glow of sunset slipping over the ridgeline in the distance now filled the heavens overhead. Odd-eye, excited about something, beat its wings a few times, then soon caught the wind. From then on, it was not as hard as he had expected. The wind pounded his face so hard he could not straighten his back, so his posture was a bit uncomfortable. But it was a more pleasant journey than he had expected. Enkrid leaned his upper body forward tight, as if charging atop a galloping horse, and flew prone the whole way. He could not straighten his back even once until he reached his destination. Remnants had used griffins in the south to pin down the Red Cloak Order of Knights. They struck at the weakness that those men would be unable to abandon their army. In the meantime, the main army, including knights, split into two and swung around. It was hard to predict all of this from within Norelia. They had failed even to predict the route Remnants' advance would take. If you looked for a reason, it was because Balrog was absent. Balrog is gone. At first, the High Pontiff had doubted it. Wasn't that monster a demon with a wanderer's heart? While he kept his doubts and watched, a demon of the demon lands swore it was true. Balrog was dead. Until now, that name had weighed down one flank of Remnants. Its very existence had been a deterrent. He killed everything that entered the territory he had marked out, and that territory bordered both Remnants and Norelia. More precisely, it was closer to Remnants than to Norelia. It was as if one convenient route of movement had been blocked. Of course, to Norelia, it had been something to make them tilt their heads. That route involved passing through the demon lands. It was only possible because the High Pontiff had made a contract with a demon of the demon lands. For these reasons, Balrog's death had opened Remnants' pipe. Naturally, neither Enkrid nor anyone else knew, but Balrog's death itself became the very opportunity that set the South in motion. The path has opened. The High Pontiff split his forces into 4 large pieces. One, with himself at its center, was the Central Army. Another was the Griffin Riders, and the 4 Knights of the Amethyst Order. Their role was to tie down the Red Cloak Order of Knights. The purposes of the remaining 2 corps were different. One unit headed toward Noril. The other swung around the opposite side, racing along the main highway Norelia had paved. At the end of that highway lay a city that had recently made a name for itself. What did they say our destination was? Border Guard. It was a conversation between the commander and the knight with him. Naturally, Remnants also knew of the existence of the Mad Order of Knights. It was hard not to. They had made far too much noise. They had ended a civil war, torn out the heretical cult that had taken root across the continent, and smashed several bandit groups besides. Even the things they had done in the city of Ora had spread in bits and pieces. Once you knew, it was only proper to prepare. That was natural. The High Pontiff added a simple logic to that. If you wanted to scatter united strength, What should you do? You ransack their home. Call it a simple yet certain tactic. If they occupied, smashed, and plundered the two cities of Norrell, the capital and border guard, the enemy's morale would scrape the bottom, and they would suffer severe difficulties in supply as well. The High Pontiff pictured his army encircling the nation of Norillia as a whole. There is no need for a long war. The High Pontiff's judgment was the same as Krang's. Only, perhaps from a difference in measure, one side boldly revealed himself and cried out for the enemy to come at him, while the other tried to force simultaneous battles by striking at the enemy's home base. This was what the High Pontiff had overlooked. He, too, had failed to predict Krang's intent. Marcus Bazar had been aware of the danger from the south since childhood. If I had to pick the most dangerous of the swords that threaten us, I would choose them. That was what his father had taught him, and since he had been born a noble son who wouldn't starve, even if he didn't work and had studied history, it was only natural. Marcus's father had observed and watched what the South did for more than 10 years. Later, Marcus used that information to gauge where the enemy would come if they fought his side, and if war broke out, he sketched how they would have to fight. He had been that way from childhood to now, as a man in his prime. Perhaps you should say his father's brainwashing had finally borne fruit. Marcus had the habit of pondering what form a fight against the South would take. Simply praying that the enemy will come where you want them to is the worst plan. Trying to block every place just because you don't know where the enemy will come is a middling plan. Those were the words of Crais of the Mad Order of Knights. He had learned a great deal from spending time with that bastard. Could Marcus really have spent time watching Enkrid and learned nothing? Enkrid's willingness to listen and hunger to learn had influenced him as well. What's the best plan? He had learned what he could from Crais, that impudent salon businessman. At the same time, he had promised to invest in part of Crais's business. Crais, fired with enthusiasm, took part in Marcus's habit. You guide them. You lure them and entice them. If Reinstetten advanced, what would they do? Where would they go? You could not prepare for everything, so the right thing was to gather strength in one place and guide them there. And it's even better if the enemy doesn't notice. Marcus had gained an insight, and once he became a member of the royal family, he siphoned off part of the military budget, hired woodcutters, and summoned builders. For the last few years, the core of Marcus's work had been changing the terrain. He dug up earth where it had originally been flat, rolled rocks and piled soil into mounds. All of it had been preparation for this moment. Bazar's secret art, swallowing the terrain, Marcus murmured. It was a technique he had invested years in, and this was the way ordinary soldiers fought.